Modernity on Endless Trial. Leszek Kolakowski. Contents. Foreword. On Modernity, Barbarity, and Intellectuals. 1. Modernity on Endless Trial. 2. Looking for the Barbarians, the Illusions of Cultural Universalism. 3. The Intellectuals. 4. Why do we need Kant? 5. In Praise of Exile. 2. On the Dilemmas of the Christian Legacy. 6. The Revenge of the Sacred in Secular Culture. 7. Can the Devil be Saved? 8. On the so-called Crisis of Christianity. 9. The Illusion of Demythologization. 10. Philosophical Faith in the Face of Revelation. 11. From Truth to Truth. 3. On Liberals, Revolutionaries, and Utopians. 12. The Death of Utopia Reconsidered. 13. The Idolatry of Politics. 14. The Self-Poisoning of the Open Society. 15. Politics and the Devil. 16. Irrationality in Politics. 17. Marxism and Human Rights. 18. Revolution of Beautiful Sickness. 19. How to be a conservative liberal socialist, a credo. 4. On Scientific Theories. 20. Why an ideology is always right. 21. The General Theory of Not Gardening. 22. Fabula Mundi and Cleopatra's Nose. 23. Emperor Kennedy Legend, a New Anthropological Debate. Epilogue, Education to Hatred, Education to Dignity. Foreword. The essays selected for this book were written on various occasions and in various languages between 1973 and 1986. They do not purport to offer any philosophy. They are, rather, semi-philosophical sermons in which I was trying to point out a number of unpleasant and insoluble dilemmas that loom up every time we attempt to be perfectly consistent when we think about our culture, our politics, and our religious life. More often than not we want to have the best from incompatible worlds and, as a result, we get nothing. When we instead pawn our mental resources on one side, we cannot buy them out again and we are trapped in a kind of dogmatic immobility. We might imagine ourselves to be treasure hunters in a forest, but we spend our effort on evading ambushes, and if we succeed, our success is precisely that, evading ambushes. This is a net gain, of course, but not the one we were after. Therefore these essays are not edifying. They are rather appeals for moderation in consistency, a topic which I have been trying to look at from various angles for many years. Since these texts were written separately and without any idea of them appearing together in one volume, some remarks might be repeated here and there. This does not worry me much, for who apart from myself, under duress would be persistent enough to wade through the whole thing, anyway? Leszek Kolakowski. March 3, 1990. Part 1. On Modernity, Barbarity, and Intellectuals. Chapter 1. Modernity on Endless Trial. If we are to believe Hegel or Collingwood, no age, no civilization, is capable of conceptually identifying itself. This can only be done after its demise, and even then, as we know too well, such an identification is never certain or universally accepted. Both the general morphology of civilizations and the descriptions of their constitutive characteristics are notoriously controversial and heavily loaded with ideological biases, whether they express a need for self-assertion by comparison with the past or a malaise in one's own cultural environment and the resulting nostalgia for the good times of old. Collingwood suggests that each historical period has a number of basic presuppositions which it is unable clearly to articulate and which provide a latent inspiration for its explicit values and beliefs, its typical reactions and aspirations. If so, we might try to uncover those presuppositions in the lives of our ancient or medieval ancestors and perhaps build on this basis a history of mentalities, but we are in principle prevented from revealing them in our own age, unless, of course, the owl of Minerva has already flown out, and we are living in the twilight, at the very end of an epoch. And so, let us accept our incurable ignorance of our own spiritual foundation and be satisfied with the survey of the surface of our modernity, whatever the word might mean. Whatever it means, it is certain that modernity is as little modern as are the attacks on modernity. The melancholic nowadays. There is no longer. In olden days. And similar expressions contrasting the corrupted present with the splendor of the past are probably as old as the human race. We find them in the Bible and in the Odyssey. I can well imagine Paleolithic nomads angrily resisting the foolish idea that it would be better for people to have permanent dwellings, or predicting the imminent degeneration of mankind as a result of the nefarious invention of the wheel. Mankind's history conceived as a degradation belongs, as we know, to the most persistent mythological topics in various parts of the world, including both the symbol of the exile and Hesiod's description of the 5 ages. The frequency of such myths suggests that, apart from other possible social and cognitive functions, they voice a universally human, conservative mistrust of changes, a suspicion that progress, on second thought, is no progress at all, a reluctance to assimilate transformations, however beneficial in appearance, of the established order of things. The changes go on, nonetheless, and they usually find a sufficient number of enthusiastic supporters. The clash between the ancient and the modern is probably everlasting, and we will never get rid of it, as it expresses the natural tension between structure and evolution, and this tension seems to be biologically rooted. It is, we may believe, an essential characteristic of life. It is obviously necessary for any society to experience the forces both of conservation and of change, and it is doubtful whether any theory will ever provide reliable tools for measuring the relative strength of those opposite energies in any given society, so that we could add and subtract them from each other like quantifiable vectors and build on this basis a general schema of development, endowed with predictive power. We can only guess what gives some societies the ability to assimilate rapid changes without falling apart, what makes others satisfied with a very slow pace of development, and under precisely what conditions development or stagnation lead to violent crises or to self-destruction. Curiosity, that is, the separate drive to explore the world disinterestedly, without being stimulated by danger or physiological dissatisfaction, is, according to students of evolution, rooted in specific morphological characteristics of our species and thus cannot be eradicated from our minds as long as the species retains its identity. As both Pandora's most deplorable accident and the adventures of our progenitors in paradise testify, the sin of curiosity has been the main cause of all the calamities and misfortunes that have befallen mankind, and it has unquestionably been the source of all its achievements. The impulse to explore has never been evenly distributed among the world's civilizations. Generations of scholars have asked why the civilization that emerged from joint Greek, Latin, Judaic, and Christian sources was so uniquely successful in promoting and spreading rapid and accelerating changes in science, technology, art, and social order, whereas many cultures survived for centuries in almost stagnant conditions, affected only by barely noticeable changes or sunk into slumber after short-lived eruptions of creativity. There is no good answer. Each civilization is a contingent agglutination of various social, demographic, climatic, linguistic and psychological circumstances, and any search for one ultimate cause of its emergence or decline seems very unpromising. When we read studies which purport to show, for example, that the Roman Empire collapsed because of the widespread use of lead pots, which poisoned and damaged the brains of the upper classes, or that the Reformation can be accounted for by the spread of syphilis in Europe, we cannot keep from strongly doubting their validity. On the other hand, the temptation to look for causes is hard to resist, even if we guess that civilizations arise and crumble under the impact of uncountable factors, independent of each other, and that the same may be said about the emergence of new animal or plant species, about the historical locations of cities, the distribution of mountains on the surface of the earth, or the formation of particular ethnic tongues. By trying to identify our civilization, we try to identify ourselves, to grasp the unique, collective ego which we sense is necessary and whose non-existence would be as inconceivable as my own non-existence is for me. And so, even though there is no answer to the question why is our culture what it is unlikely that we can delete the question from our minds. Modernity itself is not modern, but clearly the clashes about modernity are more prominent in some civilizations than in others, and never have they been as acute as in our time. At the beginning of the 4th century, Iamblichos stated that the Greeks are by nature lovers of novelty and disregard tradition in contrast to the barbarians, yet he did not praise the Greeks for that reason, quite the contrary. Are we still heirs of the Greek spirit in this respect? Is our civilization based on the belief that what is new is good by definition? Is this one of our absolute presuppositions? This might be suggested by the value judgment usually associated with the adjective reactionary. The word is clearly pejorative, and one hardly finds people who would be ready to use it to describe themselves. And yet to be reactionary means nothing more than to believe that in some of its aspects, however secondary, the past was better than the present. If to be reactionary automatically means to be wrong and the adjective is almost invariably employed with this assumption, it appears that one is always wrong in believing that the past might have been better in whatever respect, which amounts to saying that whatever is newer is better. Still, we hardly ever state our progressism in such a bold manner. The same ambiguity haunts the very word modern. In German the word means both modern and fashionable, whereas English and other European tongues distinguish the two meanings. And yet the Germans might be right, it is not clear how the distinction should be defined, at least in contexts where both adjectives are usable. To be sure, in some cases those words are not interchangeable. In expressions like modern technology, modern science, and modern industrial management, the word fashionable would not do, but it is hard to explain the difference between modern ideas and fashionable ideas, modern painting and fashionable painting, or modern clothes and fashionable clothes. In many instances the term modern seems to be value-free and neutral, not unlike fashionable. Modern is what is prevailing in our time, and indeed the word is often used sarcastically. On the other hand, the expressions modern science and modern technology strongly suggest, at least in common usage, that what is modern is thereby better. The ambiguity of meaning reflects perhaps the ambiguity, just mentioned, which haunts our attitude toward changes. They are both welcomed and feared, both desirable and cursed. Many companies advertise their products with phrases implying both attitudes: good old-fashioned furniture or a soup like grandma used to make, as well as an entirely new soap or an exciting novelty in the laundry detergent industry. Both kinds of tricks seem to work. Perhaps the sociology of advertising has produced an analysis of how, where, and why those apparently contradictory slogans prove to be successful. Having no clear idea what modernity is, we have recently tried to escape forward from the issue by talking about postmodernity. I do not know what postmodern is and how it differs from pre-modern, nor do I feel that I ought to know. And what might come after the postmodern? The post-postmodern, the neo-postmodern, the neo-anti-modern? When we leave aside the labels, the real question remains: why is the malaise associated with the experience of modernity so widely felt, and where are the sources of those aspects of modernity that make this malaise particularly painful? How far back modernity may be extended depends, of course, on what we believe constitutes the meaning of the notion. If it is big business, rational planning, the welfare state, and the subsequent bureaucratization of social relationships, the extent of modernity is to be measured in decades rather than centuries. If we think, however, that the foundation of modernity is in science, it would be proper to date it from the first half of the 17th century, when the basic rules of scientific inquiry were elaborated and codified, and scientists realized, thanks mainly to Galileo and his followers, that physics was not to be conceived as a report from experience but rather as an elaboration of abstract models never to be perfectly embodied in experimental conditions. Yet nothing prevents us from probing more deeply into the past. The crucial condition of modern science was the movement toward the emancipation of secular reason from revelation, and the struggle for the independence of the faculties of arts from those of theology in medieval universities was an important part of this process. The very distinction between natural and divinely inspired knowledge, as it was worked out in Christian philosophy from the 11th century onwards, was, in its turn, the conceptual foundation of this struggle, and it would be difficult to decide which came first, the purely philosophical separation of the two areas of knowledge, or the social process whereby the intellectual urban class with its claims to autonomy was established. Shall we then project our modernity onto the 11th century and make Saint Anselm and Abelard its protagonists? There is nothing conceptually wrong with such an extension, but there is nothing very helpful about it either. We can go indefinitely far, of course, in tracing back the roots of our civilization, but the question so many of us have been trying to cope with is not so much when modernity started, but what is the core, whether or not explicitly expressed, of our contemporary widespread Unbegahen Interkultur. Anyway, if the word modernity is to be useful, the meaning of the first question has to depend on the answer to the latter. And the first answer that naturally comes to mind is summed up, of course, in the Weberian Entzaberung disenchantment, or in any similar word roughly covering the same phenomenon. We experience an overwhelming and at the same time humiliating feeling of déjà vu in following and participating in contemporary discussions about the destructive effects of the so-called secularization of Western civilization, the apparently progressive evaporation of our religious legacy, and the sad spectacle of a godless world. It appears as if we suddenly woke up to perceive things which the humble, and not necessarily highly educated, priests have been seeing and warning us about for 3 centuries, and which they have repeatedly denounced in their Sunday sermons. They kept telling their flocks that a world that has forgotten God has forgotten the very distinction between good and evil, and has made human life meaningless, sunk into nihilism. Now, proudly stuffed with our sociological, historical, anthropological, and philosophical knowledge, we discover the same simple wisdom, which we try to express in a slightly more sophisticated idiom. I admit that by being old and simple, this wisdom does not necessarily cease to be true, and indeed I do believe it to be true. Was Descartes the first and the main culprit? Probably so, even on the assumption that he codified philosophically a cultural trend that had already paved its way before him. By equating matter with extension and therefore abolishing the real variety in the physical universe, by letting this universe infallibly obey a few simple and all-explanatory laws of mechanics, and by reducing God to its logically necessary creator and support, however, that was constant and thus robbed of its significance in explaining any particular event, he definitively, or so it seemed, did away with the concept of cosmos, of a purposeful order of nature. The world became soulless, and only on this presupposition could modern science evolve. No miracles and no mysteries, no divine or diabolical interventions in the course of events, were conceivable any longer. All the later and still continuing efforts to patch up the clash between the Christian wisdom of old and the so-called scientific worldview were bound to be unconvincing for this simple reason. To be sure, it took time for the consequences of this new universe to unfold. Massive, self-aware secularity is a relatively recent phenomenon. It seems, however, from our current perspective, that the erosion of faith, inexorably advancing in educated classes, was unavoidable. The faith could have survived, ambiguously sheltered from the invasion of rationalism by a number of logical devices and relegated to a corner where it seemed both harmless and insignificant. For generations, many people could live without realizing that they were denizens of two incompatible worlds and, by a thin shell, protect the comfort of faith while trusting progress, scientific truth, and modern technology. The shell was eventually to be broken, and this was ultimately done by Nietzsche's noisy philosophical hammer. His destructive passion brought havoc into the seeming spiritual safety of the middle classes and demolished what he believed was the bad faith of those who refused to be witnesses to the death of God. He was successful in passionately attacking the spurious mental security of people who failed to realize what really had happened, because it was he who said everything to the end. The world generates no meaning and no distinction between good and evil, reality is pointless, and there is no other hidden reality behind it. The world as we see it is the ultimum, it does not try to convey a message to us, it does not refer to anything else, it is self-exhausting and deaf-mute. All this had to be said, and Nietzsche found a solution or a medicine for the despair. This solution was madness. Not much could have been said after him on the lines he had laid out. It might have appeared that it was his destiny to become the prophet of modernity. In fact, he was too ambiguous to assume this task. On one hand he affirmed, under duress, the irreversible intellectual and moral consequences of modernity and poured scorn on those who timidly hoped to save something from the old tradition. On the other hand he denounced the horror of modernity, the bitter harvest of progress. He accepted what he knew and said was terrifying. He praised the spirit of science against the Christian lies, but at the same time, he wanted to escape from the misery of democratic leveling and sought refuge in the ideal of a barbarous genius. Yet modernity wants to be satisfied in its superiority and not torn asunder by doubt and despair. Therefore Nietzsche did not become the explicit orthodoxy of our age. The explicit orthodoxy still consists of patching up. We try to assert our modernity but escape from its effects by various intellectual devices, in order to convince ourselves that meaning can be restored or recovered apart from the traditional religious legacy of mankind and in spite of the destruction brought about by modernity. Some versions of liberal pop theology contribute to this work. So do some varieties of Marxism. Nobody can foresee for how long and to what extent this work of appeasement may prove successful. But the previously mentioned intellectuals' awakening to the dangers of secularity does not seem to be a promising avenue for getting out of our present predicament, not because such reflections are false, but because we may suspect they are born of an inconsistent, manipulative spirit. There is something alarmingly desperate in intellectuals who have no religious attachment, faith, or loyalty proper and who insist on the irreplaceable educational and moral role of religion in our world and deplore its fragility, to which they themselves eminently bear witness. I do not blame them either for being irreligious or for asserting the crucial value of religious experience. I simply cannot persuade myself that their work might produce changes they believe desirable, because to spread faith is needed and not an intellectual assertion of the social utility of faith. And the modern reflection on the place of the sacred in human life does not want to be manipulative in the sense of Machiavelli or of the 17th-century libertines who admitted that while piety was necessary for the simpletons, skeptical incredulity suited the enlightened. Therefore such an approach, however understandable, not only leaves us where we were before but is itself a product of the same modernity it tries to restrict, and it expresses modernity's melancholic dissatisfaction with itself. We ought to be cautious, however, when we make judgments about what in our culture expresses modernity and what expresses the anti-modern resistance. We know from historical experience that what is new in cultural processes often appears disguised as the old, and vice versa the old may easily put on fashionable clothes. The Reformation was ostensibly and self-consciously reactionary. Its dream was to reverse the corrupting effects of the centuries-long developments in theology, in the growth of secular reason, in institutional forms of Christianity, and to recover the pristine purity of faith of apostolic times, but, by doing away with accumulated tradition as a source of intellectual and moral authority, it in fact encouraged a movement which was exactly opposed to its intention. It liberated the spirit of rational inquiry into religious matters because it made reason otherwise violently attacked independent from the church and tradition. Romantic nationalism often expressed itself as a nostalgic quest for the lost beauty of the pre-industrial world, but by thus praising the praetoritum, it contributed greatly to the eminently modern phenomenon which is the idea of the nation-state, and such a superbly modern product as Nazism was a monstrous revival of those romantic reveries, thereby perhaps disproving the notion that we can properly measure modernity on the axis tradition-rationality. Marxism was a mixture of an unequivocal enthusiasm for modernity, rational organization, and technological progress with the same yearning after the archaic community, and it culminated in the utopian expectation of the perfect world of the future, in which both sets of values would be implemented and make a harmonious alloy. Modern factory and the Athenian agora would somehow merge into one. Existential philosophy might have appeared to be a highly modern phenomenon, which it was, in its vocabulary and conceptual network, yet from today's perspective it seems rather a desperate attempt to revindicate the idea of personal responsibility in face of a world in which progress insists that human persons become, with their assent, no more than the media whereby anonymous social, bureaucratic, or technical forces express themselves and in which people are unaware that in letting themselves be reduced to irresponsible instruments of the impersonal work of the society, they rob themselves of their humanity. And so the cunning reason of history probably has not stopped operating, and nobody can guess, let alone have any certainty about, whether his own contribution to the collective life is to be seen in terms of modernity or of the reactionary resistance to it, nor, for that matter, which of them deserves support. We might look for comfort in the idea that civilizations are able to take care of themselves and to mobilize self-correcting mechanisms or produce antibodies that fight the perilous effects of their own growth. The experience that led to this idea is not quite reassuring, though, after all, we know that the symptoms of a disease are often the organism's attempts at self-cure. Most of us die as a result of self-defense devices which our bodies employ to combat external dangers. Antibodies can kill. So might the unpredictable cost of self-regulation kill a civilization before it regains the sought-after equilibrium. It is true, no doubt, that the criticism of our modernity, the modernity associated with, or perhaps put into movement by, the industrialization process began as soon as did modernity itself, and that it has continued to spread since. Leaving aside the great 18th and 19th century critics of modernity, Vico, Rousseau, Tocqueville, the Romantics, we know in our age a number of outstanding thinkers who have pointed out and deplored the progressive loss of meaning in the manipulation-prone Massengesellschaft. Husserl attacked, in philosophical terms, the inability of modern science to identify its own objects meaningfully, its satisfaction with the phenomenalist exactitude that improves our predictive and controlling power over things but is gained at the expense of understanding. Heidegger spotted the root of our descent into impersonality in the oblivion of metaphysical insight. Jaspers associated the moral and mental passivity of seemingly liberated masses with the erosion of historical self-awareness and the subsequent loss of responsible subjectivity and of the ability to base personal relationships on trust. Ortega y Gasset noticed the collapse of high standards in the arts and humanities as a result of intellectuals being compelled to adjust themselves to the low tastes of the masses. So, in spuriously Marxist terms, did the Frankfurt School people. The critique of modernity, whether literary or philosophical, might be seen, in its immense variety, as a self-defense organ of our civilization, but so far it has failed to prevent modernity from advancing at an unprecedented speed. The lament seems all-pervading. Whatever area of life we reflect upon, our natural instinct is to ask, what is wrong with it? And indeed we keep asking, what is wrong with God? With democracy? With socialism? With art? With sex? With the family? With economic growth? It seems as though we live with the feeling of an all-encompassing crisis without being able, however, to identify its causes clearly, unless we escape into easy, one-word pseudo-solutions. The optimists often become very popular and are listened to avidly, but they are met with derision in intellectual circles. We prefer to be gloomy. It seems to us sometimes that it is less the content of changes and more their dizzy pace which terrifies us and leaves us in a state of never-ending insecurity, feeling that nothing is certain or established any longer and that whatever is new is likely to become obsolete in no time. There are a few people still living among us who were born on Earth where there were no cars and no radios, and the electric light was an exciting novelty. During their lifetimes, how many literary and artistic schools have been born and died away, how many philosophical and ideological fashions have arisen and gone, how many states have been built or have perished. We all participate in those changes, and we bemoan them nonetheless, because they seem to deprive our lives of any substance we can safely rely upon. I was told that near a Nazi extermination camp, where the soil was superbly fertilized with the ashes of uncountable cremated bodies of the victims, the cabbage grew so rapidly that it had no time to form a head and produced instead a stem with separate leaves. Apparently it was not edible. This might serve as a parable for thinking about the morbid tempo of progress. We know, of course, that we must not extrapolate the recent curves of growth, some of them exponential in various areas of civilization, and that the curves must decline one way or another or perhaps turn into S-curves. We fear, however, that the change might come too late or be caused by catastrophes that will destroy the civilization by healing it. It would be silly, of course, to be either for or against modernity tout court, not only because it is pointless to try to stop the development of technology, science, and economic rationality, but because both modernity and anti-modernity may be expressed in barbarous and anti-human forms. The Iranian theocratic revolution was clearly anti-modern, and in Afghanistan it is the invaders who carry in various ways the spirit of modernity against the nationalist and religious resistance of poor tribes. It is trivially true that very often the blessings and the horrors of progress are inseparably tied to each other, as are the enjoyments and the miseries of traditionalism. When I try, however, to point out the most dangerous characteristic of modernity, I tend to sum up my fear in one phrase: the disappearance of taboos. There is no way to distinguish between good and bad taboos. Artificially to support the former and remove the latter, the abrogation of one, on the pretext of its irrationality, results in a domino effect that brings the withering away of others. Most sexual taboos have been abolished, and the remaining few, like the interdiction of incest and pedophilia, are under attack. Groups in various countries openly advocate their right to engage in sexual intercourse with children, that is, their right to rape them, and demand so far unsuccessfully the abolition of corresponding legal sanctions. The taboo regarding respect for the bodies of the dead seems to be a candidate for extinction, and although the technique of transplanting organs has saved many lives and will doubtlessly save many more, I find it difficult not to feel sympathy for people who anticipate with horror a world in which dead bodies will be no more than a store of spare parts for the living or raw material for various industrial purposes. Perhaps respect for the dead and for the living and for life itself are inseparable. Various traditional human bonds which make communal life possible, and without which our existence would be regulated only by greed and fear, are not likely to survive without a taboo system, and it is perhaps better to believe in the validity of even apparently silly taboos than to let them all vanish. To the extent that rationality and rationalization threaten the very presence of taboos of our civilization, they corrode its ability to survive. But it is quite improbable that taboos, which are barriers erected by instinct and not by conscious planning, could be saved, or selectively saved, by a rational technique. In this area we can only rely on the uncertain hope that the social self-preservation drive will prove strong enough to react to their evaporation, and that this reaction will not come in barbarous form. The point is that in the normal sense of rationality there are no more rational grounds for respecting human life and human personal rights than there are, say, for forbidding the consumption of shrimp among Jews, of meat on Friday among Christians, and of wine among Muslims. They are all irrational taboos. And a totalitarian system which treats people as exchangeable parts in the state machinery, to be used, discarded, or destroyed according to the state's needs, is in a sense a triumph of rationality. Still, it is compelled, in order to survive, reluctantly to restore some of those irrational values and thus to deny its rationality, thereby proving that perfect rationality is a self-defeating goal. Chapter 2. Looking for the Barbarians. The Illusions of Cultural Universalism. I do not propose to engage in historical description, nor am I interested in prophecies. I intend, first, to consider a proposition of an epistemological nature, and second, to advance a value judgment, which I shall present as such. The value judgment concerns the defense of an idea which in recent decades has been the subject of such scathing attacks that it has now fallen almost entirely into disuse, the idea of Eurocentrism. The word itself no doubt belongs in that ample category of catch-alls for miscellaneous rubbish, words we use lightly, regardless of their definition, and tend to stuff with a mixture of absurdities so blatant as not to be worth refuting, statements of fact, true or false, and value judgments, defensible or not defensible. The crucial point about such words is that in using them we direct attention to the absurdities with which they are vaguely associated, while our purpose is to attack ideas which are very much worth defending. Indeed, the defense of such ideas may turn out to be crucial for the fate of civilization. These words, then, are ideological par excellence, not because they contain normative elements, but because their function is to prevent the separation of issues which are logically distinct by concealing the normative content within statements that are ostensibly straight description. In journalistic jargon, the list of such words is a long one, containing, apart from Eurocentrism, words like elitism, liberalism, and male chauvinism, as well as words with positive connotations like egalitarianism, social justice, humanism, liberation, and so forth. The job of the word Eurocentrism is to bring into relief a number of absurdities associated with it and, by emphasizing them, discredit the idea as a whole. The following propositions are examples of absurdities of this sort. Europeans have no reason to be interested in the rest of the world. European culture has never borrowed anything from other cultures. Europe owes her successes to the racial purity of the Europeans. It is Europe's destiny to hold eternal sway over the world, and her history is a tale of reason and virtue, triumphant and unsullied. The word should convey indignation at the ideologies of the slave traders of the 18th century and of the partisans of the simplistic evolutionism of the 19th century. But its real function is different. It selects easy targets like these and lumps them, in one hazy, nebulous mass, with the very idea of European culture in all its specificity. This culture, as a result, becomes vulnerable not merely to outside threats but, perhaps even more dangerously, to that suicidal mentality characterized by indifference to our own distinct tradition, by doubt, indeed by an auto-destructive frenzy, all given verbal expression in the form of a generous universalism. It is perfectly true that European culture is impossible to define geographically, chronologically, or with regard to its content without recourse to certain value judgments. How are we to define the spiritual territory which is Europe in a way that is not arbitrary? Its very name, scholars tell us, is Assyrian in origin. Its founding text, the book Par Excellence, was written for the most part in a language which is not Indo-European. The vast richness displayed in its philosophy, art, and religion has drawn upon and absorbed the knowledge of Asia Minor, Central Asia, the Orient, and the Arab world. And if we ask when this culture was born, we shall find many possible replies: with Socrates, with St. Paul, with Roman law, with Charlemagne, with the spiritual transformations of the 12th century, with the discovery of the New World. It is not for lack of historical knowledge that we are hard put to deliver a precise verdict on the event, rather, it is because each of these replies is plausible if we agree from the start that such and such an ingredient is essential to or constitutive of the mixture, and that decision lies in the sphere of values. Similar problems arise when we come to talk of geographical limits. Are we to include Byzantium? Or Russia? Or parts of Latin America? The discussion drags on endlessly unless we slice through to the root of the question, not by an appeal to history which could bear out both replies but by concentrating on the elements we believe to be essential constituents of the cultural space that we inhabit. It would, then, be a matter for a vote rather than a question of scientific research, were it not for the fact that the abolition of this culture cannot be voted through by a majority which declares that it no longer wishes to belong to it or that no such culture exists. Its existence is assured by a minority which persists in believing in it. It is, as we know, a matter of dispute at which point the Europeans became conscious of belonging to a cultural entity that was unique, one, at least, which could not be reduced to the unity of Western Christianity. There is no reason to suppose that those who fought at different historical periods against the Saracens in the Iberian Peninsula, the Tartars in Cilicia, or the Ottoman armies in the Danube basin shared such a consciousness of identity. Yet there is no doubt that it arose out of the unity of faith, and that it began to establish itself at a time when that unity was crumbling, not merely in islands of heresy, but throughout Europe. This was also a time of a swift and extraordinarily creative surge in the arts and sciences, which was developing at an ever-increasing rate and was to culminate in all the grandeur and all the miseries of today's world. And today, since fears and miseries are naturally dominant in our sensibilities, the very idea of European culture is being questioned. The point of contention is perhaps not so much the actual existence of this culture as its unique value and above all its pretensions to superiority, at least in certain fields of primary importance. It is this superiority which must be defined and affirmed. A few years ago I visited the pre-Columbian monuments in Mexico and was lucky enough, while there, to find myself in the company of a well-known Mexican writer, thoroughly versed in the history of the Indian peoples of the region. Often, in the course of explaining to me the significance of many things I would not have understood without him, he stressed the barbarity of the Spanish soldiers who had ground the Aztec statues into dust and melted down the exquisite gold figurines to strike coins with the image of the emperor. I said to him, "You think these people were barbarians, but were they not, perhaps, true Europeans, indeed the last true Europeans? They took their Christian and Latin civilization seriously, and it is because they took it seriously that they saw no reason to safeguard pagan idols, or to bring the curiosity and aesthetic detachment of archaeologists into their consideration of things imbued with a different, and therefore hostile, religious significance. If we are outraged at their behavior, it is because we are indifferent both to their civilization and to our own." It was banter, of course, but banter of a not entirely innocent kind. It may prod us into thinking about a question which could well be decisive for the survival of our world: is it possible for us to display tolerance and a benevolent interest toward other civilizations without renouncing a serious interest in our own? In other words, to what extent is it conceivable for us to affirm our exclusive membership in one civilization without wanting to destroy the others? If it is true that one renounces barbarity only with respect to one's own culture, it follows that the only civilizations capable of non-barbarity are those which cannot survive. Not a comforting conclusion, and not, I believe, a true one. I believe, on the contrary, that the development of our civilization contains arguments that bear out its falsity. In what sense is it true to say that the soldiers of Cortés were barbarians? There is no doubt that they were conquerors, rather than conservers of monuments, and they were cruel, greedy, and merciless. Very likely they were also pious, sincerely attached to their faith, and convinced of their spiritual superiority. If they were barbarians, it was either because all conquerors are barbarians by definition, or because they showed no respect for people who had different customs and worshipped different gods, in short, because the virtue of tolerance toward other cultures was lacking in them. But here a difficult question arises: to what extent is respect for other cultures desirable, and at what point does the very desire not to appear barbaric, admirable as it is, itself become indifference to, or indeed approval of, barbarity? The term barbarian was initially used of someone who spoke an incomprehensible tongue, but soon the word became charged with a pejorative meaning in the cultural sense. Anyone who has studied philosophy will remember the famous prologue of Diogenes Laertius, in which he attacks the misguided notion that there was philosophy before the Greeks among the barbarians, the Indian gymnosophists, and the Babylonian or Celtic priests, an attack on cultural universalism and the cosmopolitanism of the 3rd century. No, he says, it is here among the tombs of Mucius the Athenian and Lenos the Theban, son of Hermes and Urania, that philosophy and the human race were born. He cites the bizarre customs of Chaldean magicians and the wild beliefs of the Egyptians. He is outraged that the name of philosopher might be applied to Orpheus of Thrace, a man not ashamed to invest the gods with even the basest of human passions. Here, in this defensive self-affirmation, written at a time when the ancient myths had lost their vitality or become sublimated in philosophical speculation, and when the cultural and political order was visibly in a state of decomposition, a kind of doubt has already crept in. Those who would inherit that order were barbarians, to wit, Christians. We sometimes imagine, under the influence of Spenglerian philosophy or some other kind of historical morphology, that we live in a similar age, the last witnesses of a condemned civilization. But condemned by whom? Not by God, but by some supposed historical laws. For although we do not know any historical laws, we are in fact capable of inventing them quite freely, and such laws, once invented, can then be realized in the form of self-fulfilling prophecies. But what we feel about this is ambiguous and possibly contradictory. On one hand, we have managed to assimilate the kind of universalism which refuses to make value judgments about different civilizations, proclaiming their intrinsic equality. On the other hand, by affirming this equality we also affirm the exclusivity and intolerance of every culture, the very things we claim to have risen above in making that same affirmation. There is nothing paradoxical in this ambiguity, for even in the midst of this confusion we are affirming a distinctive feature of European culture at the peak of its maturity, its capacity to step outside its exclusivity, to question itself, to see itself through the eyes of others. It was at the very beginning of the conquest that Bishop Bartolomé de las Casas launched his violent attack against the invaders in the name of those same Christian principles which they professed. Regardless of the immediate results of his struggle, he was one of the first to turn against his own people in an attempt to defend others and to denounce the destructive effects of European expansionism. It took the Reformation and the beginning of the religious wars to spread a generalized skepticism about Europe's pretensions to spiritual superiority. It began with Montaigne and came to be commonplace among the libertines and the precursors of the Enlightenment. It was also Montaigne who compared man to animals only to concede superiority to the latter, and thus initiated the trend, later so popular, of regarding the human race as a whole with contempt. Seeing one's own civilization through the eyes of others in order to attack it became a literary mannerism prevalent in the writings of the Enlightenment, and the others could equally well be Chinese, Persians, horses, or visitors from space. I mention all these well-known things only in order to say the following: we may quite plausibly claim that Europe, at the same time as she acquired, perhaps largely thanks to the Turkish threat, a clear consciousness of her own cultural identity, also began to question the superiority of her values, thus setting in motion the process of endless self-criticism which was to become the source not only of her strength but of her various weaknesses and her vulnerability. This capacity to doubt herself, to abandon albeit in the face of strong resistance her self-assurance and self-satisfaction, lies at the heart of Europe's development as a spiritual force. She made the effort to break out of the closed confines of ethnocentricity, and her ability to do so gave definition to the unique value of her culture. Ultimately we may say that Europe's cultural identity is reinforced by her refusal to accept any kind of closed, finite definition, and thus she can only affirm her identity in uncertainty and anxiety. And although it is true that all sciences, social and natural, either were born or reached their maturity within European culture, there is one among them which, because of its very content, is the European science par excellence, anthropology. The anthropologist must suspend his own norms, his judgments, his mental, moral, and aesthetic habits in order to penetrate as far as possible into the viewpoint of another and assimilate his way of perceiving the world. And even though no one, perhaps, would claim to have achieved total success in that effort, even though total success would presuppose an epistemological impossibility to enter entirely into the mind of the object of inquiry while maintaining the distance and objectivity of a scientist, the effort is not in vain. We cannot completely achieve the position of an observer seeing himself from the outside, but we may do so partially. It seems obvious to us that an anthropologist cannot understand a savage completely unless he himself becomes a savage and thus ceases to be an anthropologist. He may suspend judgment, but the very act of suspending judgment is culturally rooted. It is an act of renunciation, possible only from within a culture which, through learning to question itself, has shown itself capable of the effort of understanding another. For this reason the anthropologist's stance is not really one of suspended judgment. His attitude arises from the belief that description and analysis, freed from normative prejudices, are worth more than the spirit of superiority or fanaticism. But this, no less than its contrary, is a value judgment. There is no abandoning of judgment. What we call the spirit of research is a cultural attitude, one peculiar to Western civilization and its hierarchy of values. We may proclaim and defend the ideals of tolerance and criticism, but we may not claim that these are neutral ideals, free from normative assumptions. Whether I boast of belonging to a civilization that is absolutely superior or, on the contrary, extol the noble savage, or whether, finally, I say all cultures are equal, I am adopting an attitude and making a judgment, and I cannot avoid doing so. This does not mean that it makes no difference whether I adopt one position rather than another, it means that by adopting one I reject or condemn others. To adopt none, even implicitly, is impossible once I become aware of the existence of other civilizations. While the first two of the attitudes I have mentioned are sufficiently clear, the third, that all cultures are equal, requires some explanation. If taken in its strong sense, it seems to lead to contradiction and lapses into a paradox analogous to that of consistent skepticism. The word culture, in common parlance, encompasses all forms of behavior particular to humans, techniques and customs, rituals and beliefs, artistic expression, educational systems, laws. The extent to which all these spheres of life may be universalized is, of course, subject to gradation, beginning, on the lowest rung, with language, the least comprehensible and the least universalizable, and ending with mathematics, unquestionably the most universalizable, both actually and potentially. When we say that all cultures are equal, we have in mind the more specific, less universal disciplines. Primarily it is art that we mean, and it seems that what we intend by saying this is to deny that there are any supercultural, transcendental norms we might use as a base for aesthetic judgment and comparison, in terms of value, between different forms of artistic expression. No more can we discern the presence of such universal rules in moral and intellectual life. If there are superhistorical rules, rules that hold for all known cultures, like the rules of bivalent logic or the prohibition of incest, this is no proof that such rules are valid in the transcendental sense. Nonetheless, when we apply the principle all cultures are equal, we see that there is a difference between artistic expression on the one hand and moral, legal, and intellectual rules on the other. In the sphere of art, tolerance comes easily, either because we are indifferent or because we see nothing logically wrong in the confrontation of different aesthetic criteria. Indeed, universalism tempts us, and we like to imagine ourselves capable of entering into the aesthetic perceptions of all cultures, as if Japanese art, for example, were as accessible to us as the European Baroque, as if we were able to participate fully in that perception without an equally full insight into the rituals and language of that civilization. But this is the least dangerous of the illusions of universalism. It is in domains with a direct bearing on our behavior that the confusions universalism engenders become genuinely threatening in the spheres of religion and morality, law and intellectual rules. Here we face differences which are indeed contradictory, genuinely conflicting norms which cannot coexist in mutual indifference, to be exhibited side by side like museum pieces from different civilizations. If the phrase all cultures are equal is to mean more than that people live and have lived in different traditions and fulfill their aspirations within them, then it must mean one of three things. It may mean that I live in a particular culture, and other cultures do not interest me, or that there are no absolute, ahistorical standards by which to judge any culture, or, finally, it may mean that, on the contrary, such standards do exist, and according to them all mutually conflicting rules are equally valid. While this last attitude, insofar as it assumes approval of mutually exclusive rules, is impossible to maintain, the first may, by contrast, be held with consistency. But in that case the way it has been expressed is misleading, for if that is the meaning with which I use the phrase, I do not really want to say that all cultures are equal, but rather that all other cultures are of no interest to me, and I am satisfied with my own. It is the second version, then, that deserves genuine attention, for it is quite prevalent, and it is probably impossible to maintain coherently. It is indeed possible to argue that, revealed truth apart, all systems of values are immune from logical and empirical attack as long as they are internally consistent. It is not possible to prove in the proper sense of the word that religious tolerance is actually better than a regime in which people are sentenced to death for christening their children, that equality in the face of the law is superior to a legal system which confers privileges on certain castes, that freedom is better than despotism, and so on. It is no good saying that these things are obvious, because our sense of what is obvious and what is not is also culturally determined, Any appeal to the obvious will therefore lead us into a vicious circle. And yet we cannot avoid having a preference in such matters, whether or not we are able to justify it. A European who says that all cultures are equal does not normally mean that he would like to have his hand cut off if he is caught falsifying his tax forms, or be subjected to a public flogging if caught making love to a person who does not happen to be his legal wife. To say, in such a case, this is the law of the Quran, and we must respect traditions other than our own essentially amounts to saying, that would be dreadful if it happened here, but for those savages it's just the right thing. Thus it is not respect but contempt for other traditions that we are expressing, and the phrase all cultures are equal is the least suitable to describe such an attitude. But if we try to persist in our traditions while maintaining respect for others, we shall soon find ourselves up against the antinomy of skepticism mentioned above. We affirm our belonging to European culture by our ability to view ourselves at a distance, critically, through the eyes of others, by the fact that we value tolerance in public life and skepticism in our intellectual work, and recognize the need to confront, in both the scientific and legal spheres, as many opinions as possible, in short, by leaving the field of uncertainty open. And while we concede all this, we also maintain, tacitly or explicitly, that a culture capable of expressing these ideas in a vigorous way, defending them, and introducing them, however imperfectly, into its life, is a superior culture. If we behave fanatically, if we protect our exclusivity to the extent that we will not consider other arguments, if we are incapable of self-questioning, then we think we are behaving barbarically. Consequently we must also consider barbaric the fanatics of other traditions, locked, like us, into their own exclusivity. One cannot be skeptical to the extent of failing to notice the difference between skepticism and fanaticism. That would be tantamount to being skeptical to the extent of no longer being skeptical. Of course, the paradox of skepticism has been recognized since antiquity, and as a way out of it, a radical solution was proposed, that the skeptic should remain silent, and in particular that he could not voice his skepticism without at the same time betraying it. This solution is no doubt possible, but it is not amenable to discussion. Once we begin to discuss it, we fall into the very trap of pragmatic antinomy that we had been trying to avoid. We may plausibly claim that the perfectly consistent skeptic will remain silent, and that for this reason we shall never know the names of the great skeptics, as they never said anything. But as soon as we open our mouths we find ourselves under constraint. Cultural universalism comes up against exactly the same difficulty. It contradicts itself if its generosity extends to ignoring the differences between universalism and exclusivity, tolerance and intolerance, itself and the barbarity, and it contradicts itself if, in order to avoid the temptations of barbarity, it concedes to others their right to be barbarians. My own claims are thus instances of inconsistent skepticism and inconsistent universalism, skepticism and universalism, in other words, of a kind that avoid this paradox by remaining within certain limits, beyond which the difference between themselves and barbarity becomes blurred. To say as much in this context is to affirm the superiority of European culture as a culture capable of uncertainty about its own standards and able to preserve that uncertainty. Thus I believe that there is an important reason to preserve the spirit of Eurocentrism in this sense. And this belief presupposes that certain values particular to that culture, to wit, its self-critical faculties, should be not only defended but indeed propagated, and that by definition they cannot be propagated through violence. In other words, universalism brings about its own paralysis if it does not see itself as being universal in just the sense of being suitable for propagation. This discussion is no mere juggling of concepts. Europe is now under pressure from the barbarity of totalitarianism, which feeds on the West's hesitations regarding its own cultural identity and its lack of will to insist upon its universality. And yet acknowledging the universality of the European tradition does not by any means entail believing in an ideal world of uniformity, where we all share the same tastes, the same beliefs, customs, and even language. On the contrary, what is wanted is a selective propagation, as it were, of the values which I have stressed and which have been the source of all of Europe's greatness. Of course this is easy to say. Cultural influences act according to their own principles of selection, which are almost impossible to control. The first thing the rest of the world expects from European culture is military technology, civic freedoms, democratic institutions, and intellectual standards come last. Western technological expansion entails the destruction of dozens of small cultural units and languages, a process which really gives no cause for rejoicing. There is nothing uplifting in the fact that a great family of Indo-European languages, the Celtic branch, is dying out before our very eyes, despite all efforts to halt the process of its extinction. The great old cultures are, of course, resisting, but we cannot predict the extent of their transformation after only a few dozen years of Western influence. Even the languages of old cultures, such as Hindi or Arabic, are giving way to European languages in the teaching of modern science, not, of course, because they are intrinsically incapable of keeping pace with scientific developments, but because they have been outdistanced by the competition. A sorry spectacle, and one we can do almost nothing about. If our destiny were to annihilate cultural variety in the world in the name of a planetary civilization, it could probably be accomplished only at the price of so radical a break in the continuity of tradition that human civilization as a whole, not merely particular civilizations, would be in danger of extinction. Consider the following quotation. Our own descendants are not going to be just Western, like ourselves. They are going to be heirs of Confucius and Lao Tse as well as Socrates, Plato and Plotinus, heirs of Gautama Buddha as well as Deuterio Isaiah and Jesus Christ, heirs of Zarathustra and Muhammad as well as Elijah and Elisha and Peter and Paul, heirs of Shankara and Ramanuja as well as Clement and Origens, heirs of the Cappadocian Fathers of the Orthodox Church as well as our African Augustine and our Umbrian Benedict, heirs of Ibn Khaldun as well as Bossuet, and heirs, if still wallowing in the Sorbonian bog of politics, of Lenin and Gandhi and Sun Yat-sen as well as Cromwell and George Washington and Mazzini. This optimistic prophecy was written in 1947, and its author is Arnold Toynbee. It expresses the ideal of a world made radically uniform, and it gives rise to grave doubts, even if we agree with Toynbee's criticism of Spengler's speculations about historical cycles. For what, in fact, would it mean for us to be heirs of all the prophets, philosophers, and statesmen listed here? In a trivial sense we are already the heirs of all these men, in that we live in a world they all help to shape, but Toynbee clearly has in mind a heritage in a stronger sense, a positive continuity of ideas. But in order that our descendants may be heirs in this sense, we must admit that everything that makes the values and ideals of these people incompatible today will lose its significance, and then, far from having them all as our spiritual ancestors, we shall have no one at all. The difference between Catholics and Protestants could conceivably vanish, but then Bossuet and Cromwell will not so much become synthesized by our descendants as vanish altogether, losing what was specific and essential to each, and heritage will have no discernible meaning. It is, similarly, difficult to imagine how someone who values spiritual liberty might one day consider himself the heir of Lenin or Mohammed. We can imagine the question of liberty losing all significance in some future society that is perfectly totalitarian and accepted as such by its members, but in that case our descendants will indeed be the heirs of Lenin, but not of George Washington. In short, to imagine our grandchildren combining all these conflicting traditions into one harmonious whole, being at once theists, pantheists, and atheists, advocates of liberalism and of totalitarianism, enthusiasts of violence and enemies of violence, is to imagine them inhabiting a world lying not only far beyond the scope of our imagination and prophetic gifts but also beyond the possibility of any kind of tradition whatsoever, which means that they will be barbarians in the strictest sense. Again, it is not a question of wordplay or conceptual juggling. We are all well aware that powerful cultural forces are indeed pushing us towards unity, a barbarian unity built on the loss, the forgetting of tradition. One such force is the barbarity of totalitarianism of the Soviet type, which attempts, with a considerable measure of success, to harness all spiritual forces to the service of the state, to nationalize everything, including the human individual, historical memory, moral consciousness, intellectual curiosity, science, and art. It also manipulates tradition, deforming it, ceaselessly mutilating and falsifying it according to the needs of the state. Another such force, of European provenance, is the spirit of technology. Born of the extraordinary successes of science, including its struggle against misery, sickness, and suffering, and rightly proud of its spectacular achievements, it has led us to doubt the value and the validity of any traditions that do not contribute to the progress of science and technology. The gradual reduction of the place and importance accorded to classical languages and historical disciplines as they are taught at secondary school level throughout the world bears witness to its destructive influence. Needless to say, these forces do not act without encountering resistance. Indeed, recent years have seen a certain resurgence of this resistance, as they have seen a partial renaissance of religious tradition, even if this renaissance has, at times, taken some grotesque and macabre forms. There is no reason to think that these are mortal threats, or that our civilization is stricken with an incurable disease. Despite the defeats it has suffered, despite the mass of indigenous barbarity against which it has had to struggle and must continue to struggle, our civilization has not lost its momentum. The very fact that so many of its major ideas have been verbally assimilated throughout the world, that its institutional forms have been imitated in name, that tyrannical regimes insist upon the use of European signs and phraseology, all this is not negligible. Even the most ludicrously inept attempts to assume a European guise, to parade decked out in Western clothes, are proof that if barbarity is far from being defeated, the shame of being a barbarian has spread considerably, and the barbarian who is ashamed of his barbarity is half defeated already, despite strong resistance from his other half. It is quite true that the threat hanging over Europe does not reside merely in her own enfeebled will to self-affirmation. Some barbaric aspects of Europe are indigenous. The sources of totalitarianism are largely European, and they may be traced, in their various forms, through the whole history of socialist utopias, nationalist ideologies, and theocratic tendencies. It turns out that Europe has not developed an immunity to its barbaric past, a past whose monstrous conquests we have seen with our own eyes, yet she has also shown herself capable of mobilizing powerful resources against it. If we try to trace the origins of this resistance to barbarity, both foreign and indigenous, and if what we have in mind is a search for the ultimate source of Europe, we shall get stuck. All the Greek, Roman, Judaic, Persian, and other influences which mingled to produce the civilization, not to speak of material, demographic, and climactic conditions, whose importance may only be guessed at, are obviously not amenable to presentation in the form of vectors, each with its respective calculable power. But if what we have in mind is a grasp of what constitutes the core of this spiritual region, and if we describe this core in the way I have suggested, as the spirit of uncertainty, incompleteness, and unstablished identity, we shall come to see more clearly how and why it is that Europe is Christian by birth. One might suspect it would be pretentious to call this suspicion a hypothesis that there is a necessary link, a vinculum substantial, uniting the doctrinal tradition of Western Christianity with the creative momentum that gave birth not only to Europe's scientific and technological achievements, but also to the idea of humanism as faith in the absolute value of the individual, and finally to that spirit of openness and capacity for self-questioning from which modern civilization sprang. Such a suggestion might seem paradoxical, if we consider some familiar facts, that so many of the social and intellectual triumphs of the West were won in the face of stiff opposition from the Church, that this opposition proved both lengthy and obdurate, and that it encompassed as well crucial points in the evolution of the sciences, the shaping of modern democratic ideas, institutions, and social legislation, many things without which Europe as we know her today would be unthinkable. The history of this opposition is not negligible. We cannot shrug it away as a series of insignificant accidents or consign it to oblivion as part of a distant and long-forgotten past. But this has no bearing on my question. Rather, what I want to ask is whether there are grounds for seeking Christian inspiration in the movement of the Enlightenment, which carved out its path largely in defiance of the Church and often in defiance of Christianity. I have in mind enlightenment in the broadest sense, in accordance with Kant's well-known description of it as man's emergence from an immaturity of which he himself is guilty, the totality of spiritual effort which urged forward the forces of secular reason and imagination, scientific curiosity, the passion to dominate matter, the courage to explore and the skill to analyze, the skeptical distrust of simple solutions, and the habit of questioning every solution obtained. Now it seems to me that one may view Christian religiosity, both in its doctrinal aspects and as regards its particular sensitivity, as the seminary of the European spirit, and that one may do so without minimizing the dramatic conflict between the Enlightenment and the Christian tradition or reducing it to a mere misunderstanding. The outline of my speculations is as follows. In the Christian faith, as in other great religions, an inevitable tension persists between the idea of a finite world through which the Creator is revealed, and the image of that same world as a negation of God, between a vision of nature as displaying the glory and goodness of God and one in which nature, through her corruption and her contingency, is seen as a source of evil, between the biblical cuncta vald bona and the earth as a place of exile or even, in the extreme version, almost as the fruit of God's sin. The Christian idea as it has been developed and expressed over the centuries has had to wage an unceasing battle with heretical tendencies which affirmed one of the elements of this tension while neglecting or forgetting about the other. Almost the entire history of heresies, viewed through the theological forms in which it was expressed, may be organized in this way, and the main problems in the history of dogmas and anti-dogmas will then appear as variations on the same theme: Christ's humanity as against his divinity, man's freedom as against grace and predestination, the visible church as against the invisible church, the law as against charity, the letter as against the spirit, knowledge as against faith, salvation through deeds as against salvation through faith, the state as against the church, the earth as against heaven, God the Creator as against God the Absolute. The balance maintained by these fatally ambiguous formulas could not but be continually disturbed, and what hung in this precarious, ever-swaying balance was not the condemnation of some heresy, nor prison, or the stake for some rebellious spirit, but indeed, at times, the fate of civilization. To succumb excessively to the Gnostic temptation of condemning the body and the physical world as the kingdom of the devil, or at least as a region from which nothing worthwhile could be born, is to declare one's indifference to, indeed to condemn, all that takes place within civilization. It is morally to cancel secular history and secular time. It is a temptation that has been very marked throughout the troubled history of Christianity, and one to which Kierkegaard gave eloquent expression. Yet to succumb entirely to the contrary, let us call it, for the sake of simplicity, the pantheist temptation to glorify the world as it is and refuse to acknowledge the inevitability, or even the reality, of evil, is also to kill or weaken the will that is needed to triumph over matter. On the one hand, then, there is the ascetic rejection of the world and its lures, on the other, its deification and the refusal to see evil in it. Christian thought oscillates ceaselessly between these two poles. The main current of Western Christianity has always been to persist in the search for ways to avoid this fatal choice, even though there is no lack of biblical passages one might cite to support either extreme. Europe has groped for and appears to have found, in Christian form, the measure it needed to develop its scientific and technical abilities, to persist in her wariness towards the physical world, not to the extent of condemning it as intrinsically evil in its entirety, but rather perceiving it as an adversary that should be dominated. The question arises whether the moral and metaphysical rejection of nature in Buddhist culture may not have been linked to that culture's relative technical stagnation, and whether an excessively far-reaching affirmation of nature did not go hand in hand with the feeble technological development in the Christian world of the East. These are, of course, no more than speculations, but they are difficult to avoid if one tries to understand the uniqueness of the extraordinary cultural flowering which took place in Europe. The dilemma may be extended to more limited questions, such as the affirmation and limitation of natural reason and the place of free will in salvation. One is tempted to see the whole struggle between humanism and the Reformation in terms of the conflict of these complementary principles, between which Christianity constantly strives to strike a stable balance that can never be achieved. This is not the place for a discussion of particular dogmas. I want only to express my suspicion that modern humanism, born of the Christian tradition and about to turn against it, seems to have reached the point of turning against the humanum itself. The humanism outlined in Pico della Mirandola's famous discourse on human dignity, a humanism defined by the idea of man's incompleteness, his inevitable state of hesitation, and the insecurity caused by his freedom of decision, is perfectly compatible with Christian teaching. A humanism that goes beyond this in allowing that man is free, not only in the sense that he can turn toward good or evil, but also in the sense that he can discover no rules of good and evil that he himself has not decreed, that no norms were given him either by God or by nature, and that it is man himself who possesses legitimate and unlimited power to shape these norms according to his will. Such a humanism is not compatible with any recognizable form of Christianity. There are grounds for supposing that in order to develop its potential, humanism had to take a non-Christian, even an anti-Christian, form, that if it had remained within the limits of tradition as defined by the Church and conformed to the spiritual tutelage of established theology, it would not have been capable of creating the climate of intellectual liberation in which Europe was formed. To suppose this is not to deny the Christian origins of humanism. It is possible to see, in the atheistic and violently anti-Christian humanism of the Enlightenment, an extreme form of Pelagianism, an extreme negation of original sin and an unqualified affirmation of the natural goodness of man. We may, in addition, suppose that this humanism, having obliterated all traces of its origins and done away with all limits to our freedom in establishing criteria of good and evil, has finally left us in the moral void that we are now so desperately trying to fill, that it has taken a stand against freedom and provided the pretexts for treating human beings like instruments to be manipulated. One might venture an analogous argument, on the same dangerously vast scale, regarding the increase of confidence in secular reason during Europe's formation. Skepticism, which of course drew on Greek sources, was also developed largely in a Christian context. The humanist quod nihil sitter marked the collapse of scholastic certainty. At the same time it was a dramatic expression of the meeting of reason, searching within itself for its foundations, with the mysteries of faith. But despite the importance of the skeptical themes developed by Charon, Pascal, Hude, and Bell within the Christian conceptual framework, it was the non-Christian form of skepticism, expressed in the epistemological nihilism of David Hume, that proved victorious and effective, and in this form it has survived, almost unaltered, until today. Yet again it seems to have reached an intellectual impasse. A Christian inspiration may also be seen at the roots of the ideas upon which modern democracy was founded. Locke's God, and the God of the American Declaration of Independence, were not merely rhetorical flourishes. The theory of the inalienable rights of man was developed from the Christian idea of a person as an inexchangeable value. Again, this theory was to establish itself despite resistance from the Church, and later, when its various imperatives proved less than perfectly compatible, and the idea of the state as the distributor of all material and spiritual goods took precedence over the idea of the inviolable rights of persons, it turned against itself. Thus the rights of man became the right of the state to possess man, and a foundation was laid for the idea of totalitarianism. Everywhere we find the same doubly self-destructive process. The Enlightenment emerges from a reconsidered Christian heritage. In order to take root, it must defeat the crystallized and ossified forms of that heritage. When it does begin to take root, in an ideological humanist or reactionary shape, that is, in the shape of the Reformation, it gradually drifts away from its origins to become non-Christian or anti-Christian. In its final form the Enlightenment turns against itself, humanism becomes a moral nihilism, doubt leads to epistemological nihilism, and the affirmation of the person undergoes a metamorphosis that transforms it into a totalitarian idea. The removal of the barriers erected by Christianity to protect itself against the Enlightenment, which was the fruit of its own development, brought the collapse of the barriers that protected the Enlightenment against its own degeneration, either into a deification of man and nature or into despair. It is only today that a spiritual movement on both sides is taking shape, Christianity and the Enlightenment, both gripped by a sentiment of helplessness and confusion, are beginning to question their own history and their own significance. From this doubt a vague and uncertain vision is emerging, a vision of new arrangements of which, as yet, we know nothing. But this double movement of self-questioning is itself a continuation of the very principle upon which Europe was founded. In this sense, therefore, Europe has remained true to herself in her state of uncertainty and disarray. If she survives the pressure of the barbarians, it will not be because of any ultimate solution she might one day discover, but rather thanks to a clear consciousness that such solutions do not exist anywhere, and that is a Christian consciousness. Christianity has neither found nor promised any lasting solution to man's temporal lot. It has thus provided us with a way out of the pessimism/optimism dilemma, if it is seen as a dilemma between belief in ultimate solutions and despair. The degeneration into despair is common among those who once believed in a perfect and ultimate solution and later lost that certainty. But it is the tradition of Christian teaching to shield us from both these perils, from the wild certainty of our infinite capacity for perfection on the one hand and from suicide on the other. The mainstream of Christianity has always been opposed to the spirit of millenarianism which swelled and proliferated along its outer edges and finally exploded, spectacularly, when it took an anti-Christian form. Christianity said, the philosopher's stone, the elixir of immortality, these are superstitions of alchemists, nor is there a recipe for a society without evil, without sin or conflict. Such ideals are the aberrations of a mind convinced of its omnipotence, they are the fruits of pride. But to admit all this is not to give way to despair. The choice between total perfection and total self-destruction is not ours, cares without end, incompleteness without end, these are our lot. Thus, in the doubt which Europe entertains about herself, European culture can find its spiritual equilibrium and the justification for its pretensions to universality. Chapter 3. The Intellectuals. The intellectuals, in God's menagerie, are they necessary? For what? Are they mediators or producers? If the latter, what do they produce? The word? It appears, however, that the word is just a tool of mediation. Are they, then, producers of tools of mediation? Since the earliest periods of the division of labor, mediators have probably been useful and necessary. They carried products from one location to another and in return had to be compensated. Thus they were tradesmen, the carriers of goods in a physical sense. Actually, they did not produce anything, but they were indispensable to the spatial distribution of products. It was nevertheless physical work, the transferal of material goods. In the history of trade economy, the division of labor continued to develop. The tradesman did not need to move about any longer, he simply organized business and thus worked with pencil and words. No longer did wealth require a physically visible form, and money separated more and more from material appearances. At one time it was cattle, then gold, then banknotes and bonds. Today our wealth consists mostly of electronic impulses in a bank computer, something invisible, almost abstract and incomprehensible. Electronic impulses may be purchased and sold, they may be traded on, or they may cause one to go bankrupt or become rich, all in the sphere of the immaterial. For centuries there has existed a comparatively numerous category of people who are no longer mediators in the old sense, but who deal with the substance of mediation itself, money, which is today an invisible substance. These people are bankers, usurers, and stockbrokers, and the medium of exchange has become a commodity itself. The same has happened to the word, that is, the medium for exchanging and mediating commodities of mind. Besides people who professionally transmitted information, doctrines, commands, traditions, and so forth, thus, besides teachers, prophets, scribes, priests, and messengers, there emerged a class of people early on who utilized the word as working material just as a banker used money. In their hands, the word became autonomous and ceased to be a mere medium of exchange, it was treated as a value by itself. Thereby the invisible substance of the word asserted itself as an independent area of reality, instead of being functionally related to the transmission of information, of truth or lie, of feelings or wishes. The sphere of power, which perhaps at first emerged from necessary military and organizational functions, had assumed independence even earlier. These three auxiliary tools of communication and organization established their own domain of existence and their own principles. Once they became autonomous, modern civil society was built on the three pillars of money, power, and the word. A process of self-enlargement and self-procreation advances continuously in all areas, and corresponding layers are engaged in processing the three invisible substances. Thus the money experts, the power holders, and the word architects are agents of this marvelous process of self-accumulation. Owing to them, money produces more money, power produces more power, and word produces more words. Naturally, the notion that this is in fact production was repeatedly attacked, mostly by unsuccessful back-to-nature ideologies, which appeared within the last 1.5 centuries as various anarchistic utopian ideas. Nothing, they said, is actually produced in the spheres of money, power, and words. The existence of these three entities is only apparent. In reality, they are nothing, and they cannot be more than instruments of communication. Their pseudo-independence serves to perpetuate the irrational privileges of unproductive and idle social classes. Money is necessary, if at all, to measure the relative worth of commodities and to facilitate exchange. Anything beyond that is usury. In addition, a healthy society does not need a government beyond organizational functions. As far as the intellectuals are concerned, what are they but intellectual profiteers, producers of hollow words, babblers, and parasites who continuously exploit their pretended superiority, which consists only in their skill in manipulating words to strengthen or improve their privileged status? The entire history of the anarchistic movement reflects a suspicion, even a hatred, of intellectuals. Numerous variants appear in the writings of Proudhon, Bakunin, Sarl, and Russian anarchists. The covert or even explicit presupposition of this aversion was the conviction that only production and whatever is necessary to it were important to human life, as if God had bestowed on man the ability to plow fields and build houses, and the remainder came from the devil. It is hardly necessary to mention that all these execrations and attacks on intellectuals originated with intellectuals. They have, of course, always been the ones to express all ideologies, including those against intellectuals. That is indeed an important part of their function. Therefore it is tempting to view the act of questioning the usefulness of intellectuals as a practical antinomy. One has to be an intellectual oneself in order to thunder convincingly against intellectuals. There is indeed no other profession with such an innate tendency to question continuously its own legitimacy and right of existence. We don't ask, why plumbers? Or why physicians? But the question, why intellectuals? Has been asked as long as the profession has existed. Certainly, at times we ask, why generals? Or why government? Why bankers? But these questions are not asked by generals, bankers, or government officials. The question, why intellectuals? However, is among the most common and most favorite pursuits of intellectuals themselves. Naturally, the question is often put within special communities. The philosophers ask, why philosophers? The poets, why poets? Even if they do find good or bad reasons to justify their existence, the frequency of such examination betrays either a bad conscience or, at least, a feeling that their legitimacy is never secure, or that the social or moral foundation of their work is not definite. And why? Why do intellectuals in particular feel compelled to defend their right to exist? The answer is not difficult and seems to be founded in the nature of language, hence, in human existence. Just as it was part of the nature of money that, once created, it would develop into a peculiar autonomous commodity and produce interest rates and usury, so the future autonomy of the word perhaps arose with its nature from the very beginning, assuring that it would exceed its function as an instrument of exchange and reach the level of an independent entity. Ever since objects, actions, and attributes were named by Adam, reality, which thus far had been perceptible without words, could not remain the same. The word does not operate just as a substitute for an object in certain circumstances. and it may not just represent or replace an object. The object itself is perceived necessarily through mediation of the word, that is, it is provided with meaning in the process of perception. Hence, not only is the word necessary to reproduce reality, it is reality's co-producer. The object is what it is only within an all-embracing linguistic network, only as its particle. The known world corresponds to this network, not on the basis of conventional symbolization, but in reciprocal determination, without either side taking precedence. One cannot decide whether the object or the word comes first without a vicious circle, since the object in the act of asking the question appears already supplied with meaning, it is already known and named. The world is not simply reproduced in language, it is appropriated only in the form of language. Yet, since language is productive, it does not simply encompass the world, it anticipates the possible and examines the unreal, even the impossible. It has future tense, interrogative forms, and modus aurelius at its disposal, in past tense as well as present, thus it tends to question everything, including itself. It is a peculiarity of language that it has become not only autonomous but, moreover, self-reflective. Money became autonomous, but it cannot call itself into question. The word, however, can do that. Therefore, the intellectuals, those masters, manipulators, and tamers of the word, are both producers of all possible worlds and all questioning, all doubting revolutionaries. Under various circumstances, both money and the word are able to steer the world off its tracks, but money, even though it is self-reproducing, is not self-related, and cannot take objection to itself. But since language embraces all, including language itself, its creative and destructive potential is infinite. Faciandi plures libros nullus est finus, Ecclesiasticus says, there is no end to the production of books. 1 In other words, the creative or, if one prefers, the destructive potential of the word, its ability to alter the perception of the world and thus the world itself, thereby creating new worlds, to consider the possible or even the impossible, and to question what is generally accepted, all that makes intellectuals a fatefully destabilizing element in society. In saying so, we already presuppose a certain notion of the intellectual that coincides, it appears, with a notion commonly held. Speaking of intellectuals as a class, we do not think of all those whose profession relates to the word, but of those in whose work the word becomes, as it were, creative. Thus, we do not consider those who simply convey the word as mediators, but those who use it to obtrude a particular world perception on others in order to create thereby a new world. A priest, who certainly works primarily with linguistic means, is not as such an intellectual. It is his task to preserve in ritual the holy word of religious tradition and transmit the inherited wisdom in sermons. Neither is a teacher as such an intellectual when he endeavors to convey the accumulated stock of knowledge and the technique of thinking to the young. Indeed, even scholars, linguists, historians, or archaeologists are not intellectuals as long as they attempt to remain true to the material found or discovered in order to describe it, and as long as they attempt to minimize their own intervention in the process. The intellectual, on the other hand, is not a researcher or discoverer in a strict sense. He lays claims beyond that. He uses the word to suggest his own world interpretation. He does not wish simply to transmit truth, but to create it. He is not a guardian of the word, but a word manufacturer. Thus, by definition, is he a liar? No, at least not necessarily. In lying, the word is used legitimately, so to speak. When we are lying, we remain within the borders of the factual. We simply reverse, hide, or disfigure facts as we know them. Lies are a normal component of human behavior in military, public, and private matters, and they do not require creative powers. Lying uses the word in its common basic function as a means of exchange, not as a creator of worlds. In lying we remain true to the nature of the word and to nature itself. It may be argued that lying is embodied in pre-human behavior. Mimicry, perhaps, may be seen as a lie of nature. Intellectuals are not liars, but seducers. Of course, a lie may occasionally aid in their work, but it is not absolutely necessary. Drawing on the resources of the word, they desire to obtrude or suggest a view of the world that facts alone, whether they are presented correctly or falsely, could never produce. A view of the world does not emerge from an accumulation of facts, it also requires words to interpret, judge, and order the facts. Thus, by attempting to uncover, that is, to produce, the meaning of facts, the intellectuals as philosophers, poets, writers of fiction, and political thinkers turn out to be ideologists. That is to say that they uphold an idea of the world as it ought to be, and from it they derive a picture of the world as it is, not in the sense that the existing and the desired converge, but rather in the sense that from a world desired or imagined they derive the rules for how the facts of the existing world must be interpreted, or what the facts are in their essence. But the intellectuals are masters and rulers of the word, and not its servants, at least in their own estimation. For that reason, they are destroyers of tradition, even if they attempt to preserve it with the best of intentions, because to defend tradition on one's own already means to question it. Plato wished to ban poets from the ideal state. He believed, rightly, that poets destroyed the legacy of morals through their manner of portraying the gods. But one may go further than that. Even those who venerate tradition are dangerous when they appear as intellectuals. Had Plato followed his argument, consequently, he would have recognized that he would fall victim to his own rules. The ideological state, that is, Plato's ideal republic as well as the modern totalitarian state, does not need intellectuals in the sense of people who independently question and take a position. It needs those who preserve the word of tradition, which provides legitimacy to established powers, without concessions. The intellectuals, on the other hand, always make themselves natural enemies of stability, either by relying on self-supported reason or by referring to other sources of wisdom independent of the ideological state, whether they are sophists in Socrates' Athens, early medieval dialecticians, or philosophers in the 18th century. All that is sufficiently obvious. Less obvious is the difficulty we encounter in distinguishing clearly between defenders and destroyers of established ideologies in the past and the present. Every established ideology occasionally has to make headway against unexpected circumstances and new dangers. When existing and proven means will not suffice any longer, it takes people with a more imaginative faculty than the common ideological warrior has available to forge new intellectual weapons. It takes intellectuals. They usually attempt to beat the enemy with his own weapons and appropriate to themselves various components of his doctrine in order to render it innocuous within the transmitted ideology. The independent force of the word, however, carries them almost inevitably further than the defense requires, and, for all their good intentions, they become destroyers of what they were determined to defend. Indeed, they are often unable to avoid that in order to succeed. Who was a more loyal guardian of church doctrine than Thomas Aquinas in attacking the Averroists' demands for the full autonomy of secular reason? But in attacking them, he defined specific rules for how secular reason should be separated from faith and established the boundaries of its relative autonomy. With this clear distinction, he exposed church doctrine to the same danger against which he had sought to defend it. From his adversaries he adopted the conceptually identifiable category, which then solidified its rights against church and Thomism. Or at the opposite pole within Christianity, who was a more irreconcilable enemy of secular reason, dialectics, and philosophy than Calvin? But by pitting his profound biblical conservatism against the haughtiness of scholasticism, he destroyed trust in the continuity of the Church as a source of interpretation of the doctrine. For the task of interpretation, he left to future generations only the very secular reason he so vigorously had condemned. In spite of his intentions, he thus created an intellectual environment that soon nurtured the advocates of natural religion and the deists. Descartes, with his irrefutable proofs of God's existence, contributed decisively to the development of European atheism, and the profoundly pious Pierre Bell became the teacher par excellence of all skeptics of the Enlightenment. We do know, indeed, that the boundaries between great teachers and great heretics, in general, are never quite certain. If someone finally falls within one or the other category, it is mostly due to accidental circumstances. Or to take a contemporary example, who was a more loyal bedfellow of communism than George Lukács. And yet, despite his efforts and devoutness, all through his life he never managed to get on with the party and repeatedly was stigmatized, with most diverse labels, as a renegade. His intellectual mind was not satisfied with being faithful, he aspired to improve communist doctrine and to defend it even more forcefully than the party chiefs, which led him to various errors. Even though intellectuals are responsible to a large extent for the spread and consolidation of the communist world, it is generally plausible to think that they were contributing enormously to its decline as well. Sooner or later, obedience proved to be unbearable and irreconcilable with intellectual claims, and those among the intellectuals who did not completely renounce obedience and attack the doctrine from the outside, but rather attempted to improve it from the inside, were especially destructive. Today, when there are hardly any communist intellectuals left, and most of the doctrinal work rests in the trusted hands of obtuse party officials, the case of communism seems to be more secure, no more trouble with this pretentious and eternally dissatisfied species. But that is only half the truth. Ideological security is important, but so is the ability to react to new ideological circumstances, and relinquishing this ability is the price one has to pay for comfortable safety. Thus, the fact that communism as an intellectual movement and, generally speaking, as an intellectual matter is as good as finished may be advantageous for the time being to the cause of communism on one hand. On the other hand, however, it must be considered as sign of its downfall. To have intellectuals within the pale of an ideological institution certainly causes endless vexation. At the same time, however, it shows that the institution is still alive and willing, to a certain degree, to confront new intellectual situations. In this sense it is possible to say that Christianity is steadily alive, communism, however, is not. The question of the so-called responsibility of the intellectual has been discussed for decades. For obvious reasons such debates are generally fruitless. Why should intellectuals be specifically responsible, and differently responsible than other people, and for what? Their superiority, one may think, consists in a skill in using words, and if it is right to label them as seducers, they are able to seduce to either good or evil, of course. But as far as the distinction between good and evil is concerned, be it in moral or political matters, are they necessarily more reliable? Are they less fallible guides than other people? Hardly. People who know somewhat more than most about the precariousness of all our judgments, who know better the history of many deceitful hopes and the failures of many excellent and well-intended ideas, and who generally are aware of the ambiguities of the human fate, ought to be more reasonable, one would say, in their political decisions and choices. As we all know, this is not always the case. The long history of terrible errors that so many intellectuals in our century have committed in their political choices and of their noisy identification with the most cruel tyrannies is well known and has been described repeatedly. It probably has contributed to the significant decline of their authority as leaders in political matters. To talk about responsibility in the abstract is simple and unproductive, and in all specific discussions, the intellectuals are hardly less divided, and not necessarily for any better reasons, than everybody else. When they take up the subject, they usually do not have in mind responsibility in general, that is, the simple need to take sides in political or moral conflicts. Rather, it is a question of supporting a certain matter that somebody is backing at the time. A mere feeling of responsibility is a formal virtue that by itself does not result in a specific obligation. It is possible to feel responsible for a good cause as well as for an evil one. It is certainly true that nobody in our world may declare himself to be unpolitical with good conscience, but from that it does not follow that one is obliged to identify oneself with an existing movement, ideology, or party. In the case of the intellectuals, the only specific matter they are professionally responsible for is the good use, that is, the upright and least misleading use of the word. It is less a matter of truth than of the spirit of truth, since nobody can promise that he will never be mistaken, but it is possible to preserve the spirit of truth, which means never to abandon a vigilant mistrust of one's own words and identifications, to know how to retract one's own errors, and to be capable of self-correction. That is humanly possible, and one should expect it from intellectuals since, for obvious reasons, the common human qualities of vanity and greed for power among intellectuals may have particularly harmful and dangerous results. If this sounds like trite nagging, so be it. One should consider, however, that no profession creates a better opportunity for neurosis, that is, no other profession by its nature creates so many colliding pretensions. Intellectuals often aspire to be prophets and heralds of reason simultaneously, but those roles are of course incompatible. Occasionally boasting of it, they want to be intellectually independent, yet because of this, they experience a need for identification more than other people, and the very matter they boast of generates in them an embarrassing feeling of inferiority. Often they experience their freedom and independence as a desert, rendering them useless and isolated. But the tension between intellectual independence and total identification can never be resolved, except when the independence is given up. The need for identification may result in an almost unbelievable loss of critical reasoning, as has been confirmed by all the well-known intellectuals who identified themselves with Stalinism, Nazism, Maoism, and various fanatic sects. Occasionally, when hatred of their own milieu, which makes them outsiders, becomes all-consuming, the result is something of a hysteric blindness of reality, so to say, as once could be observed in Sartre, and is today in Chomsky. One would expect all intellectuals to be interested in freedom of speech for immediate professional reasons, if not matters of principle. Most often that is indeed the case. On the other hand, they desire something else, too. They want to be heard. But the only sure way to be heard is to enjoy a word monopoly. The intellectuals cannot create such a monopoly themselves, it can only be granted to them by a despotic power for the price of being enslaved. There are reasons to believe that the intellectuals in the first phase after the Russian Revolution contributed to their own subsequent destruction when various groups attempted to secure privileges or even a monopoly from the rulers. Elements of this tragic history of self-destruction can be found in the memoirs of Nadezhda Mandelstam, which for various reasons ought to be obligatory reading for intellectuals. In addition, freedom of the word is by no means universally accepted as a matter of course. It is remarkable that Heidegger, in an interview posthumously published by Der Spiegel, still confirmed his criticism of academic freedom, which originated during Nazi times. It was, he said, merely a negative freedom. Marcuse's fierce attacks against the idea and the practice of tolerance also come to mind. Such cases are the result of dreams of gaining for oneself a monopoly on words, guaranteed by governmental powers. This is of course expressed as the claim to a monopoly for truth. Nobody may doubt that the authors of such claims themselves are the exclusive owners of truth. Perhaps some among those intellectuals would be willing, and this is only a suspicion, to accept employment as privileged court philosophers to enlightened despots. Oddly enough, though, there are no enlightened despots in our century and no absolute rulers, as in the 16th and 17th centuries, who support intellectuals for the price of a flattering dedication or some occasional encomia, but otherwise leave them the freedom of creation. Today's despots need intellectuals inasmuch as they are no longer intellectuals, that is, inasmuch as they can be bought as slaves and devote all their work to their masters. In the century of totalitarianism, the time of enlightened autocrats has passed. Even more interesting is the cult of power as such, which runs through intellectual history in covered or, at times, articulated form. Nietzsche, who already half insane and at the brink of final intellectual deterioration at Turin voiced his violent attack against Christianity, is of course a paradigm. He, the sad prophet of health and vigor, was a genius of seduction, no doubt, but he was also a model to those who were never satisfied with their role as powerless word producers. But are we talking about matters that actually belong to the past? To some extent, perhaps. After so many horrible mistakes and such spectacular discrediting of their predecessors, the intellectuals are on the whole probably more careful in their political commitments. Compared to the once enormous vogue of Stalinism, the attraction of Maoism, for instance, a period that has fortunately passed as well, proved to be much weaker. even at the peak of its popularity. There is much less willingness to offer unconditional support to existing ideologies, and more inclination to keep a distance from political matters, with a consequent tendency to withdraw into more secure and specialized areas. As a result, we probably now have fewer influential lunatics and swindlers, but also fewer intellectual teachers. Nevertheless, the circumstances that create an incurable uneasiness for intellectuals and nurture their contradictory feelings are omnipresent. On the one hand, there is contempt for ordinary people, on the other hand, there is a desire for solidarity with the oppressed and poor, which often results in a purely cerebral identification with ideologies that have made themselves champions of the demands of the masses. The contempt for ordinary people to a large degree was part of anti-Americanism among European intellectuals, to which the German war emigrants to the United States had contributed. This tendency was expressed frequently by the Frankfurt School. One could almost feel the envy, mixed with abhorrence, of the American culture of the middle classes, people who had proven to be so tremendously successful in technological achievements as well as in shaping democratic institutions, and who read no Kant, did not listen to Bach, and moreover did not confer on intellectuals a superhuman status of honor, but treated them at best as ordinary workers or, at worst, as useless loafers, even parasites. A never-ending inner struggle takes place in the souls of intellectuals. They are torn between a feeling of their superiority, their special mission, and a secret envy of humans whose work bears visible and verifiable results. Writing about the superiority of criticism compared to literature, Oscar Wilde argued that it is generally easier to make something than to talk about it. It is easier to make a bed than to describe the process of doing it. Micheois, on the other hand, wrote that it is more difficult to live well through one day than to write a long book. Well, I don't know if Oscar Wilde ever attempted to make a bed, but Micheois' remark appears to be inhumanly exaggerated. Nevertheless, intellectuals perhaps have the right to feel insecure about their status and the value of their work. What tangible results does the work of an intellectual yield? There are, of course, several examples of intellectuals who exerted an enormous influence on their eras and thus on the entire course of world history. But we note that, first, such examples only represent the tip of the iceberg, the small number of the relatively large population of intellectuals. Second, a long time must usually pass before such influence is measurable, and third, this is the most embarrassing aspect, the real results are forever contestable and uncertain. If we look back to the 16th century, the era in which the class of independent word workers emerged, we may notice several types who reappear in subsequent history: withdrawn scholars, militant freethinkers, militant defenders of the establishment, skeptics, failed politicians, curious seekers of novelties, and polyhistorians. The original model of an intellectual in modern history certainly was Erasmus of Rotterdam, a peace-loving incendiary, philologist, and moralist, often vacillating, deeply engaged in the major conflicts of his time, but also withdrawn and careful, unwilling to go to extremes, one of the greatest promoters of the reform movement in religious life, yet one who never joined the Reformation, a gentle warrior, scholar, and satirist. Even today, his historic role as a whole is controversial. Was he ultimately a restorer or destroyer of Christianity? Too many more or less arbitrary criteria must be considered to answer such questions unequivocally. Similar questions may be asked about almost all great intellectuals who have contributed to Europe's intellectual and political history, also without reaching definite answers. Tensions between a typical intellectual like Melanchthon and a popular tribune like Luther could hardly be avoided, and if intellectuals attempted to be popular leaders or professional politicians themselves, the results were usually far from encouraging. The marketplace of words with all its dangers is, in the end, a more appropriate place for them than a king's court. Chapter 4. Why do we need Kant? My subject could also be called, Why do we need Kant in the struggle against slavery, or even against the jargon of the concrete human being? I am not a Kant expert and no Kantian, but, I should say, a Kant sympathizer, especially where conflicts between Kantian and so-called historicist thinking are concerned, both in epistemology and in ethics. I do not claim to offer a special and original interpretation of Kant in any respect. My question is Kant's philosophical anthropology significant to the main questions and fears of our times? Is it indispensable to continue from there when we set out to examine the tensions of our civilization? It is not a question of Kant's political or social opinions. That he was a radical Democrat, that he perhaps as Forlander and other social democratic Kantians have argued in some points anticipated socialist thought, how he reacted to the French Revolution, whether he was really a philosophical Robespierre, all that is immaterial to the present context. Naturally, Kant's political attitudes are interesting to historians, but it is obvious that we cannot expect from them answers to specific challenges of the present. Rather, we should keep to what was fundamental in Kant's theories of knowledge and ethics, and what has made his criticism into an event of radical change in the history of European culture. We should ask whether there are incipient traces and guideposts, from which we certainly should not expect to derive conclusive answers directly, but which may hold good as necessary conditions for the survival of our culture. My answer is yes, and I like to defend it. Kant's teachings of the conditions of theoretical and practical knowledge are really transcendental, not anthropological. That is, all forms and categories that we apply to perceive and hence also to shape objects are not to be defined as characteristics of human psychology or as fortuitous peculiarities of our zoological species, but as the necessary condition of all possible experience. Thus they are valid for all beings endowed with reason, since they identify reason as such, not in a particular species. The same holds in the area of practical reason. Moral principles, even if formulated abstractly, they define only the necessary formal requirements of any norm, apply to all beings provided with free will. This means mankind is not an object born or given by nature, and being human is not a zoological but a moral concept. The advocates of ethical socialism, among others, have emphasized that repeatedly. Being human is not determined by specific characteristics that distinguish our species from others, but by participation both in the area of rational necessities, which are expressed epistemologically in synthetic a priori judgments, and in the sphere of moral imperatives, which cannot be deduced empirically. From there it follows that one must not derive standards for what people ought to be doing from what they actually are doing. If this tenet is so generally formulated, Kant naturally shares it with the tradition of both positivism and radical empiricism, but the substantiation of the tenet as well as its sense and its results differ significantly from each other in both cases. Kant's point is not that one may not deduce value judgments from descriptive ones, and that therefore the whole sphere of values and moral norms is left to arbitrary decisions of each individual, because as empiricists argued in the realm of purposes and duties, there is no objective validity. On the contrary, the question is, if observation of human action may not result in distinction of good and evil, and no rules of moral obligation may be derived from it, how, then, can such distinctions and rules as norms that are unconditionally binding and independent of simple experience be found and detected in the autonomous sphere of practical reason? Did Kant succeed in discovering this area of the morally obligatory? Is it actually possible to lay claim to such discovery without relying on sources of religious certitude? Here I have to leave aside the last question, as important as it may be. I am concerned with a question that is logically independent. Can our civilization actually survive without the belief that the distinction between good and evil, between the prohibited and the mandatory, does not depend on our respective decisions and thus that it does not coincide with the distinction between the advantageous and the disadvantageous? Since something that may be beneficial to one human being or group may obviously be unfavorable to others, in short, since there is after all no concept of what is advantageous or disadvantageous tout court, the notion that moral precepts coincide with utilitarian criteria evidently amounts to nothing but the tenet that moral precepts do not exist. Kant knew that, of course, thus by turning against the popular utilitarianism of the Enlightenment, he also knew exactly that what was at stake was not of any particular moral code, but rather a question of the existence or non-existence of the distinction between good and evil and, consequently, A question of the fate of mankind. Kant has frequently been accused of being a naive preacher who was a stranger to the realities of life, and who expected that people would do good purely from their sense of duty, not from any other motives. Nothing was further from his mind. On the contrary, the naivete in the judgment of real human motivations and behavior occurred on the side of the optimistic utilitarians of the Enlightenment, who believed certainly not without exceptions that the natural instincts of solidarity and friendship would return after faulty political institutions and religious superstition had been abolished, and humanity would be blessed with lasting harmony and conflict-free order. Kant did not believe that. The professor at the boring provincial city had a better understanding of human nature than the intellectual dandies of Paris. He did not expect that the actual behavior of mankind could meet the imperatives his moral theory had established. His theory of radical evil, which was clearly directed at utopian thinking, was not an accidental addition to his anthropology, it was related to his doctrine of free will. Freedom faithfully does include not only the capacity of doing evil, it implies that evil cannot be eradicated. Thus, in Grundlegung zur Metaphysik der Sitten he wrote, "Even if there never were actions springing from such pure sources, our concern is not whether this or that was done, but that reason of itself and independently of all appearances commands what ought to be done. Our concern is with actions of which perhaps the world has never had an example, with actions whose feasibility might be seriously doubted by those who base everything on experience, and yet with actions inexorably commanded by reason. From an empirical point of view, the questions of the validity of value judgments and the criteria of good and evil are naturally meaningless. Experience does not know good and evil, unless we substitute such terms for psychological or social facts. It is much worse, however, if we contend that both distinctions as well as the norms of moral obligation may indeed be determined to be valid or invalid on the basis of what we can ascertain by investigating either our biological mechanisms or historic processes. To say it more plainly, in the first case, this contention means that we do not simply follow our natural inclinations but that we are justified by following them. In the second case, it means that everything that has proven to be historically successful is automatically morally justified. The followers of Neo-Kantianism have repeatedly called attention to the absurdity of the latter idea, which is especially popular among Marxists. It is less a question of the so-called naturalistic fallacy, whose logical insufficiency always has been stressed by empiricist philosophy, than a matter of its cultural significance. If one adopts the pseudo-Hegelian perspective, it becomes apparent that only one guidepost is available for our conduct: we shall participate in what is successful or what promises to have success. I call it pseudo-Hegelian since Hegel's retrospective orientation prohibited him from extending historically determined value judgments to the future and thus sanctifying something that perhaps promises success in the future. With their futuristic attitude, the young Hegelians, Marx among them, have disposed of the safeguard and so authorized us to trace tendencies in the process of history that have a good chance for victory, and to join their cause for that reason. This is crucial for civilization. If we do indeed renounce the notion of a ready-made distinction between good and evil, one that is independent of our own decision, then no moral boundary prevents us from engaging in any action for no better reason than that it promotes the success of a tendency which, by definition, will be legitimate if it succeeds, even if it carries the name of Hitler or Stalin. To respond by saying that people have historically failed to provide many impressive examples of action that conform to the Decalogue would be to commit exactly the fallacy Kant has pointed out. It is not only a logical fallacy, but also an anthropological one. Anthropologically, there is an immense difference between a society in which traditional criteria of good and evil remain valid, no matter how often they have been violated, and one in which these criteria have been abrogated and have fallen into oblivion. Kant's assertion that rules of moral obligation cannot be derived from what we are actually doing and that it is extremely important to be aware of these rules even if we often violate them remains a prerequisite of any society not destined to fall into ruin. The belief that good and evil are not determined in the context by historic accidents but precede all contingent facts is a precondition of any living culture. This point of Kant's philosophical heritage is so important both because he knew how to construe it so clearly and forcefully and because he proved that it can maintain validity only by its link to a principle he shared with Hume, namely, that moral obligation can never be rationally derived from the facts of experience. To search for criteria of moral obligation that are produced by or remain hidden in a factual historical process is never a means of identifying such criteria in unqualified form. But to criticize empiricism because it does not permit one to gather such criteria from historic experience and thus leaves undecided the matter of good and evil is not only to criticize the best and the most irresistible of empiricism, it is also morally bad criticism. Since it is impossible to discover what is unconditionally obligatory in what is historically conditional, any attempt to ascertain the good and the right in philosophical speculation on history is not only a logical failure but morally hypocritical as well. These are attempts to legitimize moral opportunism. They are a trait steadfastly common among Marxists. The intention is to justify anything that is politically profitable at a given moment and to maintain at the same time that it is moral in itself, not simply through an arbitrary decision. It amounts to recasting opportunism into iron moral law. In short, without the belief that the distinction between good and evil depends neither on the arbitrary decision of the individual nor on the political conditions of the moment, and that this distinction cannot be traced back to the distinction between the helpful and the harmful, our civilization will be lost. And Kant made the most important and forceful attempt to substantiate the irreducibility of this distinction as a matter of reason, not as a matter of revelation. All this applies, however, only to the general framework of Kant's moral philosophy, the simple fact of the distinctions between the is and the ought to and between good and evil. But since this distinction is rooted in the empirically unprovable free will of the rational being and is thus obligatory to all, Kant came to the natural conclusion that all human beings as morally acting individuals and as objects of moral judgment are in the same position regarding all more specific rules. This means that their reciprocal duties and rights are identical inasmuch as they are human beings. I am touching upon the key question of the significance today of the Kantian heritage, the question of the so-called abstract human being, against which the jargon of historicism, conservative as well as revolutionary, tends to set the concrete human being. And it is my cause to defend Kant's heritage against the jargon of the concrete human being. Kant indeed believed in the essential equality of human beings with respect to their dignity as free beings endowed with reason. In this point, he certainly continued the 17th-century doctrine of natural law. He was an heir of Pufendorf and Grotius even if he based his doctrine on different anthropological presuppositions. He believed, therefore, that all norms, as far as they are moral, must be applied unconditionally to each individual and that there are claims which every human being may make, since all people should be considered as ends in themselves, not as means for other people. It is exactly this point of Kant's doctrine and of the entire doctrine of natural right as well that has been attacked since the beginning of the 19th century. Man as such does not exist is the usual phrase, there are only the concrete human beings. Yet what does that mean, the concrete human being? De Maistre is credited with the famous remark that he had seen Frenchmen, Germans, and Russians, but never a man. We may ask, has he really ever seen a Frenchman, German, or Russian? No, he could see only Mr. Dupont, Mr. Muller, and Mr. Ivanov, never anyone who was nothing but a Frenchman, a German, or a Russian. For all that, his remark reveals the point in question. The so-called concrete human being is not a concrete human being, that is, he is not an individual. He is a being determined by his nationality, contrasted with the human being as such, that is, with the human being who is equal in his dignity to all others. Based on general human nature, the doctrine of natural right, Kant's included, asserts that each human being is entitled to fundamental rights. Kant's insistence on considering people as ends in themselves, and thus on considering each person separately, postulates that no human being may be the property of another and that slavery contradicts the concept of being human. If we deny, however, the presence of common humanity in the name of the concrete human being, we thereby also deny the single foundation of the principle of human rights. This principle is valid only under the precondition that rights exist to which every individual may lay claim simply by being human, under the precondition of everyone's equal participation in human nature or, in other words, on the basis of the abstract human being. The concrete human being, on the other hand, as the word is commonly used, is concrete only in the sense that he is determined, not by his human nature, but by a more specific category. From this point of view, it does not matter how we choose this more specific category. It may be a race, a class, or a nation. In any case, the ideological intention, on which the jargon of the concrete human being is based, is to weaken or even to invalidate the general principle of human rights and to permit some sections of humanity to deem others as natural objects. And this means, in fact, though not necessarily in ideological declarations, to legitimize slavery. In this context, the so-called French New Right presents an interesting example. The movement should be taken seriously, I believe. It is distinguished by a certain openness, resolution, and willingness to speak out without excuses. These people are often denounced as racists, even Nazis. Their answer is, we have never justified any theory that speaks of higher or lower races, of anti-Semitism, or of race hatred. It is true that they have not disseminated such doctrines. They do not seem to have taken their inspiration from Nazism, rather, they present a continuation of the old anti-Enlightenment tradition, which originated with de Bonald, de Maistre, Savigny, and was later found in Nietzsche and finally in Searle. Their ideology expresses a reaction against the abstract human being in the name of historically determined man. A volume of their journal Elements of January/March 1981 is devoted entirely to the struggle against the theory of human rights. It is entitled Droitstelhomme, l'Epoche. They do not claim that there are better races, master nations, and so on. First, they state that the theory of human rights, however it is defined in modern philosophy, is of Judeo-Christian and biblical origin, which is true. Then they claim that this theory may not be derived from historical material, and that humanity represents an entity only as a biological concept. Otherwise, in a cultural sense, humanity does not actually exist. Various organic crystallizations of cultures have produced their own norms and value systems. In contrast, the theory of human rights expresses cultural imperialism, which endeavors to force our specific Judeo-Christian doctrine upon other civilizations and thus attempts to destroy any diversity. The ideologists of the New Right are heathens and represent themselves as such. They wish to return to a pre-biblical, supposedly Greek, conception of humanity and to adopt actual, historically grown cultures as the basis of any possible anthropology. It is certainly true, and both Kant and the new Kantians were fully aware of this, that the concept of humanity in a cultural sense is not based on any empirical description. It can be derived legitimately from neither anthropological nor historical research. It must be substantiated morally. Whether such substantiation is conceivable through postulating absolutely autonomous principles of practical reason and hence without reliance on religious tradition is, I repeat, another question. In both cases one must admit, however, that the concept of humanity in a cultural sense, a concept presupposed in every recognition of human rights, may be constructed morally, but not empirically or historically. Disposing of such a concept, and consequently the principle of universal human rights, creates the prerequisites for legitimizing slavery and genocide, of course without necessarily encouraging them in one or the other case. It suffices that people living in a particular civilization may consider the members of another civilization as natural objects. In order to eat shrimp or apples, for instance, we do not need a special theory to convince us of their inferiority in comparison to human beings. They are natural objects, and that will do for us. The same result may be obtained with human beings, regardless of whether other parts of our species are defined biologically in the category of race or historically, through association with a nation or culture, if only the despised abstract human being is forgotten. The same holds true for the description of concreteness in class categories. The jargon of the concrete human being appears frequently in some variants of Marxist ideology. Marx's heritage in this point, as is well known, is ambiguous, as it is in many others. Marx believed, on the one hand, that people in communism would return to their true individuality, of which the capitalist commodity economy had robbed them, once they were freed of the necessity of selling themselves as a labor force. On the other hand, he expected this individual of the future to identify completely and spontaneously with the society, and that social techniques would exist to establish this identification, namely, abolition of private property and centralization of production processes in the hands of the state. From this perspective, the matter of so-called negative freedom, as it had been proclaimed by the French Revolution, seemed meaningless to him, since it assumed conflicts of interest among individuals and thus specifically exhibited conditions of bourgeois society. In contrast, in Marx's imagined society of the future, the interests and aspirations of the individual are by no means limited by the needs of others but are supported thereby. From the very beginning, not just after the political victory of slightly altered Marxism as the official ideology of the police state, this notion was denounced, especially by anarchists, as the anticipation of state slavery and, I believe, deservedly so. Overall nationalization means the nationalization of people. The Marxist doctrine contained no secure barrier, in the form of recognition of inalienable rights of the individual, against state ownership of people, because bourgeois society was divided into hostile classes. Recognition of universal rights, it appeared, would breach the principle of class struggle, whereas in the perfect community the individual would be able to identify freely and without coercion with the totality. Social democratic neo-Kantians, like Cohen and Forlander, have realized that Kant's principle, they asked, according to which the human beings ought to be regarded as ends in themselves and never as a means, that is, each one as an individual, not as a member of a nation, class, race, state, or civilization, did it not concur with the central ideal of socialism, since this idea aims at liberating people from the conditions in which they function as objects or commodities, not as moral individuals. Thus, the socialist idea can only be viable inasmuch as it adopts Kant's tenet. Marx's philosophy of history does not itself, to be sure, provide us with this principle, but it may be compatible with Kant's moral philosophy without contradiction, if it were to renounce hopeless and morally dangerous claims of having conquered the dichotomy of facts and values, of historic realities and normative ideals. Such an endeavor became the laughing-stock of the orthodox, who believed that the socialist idea did not need an ethical foundation either because it represented only a value-free analysis of historic development, or because no ethic exists or ever could exist apart from the techniques of class struggle. The significance of this confrontation manifests itself even more today than it did then. Kant's ridiculed abstract human being, who ought to be considered as end in himself, is each one of us, whose freedom, life, civil rights, and rights of self-determination are threatened by the expansion of totalitarianism. It is of course possible to say that one should not interpret Kant's principles in such a utopian and far-reaching manner, as if it were possible to replace the so-called thing-like interrelations between human beings with purely personal ones. Surely, there are areas of existence in which people interact as representatives of institutions and not as persons. Bureaucratic and technical levels of communication do exist in life, and it would be naive to believe that they could be eliminated. Neither can we gather from our principle, in Kant's sense, clear indications of whether or to what degree it is applicable to struggles, conflicts, and wars. But even if we reduce the principle to its minimal content, it signifies that no human being may be the property of another, thus it prohibits any form of slavery. In the old days of slavery, some people were subject to being bought and sold, just like any other commodity. In a market economy, the neo-Kantian socialists argued, human beings continue to appear as commodities, even though they are personally free, they are forced to sell their work, their personal strengths and talents, in the marketplace. But one must add that to replace these conditions with those under which people become the property of the state, and that is the principal idea of communism, means to replace something very imperfect with something infinitely worse. State slavery, the inevitable result of total nationalization, theoretically has no boundaries once the principle of the unexchangeable value of the individual is surrendered. Without it, the socialist idea unavoidably degenerates into slave socialism, into a society in which the individual is reduced to an elementary particle in the productive process. I repeat, it is important, but secondary in the present context, in what manner the individual loses the status of an autonomous being and becomes an object, be it that we claim the right to consider people of other races, nations, or cultures as natural objects, that we consider the nation to be of highest value, in which individuals appear only as components of a larger organism, or, finally, that the right to treat human beings as its instruments is conferred upon an almighty state. Hence, no matter whether the corresponding principle is construed in biological, historical, or cultural categories, in all cases the jargon of the concrete human being serves as the basis of enslavement. From this point of view, explicitly racist doctrines as well as philosophies preaching the mutual incommunicability of cultures, and thus the impossibility of adopting a common notion of humanity, are no less antagonistic to humanity than communist totalitarian ideologies. Their negative common ground consists exactly in the denial of being human as a universal category, applicable to each individual human being, confirmed by the inviolability, irreplaceability, and unexchangeability of the person. They are all anti-Kantian, as well as anti-Christian and anti-human. Politically compelled, reluctant, and merely verbal recognition of the principle of human rights by some communist states changes the facts no more than the reluctance of racist and radical nationalistic movements to deny the same principle. The rulers of communist states know very well that this contradicts their ideology, although there are few today who dare to say so. Mao Zedong was a rare and commendable exception who explicitly condemned the theory of human rights as a bourgeois invention. In short, even though the idea of human dignity, conferring the same equality on every human being, is older than Kant and actually of biblical origin, we owe Kant not only the attempt to establish it independently of revealed religion, but also the clear distinction of this idea from everything that may ever be discovered in anthropological, historical, and psychological research. Thanks to him, we know that neither our understanding of history and ethnology nor our knowledge of physiology will enable us to recognize the validity of this idea, and that failing to recognize it is most dangerous. If one attempts to derive human rights from historical or anthropological material, the result will always be only the exclusive rights of some groups, races, classes, or nations, which confer permission on themselves to subordinate, destroy, or enslave others. Humanity is a moral concept. Unless we recognize that, we have no good reason to challenge the ideology of slavery. Chapter 5. In Praise of Exile. The familiar 20th century figure of the intellectual in exile can boast an impressive spiritual pedigree, from Anaxagoras, Empedocles, and Ovid, through Dante, Occam, and Hobbes, down to Chopin, Mickiewicz, Herzen, and Victor Hugo. More often than not, however, modern expatriates have been refugees, rather than exiles in the strict sense. Usually they were not physically deported from their countries or banished by law. They escaped from political persecution, prison, death, or simply censorship. This distinction is important insofar as it has had a psychological effect. Many voluntary exiles from tyrannical regimes cannot rid themselves of a feeling of discomfort. They are no longer exposed to the dangers and deprivations that are the daily lot of their friends or of the entire country with which they identify themselves. A certain ambiguity is therefore unavoidable, and it is impossible to draw up any hard and fast rules to distinguish justifiable from unjustifiable self-exile. It is easy to see that nothing would have been gained had Einstein or Thomas Mann remained in Hitler's Germany or had Chagall not left Soviet-ruled Vitebsk. There are, on the other hand, many people living in the Soviet Union or in Poland whom the rulers would love to ship off to a foreign land but who doggedly refuse to move, choosing instead prison, persecution, and misery. Who would dare to say that they are wrong? Solzhenitsyn and Bukovsky had to be handcuffed and kicked out of their country, thus following the sad route of a couple of hundred prominent Russian intellectuals whom the Soviet rulers banished shortly after the revolution. Many solidarity leaders were offered freedom at the price of emigration and they refused. Some are in jail again, others probably will be soon. Milan Kundera left Czechoslovakia, and Czesław Milosz left Poland, and they made of their experiences major works of modern literature. Havel has stayed in his land, and so has Herbert, and we owe a lot to all of them. Dr. Faustus and Nabokov's novels are fruits of emigration, as are the works of Conrad, Ionesco, and Kestler, yet Gulag Archipelago could not have been produced by an exile. No universal standards can be devised to decide in what conditions self-exile, if practicable at all, is preferable. When we speak of an intellectual in exile, we almost automatically think of an escapee from such or another form of tyranny and thus assume that exile, even a forcible one, is in some important respects preferable to or better than the alternative. Russia's speciality is internal exile, which gives people the worst of both worlds, emigration from their homeland together with the same repressive regime as before. Leaving this aside, the advantages of exile as well as its miseries are obvious. Not so obvious is the answer to the question whether exile is merely a lesser evil, or whether it offers privileges unknown to those who are securely settled on their native soil. We can look for an answer in the vicissitudes of the most experienced exiles par excellence, the Jews. As long as they lived in ghettos, protecting their identity by an impenetrable shell of highly complicated rituals and taboos, they might have produced outstanding Talmudists and commentators, but their cultural life was necessarily self-contained. Geographically they lived for generations as expatriates, but they were by no means aliens in ghettos. They kept sheltering tenaciously in heart and mind the lost imaginary fatherland, more or less indifferent to the Gentile cultural world. To a pious Hasid it did not matter much, in cultural terms, whether he lived in Warsaw, Shanghai, or Buenos Aires. He carried the deposit of faith, and to be a guardian of this deposit was enough to sustain his mental life. Once the walls of ghettos began to crumble with the so-called emancipation, the Jews invaded the spiritual space of Europe in an astonishingly rapid and powerful march. Some of them, like Marx, Freud, and Einstein, were to become real-world conquerors. Thousands found their places in the elites of all realms of civilization, the sciences, arts, humanities, and politics. It was only by, as it were, exiling themselves from their collective exile that they became exiles in the modern sense. However hard they might have tried, they failed to lose entirely their identity of old and to be unreservedly assimilated. They were looked upon as alien bodies by the indigenous tribes, and it was probably this uncertain status, the lack of a well-defined identity, which enabled them to see more and to question more than those who were satisfied with their inherited and natural sense of belonging. One is even tempted to say that it was the anti-Semites who were to a large extent responsible for the extraordinary achievements of the Jews, precisely because by barring to them the path to the moral and intellectual safety of the tribal life, whether French, Polish, Russian, or German, they left them in the privileged position of outsiders. That the position of an outsider offers a cognitive privilege is well known and unquestionable. A tourist often sees things which a native does not notice, as they have become a natural part of his life. For the peoples of the book, both Jews and Christians, exile is, of course, the normal and inescapable lot of mankind on earth. One can go further and say that the myth of exile, in one form or another, lies at the core of all religions, of any genuine religious experience. The fundamental message embedded in religious worship is, our home is elsewhere. We know, however, at least two radically different practical interpretations of this message. There is the contempt of earthly realities and eventually of life itself, which can offer nothing but misery and suffering. This is the conclusion which Buddhist wisdom often endorses. And there is also the notion that exile provides the human race with a great opportunity to be exploited on its way back to the Father. This interpretation prevails in the mainstream of Judeo-Christian civilization. A global scorn for matter, for the body, for terrestrial values, was a marginal phenomenon in Christian history. The kernel of the concept of Christian life may be summed up thus: we live in exile and we must never forget it. Therefore all the temporal goods and goals have to be seen as relative and subordinate. They are real all the same, and our natural duty is to use them. Nature is an adversary to be conquered, not to be denied. Suppose that the theologians are right and that our progenitors in Eden would have acquired the knowledge of carnal love and produced offspring even if they had resisted temptation and remained blissfully unaware of good and evil. They would nonetheless never have originated mankind as we know it, a race capable of creating. It was the felix culpa and the subsequent exile, including its miseries and risks, that tore them out of their celestial safety, exposed them to evil, danger, struggles, and suffering, and thus laid the necessary condition of human existence. Creativity arose from insecurity, from an exile of a sort, from the experience of homelessness. Philosophy can simply deny the fact of exile, or rather, as Christians would contend, conceal it from us. This is what the adherents of empiricism, naturalism, materialism, and scientism used to do. It can accept the fact and try to show a path of return to an ultimate reconciliation of man with being. This is the Hegelian approach. Or it can accept the fact but deny that our condition is curable, thereby condemning us to a never-ending nostalgia for the non-existent paradise. The existential philosophy of our century was most successful in expressing this gloomy insight, thus exposing the bitter harvest of the Enlightenment. The Christian notion of the first exile can be enlarged and applied to the second one, that is, the exile from exile, and the third, and the fourth. Any exile can be seen either as a misfortune or as a challenge. It can become no more than a reason for despondency and sorrow, or a source of a painful encouragement. We can use a foreign tongue simply because we have to, or try to discover in it linguistic treasures which are unique to it, untranslatable, and which therefore enrich our mind, not only our technical ability to communicate. We can confront the perspective of an alien with that of a native, and thus sow an alarming mental discomfort which frequently turns out to be productive and mutually beneficial. The examples abound throughout modern history. I am not aware of any study specifically examining the cultural role of various forms of exile, individual and collective, in the history of Europe. There is no doubt, however, that without so many religiously or politically motivated expulsions and self-expulsions, without all those wanderers and refugees, European intellectual and artistic life would be much different from what it is. One thinks of Huguenots in England and Holland, of Italian Christian radicals and Unitarians looking for shelter in the Poland of the second half of the 16th century, of Polish Unitarians in Western Europe in the second half of the 17th century, promoters of the early Enlightenment, of Jews expelled from Iberic countries, of refugees from communist-ruled Central and Eastern Europe. All of them contributed, sometimes dramatically, to the civilizations of the host lands, much as they might have been occasionally less than welcome and greeted with suspicion. Émigrés from the Third Reich made an enormous impact on American intellectual life. We have to accept, however reluctantly, the simple fact that we live in an age of refugees, of migrants, vagrants, nomads roaming about the continents and warming their souls with the memory of their spiritual or ethnic, divine or geographical, real or imaginary homes. A total homelessness is unbearable. It would amount to a complete break with human existence. Is a perfect cosmopolitanism possible? Diogenes Laertius reports that Anaxagoras, when asked if he did not care about his motherland, replied that he did care very much indeed, and pointed at the sky. Some people today make similar claims, denying any partial interest in, or special loyalty to, their original tribal community. To what extent this claim may be made in good faith is debatable. Aside from individuals who have either escaped tyranny or been driven away from their land, there are entire nations whose people, without moving from native soil, have been robbed of their right to be citizens of their motherland, while being citizens of the state, because their country itself is under foreign rule. This is the destiny temporary, let us hope, of Central and East European nations. The split between the state, which people feel is not theirs, though it claims to be their owner, and the motherland, of which they are guardians, has reduced them to an ambiguous status of half-exiles. The ambition of the unsovereign state is to rob its subjects of their historical memory by distorting and falsifying it according to actual political requirements. And the collective memory is ultimately the motherland. One half of Europe having been thus uprooted, what can the other half expect? Is the entire world going to be driven into an internal half-exile? Does God try to remind us, somewhat brutally, that exile is the permanent human condition? A ruthless reminder, indeed, even if deserved. Part 2. On the Dilemmas of the Christian Legacy. Chapter 6. The Revenge of the Sacred in Secular Culture. The statistics are, or seem, indisputable. Wherever urbanization and general education have spread, they have almost always been accompanied by a decline in religiosity and an increase of religious indifference. Statistical analysis evaluates the degree of religiosity by the degree of participation in religious rites and by the distribution of responses to surveys concerning certain traditional beliefs. It is also the only method of quantifying religiosity by reducing it to its outward manifestations. Nevertheless, it is not surprising that we wish to know more, in particular, about the cultural significance of such calculatons and their predictive value. But in this domain our judgments must be arbitrary, as in all cases where we try to grasp the significance and predict the future of global processes in human society. However modest the number of infallible principles we have at our disposal when dealing with global predictions, one thing is certain: the most fallible method is that of unlimited extrapolation from a curve that has begun to take shape, for here, as in all other spheres of life, every curve breaks off at some unpredictable point. About 15 years ago, at the height of the boom in university teaching, it was a simple matter to calculate in which year the number of scholars would exceed that of human beings. An easy counterexample, I admit. In the same way, one may easily predict that the current curve of population growth will not attain the point at which there will be one person per every square centimeter of the Earth's surface, a point simply obtained by extrapolation from a curve. Other less simplistic examples abound. In the 19th century everything seemed to point to the truth of the rational conviction that national sentiment was rapidly becoming extinct and would soon be supplanted by forces tending inexorably to reduce human culture to a definitive state of uniformity and universality. Naturally, when stark reality flies in the face of these rational predictions and we find ourselves contemplating an astonishing growth of nationalism throughout the world, little effort is needed to explain the phenomenon with arguments as convincing and convictions as rational as those which had accompanied the previous, exactly contrary, prophecies. Indeed, nothing could be simpler than adducing historical necessity to explain events after they have happened, but the contingency of history mocks our predictions. The vicissitudes of religious life also have their place among the testimonies, if any more were needed, to our inadequacy in the sphere of prophecy and prediction. They, too, have in great measure persuaded us that the course of events is determined, not by any supposed laws, but by mutations, which are by definition unpredictable but easily rationalized once they have occurred. When we amass statistics dealing with church attendance over a period of 30 or 40 years and proceed, on that basis, to forge a historical law, are we applying a scientific method? We are not. What we are in fact doing is paying tribute to the philosophical prejudices of evolutionism by applying them to the study of religion. They are prejudices which we have inherited directly from the progressivism of the Enlightenment. It is true that this evolutionism has been almost entirely abandoned in contemporary studies of religion, but it continues to influence those who consider themselves enlightened and who, in large measure, also shape public education. One often reads in newspapers that politics has replaced religion, that the psychiatrist has taken the place of the priest, and that technological utopias have supplanted eschatological dreams. At first sight all this is plausible. It is also borne out in the observation of everyday life, which shows that intellectuals resort more often to the psychiatrist than to the confessional for spiritual assistance, that they prefer national weeklies to parish magazines, or that television viewers on the whole prefer to watch the launching of Apollo rather than Sunday Mass. Elevating such observations to the status of historical laws, however, involves admitting much more than they can imply by themselves. It involves accepting the evolutionist theory whereby religion has been and continues to be no more effective than magic as a technique for covering the gaps in our knowledge and practical abilities. But nothing is less certain than that this is the case. If magic were no more than a clumsy and ineffective technique based on contingent associations and links that do not exist in nature, its persistence in spite of its lack of success would be astonishing and inexplicable. It would serve as proof that our nervous system, regulated by laws of conditioned reflexes, is inferior to that of all other animals, in that it is unable to rid itself of reflexes based on non-existent links. If such an explanation were true, the very survival of the human species, not to speak of its extraordinary technological achievements, would be an incomprehensible miracle. The same may be said of the theory whereby religious beliefs proper are reducible to practical instruments, applied to spheres that are subject to chance and not susceptible to human influence, a means of imposing order where control is not possible. If religious belief is simply the result of our wish to control the world, it is hard to see how and why so purely technical an attitude could have involved the human imagination in such aberrations as the search for hidden and technically useless meanings in empirical phenomena, or how and why the idea of the sacred was formed. I do not want to construct a general theory of the meaning of religion. I merely wish to point out that predictions regarding the disappearance of religious phenomena in our culture are based not so much on simple statistics as on a certain interpretation of those statistics, an interpretation drawn, in turn, from an arbitrary metaphysics of human nature. The same applies to any theory that considers religion a technique applied to natural phenomena, or that regards it as a means of adapting to social institutions. The situation remains the same, in other words, whether the interpretation is drawn from Durkheim or from Marx. It hardly needs pointing out that, at a time not too far removed from our own, religious categories almost entirely absorbed all others, that almost all forms of culture, all human ties, conflicts, and aspirations had some religious significance, and that much of this universality of religion's function has been lost. We no longer feel the need to look to religious tradition for a causal explanation of natural phenomena, nor do we seek in it ideological inspiration at times of social conflict. The time is past when religious sanctions and categories enjoyed universal applicability. But the fact that religious sentiment, ideas, images, and values lent themselves to all spheres of life, that they were able to function as instruments in all forms of communication, not only fails to corroborate the instrumental theory of the sacred but lends support to the contrary view. Religious values, if they are to be attributed to secular interests and aspirations, must previously have been recognized as such, independently of those interests and aspirations. If the words "God is on my side" are to serve as a defense of any cause, God's authority must already be recognized, not invented ad hoc for that particular defense. The sacred must exist before it may be exploited. It is therefore absurd to claim that the sacred is no more than the instrument of the various interests that have pressed it into service. The instrumentalist interpretation of the sacred conceals an intellectualist illusion. The cultural meaning of a home may be grasped entirely in its use by the gardener, but to say that ideologies and religious or moral values may be understood in the same way is not only to ignore all that distinguishes human culture from the mere effort at biological adaptation, it is to render that culture incomprehensible. If at some point we passed from the stage of expressing our needs directly to the stage of invoking the sanction of the sacred, or seeking support in ideological reversal in order to express them, the passage from one stage to the other is not explained by the content of those needs alone. It remains as mysterious as ever. I set down these general considerations not in order to question the evidence for the phenomenon commonly known as secularization, but simply in order to point out that the meaning of this phenomenon is far from being immediately obvious, and that the term secularization, embracing as it does a number of processes which do not normally go hand in hand, tends to confuse the issue. If, in the traditionally Christian world, secularization means a drop in participation in the activities of traditional Christian organizations, it is clearly visible, although it would be an exaggeration to say that its causes are equally so. If it invariably accompanies the process of industrialization, It does not follow the same patterns and cannot be explained by any perceptible laws. The two do not go hand in hand. Societies which are industrially the most advanced are by no means the most secularized in this sense. If, on the other hand, we mean by secularization the disappearance of religious needs, the matter becomes more doubtful still. If we assume that all religious functions are gradually and irreversibly being taken over by secular institutions, all the symptoms of religious renaissance that we know so well suddenly become quite incomprehensible. I have in mind not only the signs of a renaissance that is visible outside Christianity or on its periphery, such as the extraordinary surge of interest in the occult, magic, and the Hermetic arts, the invasion of Oriental cults and beliefs in the Christian world, the blossoming of little sects or groups, more or less ephemeral, sometimes bizarre, sometimes grotesque or extravagant. I have in mind also the remarkable number of conversions within Christianity itself. If belonging to a religious community, even participating in the life of that community, can be due entirely to the inertia of tradition, and may be explained in social rather than religious terms, then conversions, in whatever direction, tend to confirm the vitality of religious consciousness in the proper sense of the term. However convincing the sociological studies that correlate religious behavior and a large number of social variables such as age, sex, profession, social class, and so forth, there are no infallible methods for penetrating the concealed, underground layers of culture, which reveal themselves at times of social crisis and are hard to discern in normal conditions. The distribution of the forces of tradition, entrenched over thousands of years of history, cannot be grasped in any quantifiable way. As a result, great historical eruptions and their effects are as unpredictable as the behavior of people when faced with violent crises. The history of religious belief is no exception to this, either on the individual or on the collective level. In concentration camps there were believers who lost their faith and atheists who found it. Intuitively we understand both reactions, we can see both how one might say, if such atrocities are possible, then there can be no God, and how one might be led to say the opposite, in the face of such atrocities, only God can preserve the sense of life. The rich and satisfied may become devout or indifferent to religion because they are rich and satisfied, the poor and humbled may become devout or indifferent to religion because they are poor and humbled. All this is easily explained. Those who know Russia well have good reason to suppose that a minimum of religious freedom in that country would lead to a religious explosion on a large scale, but it would be vain to speculate, on the basis of the information we have, as to what form that explosion might take. Despair may presage the death as well as the resurrection of religious faith. Great misery, war, and oppression may strengthen religious feeling or weaken it. The circumstances which push us towards one or the other of these reactions are many. We may guess at their influence, but we cannot anticipate their cumulative effects. Of course we do not want to stop there, the correlations established between religious and secular behavior are not enough. We want to know more. There is one question in particular that we must ask, alongside all the secular functions of religion, the innumerable ties which, in binding it to all forms of social conflict and activity, made its fate dependent on that of secular society. Is there some indestructible residue of the religious phenomenon that persists as such? Is it an inalienable part of culture? Is it the case that religious need can be neither suppressed nor replaced by other satisfactions, nor yet dissolved in them? No answers to these questions can be found by scientifically approved methods, for the questions themselves belong rather to the realm of philosophical speculation. However, if we consider some of the effects on the decline which the phenomenon of the sacred has suffered in our societies, some answers, tentative and in no way definitive, may suggest themselves. The quality of being sacred has been attributed to all those things which, on pain of punishment, were not to be meddled with. It thus extended to government, property, law, and human life. The sacredness of government was abolished with the fading of monarchical charisma, that of property, with the coming of socialist movements. These are forms of the sacred whose passing we do not, on the whole, tend to regret. The question arises, however, whether society can survive and provide a tolerable life for its members if the feeling for the sacred and, indeed, the phenomenon of the sacred itself vanish entirely. What we want to know, therefore, is whether certain values whose vigor is vital to culture can survive without being rooted in the realm of the sacred in the proper sense of the word. Note, first of all, that there is yet another sense, a third, in which the term secularization is used. In this sense, secularization does not imply the decline of organized religion, and it may be seen in churches as well as in religious doctrines. It takes the form of a blurring of the differences between the sacred and the secular and a denial of their separation. It is the tendency to attribute to everything a sacred sense. But to universalize the sacred is to destroy it. To say that everything is sacred is tantamount to saying that nothing is, for the two qualities, sacred and profane, can be understood only in contrast to one another. Every description is a form of negation, the attributes of a totality are inapprehensible. The secularization of the Christian world does not necessarily take the form of a direct denial of the sacred, it comes about indirectly, through a universalization of the sacred. This, by abolishing the distinction between the sacred and the secular, gives the same result. This is a Christianity which hastens to sanctify in advance all forms of secular life because it considers them to be crystallizations of divine energy, a Christianity without evil, the Christianity of Teilhard de Chardin. It is faith in the universal salvation of everyone and everything, a faith which promises that, whatever we do, we will be participating in the work of the Creator, in the splendid work of building a future harmony. It is the Church of Aggiornamento, that peculiar term which manages to combine two ideas that are not only different but, in some interpretations, mutually contradictory. According to one, to be a Christian is to be not only outside the world but also in the world. According to the other, to be a Christian is never to be against the world. One says that the Church must embrace as its own the cause of the poor and the oppressed, the other implies that the Church may not oppose the dominant forms of culture and must support the fashions and values recognized in secular society, that it must, in other words, be on the side of the strong and the victorious. Fearful lest it become relegated to the position of an isolated sect, Christianity seems to be making frenzied efforts at mimicry in order to escape being devoured by its enemies, a reaction that seems defensive, but is in fact self-destructive. In the hope of saving itself, it seems to be assuming the colors of its environment, but the result is that it loses its identity, which depends on just that distinction between the sacred and the profane, and on the conflict that can and often must exist between them. But where is the cause for complaint? Why not say, if the imaginary order of the sacred evaporates from our consciousness, we shall have that much more energy to put into the practical effort of bettering our lives. That is where the crux of the problem really lies. Leaving aside the insoluble question of the truth or falsity of religious faith, let us ask whether the necessity of the sacred and our need for it are defensible from the point of view of a philosophy of culture. Such a point of view seems to be legitimate and important. I want to try to express what is, for me, a suspicion rather than a certainty, the existence of a close link between the dissolution of the sacred, a dissolution encouraged, in our societies, no less by enemies of the Church than by powerful trends within it, and the spiritual phenomena which threaten culture and herald, in my view, its degeneration if not its suicide. I have in mind phenomena which might loosely be described as the love of the amorphous, the desire for homogeneity, the illusion that there are no limits to the perfectibility of which human society is capable, immanentist eschatologies, and the instrumental attitude toward life. One of the functions of the sacred in our society was to lend an additional significance, impossible to justify by empirical observation alone, to all the basic divisions of human life and all the main areas of human activity. Birth and death, marriage and the sexes, disparities of age and generation, work and art, war and peace, crime and punishment, vocations and professions, all these things had a sacred aspect. There is no point, now, in speculating as to the origins of that additional meaning with which the fundamentals of secular life were imbued. Whatever its origins, the sacred provided society with a system of signs, which served not only to identify these things but also to confer upon each of them a specific value, to fix each within a particular order, imperceptible by direct observation. The signs of the sacred added a weight of the ineffable, as it were, to every given form of social life. There is no doubt that thereby the role of the sacred has been a conservative one. The sacred order, which encompassed the realities of the secular world, never ceased, implicitly or explicitly, to proclaim the message, "This is how things are, and they cannot be otherwise." It simply reaffirmed and stabilized the structure of society, its forms and its system of divisions, and also its injustices, its privileges, and its institutionalized instruments of oppression. There is no sense in asking how the sacred order imposed on secular life can be maintained without maintaining its conservative force. That force can never be detached from it. Rather, the question to ask is how human society can survive in the absence of conservative forces, in other words, without the constant tension between structure and development. This tension is proper to life; its dissolution would result in death, either by stagnation or by explosion. That is the most abstract way of putting the question. We live in a world in which all our inherited forms and distinctions have come under violent attack. They are attacked in the name of homogeneity, which is held up as an ideal with the aid of vague equations purporting to show that all difference means hierarchy, and all hierarchy oppression, the exact opposite and symmetrical corollary of the old conservative equations, which reduced oppression to hierarchy and hierarchy to difference. Sometimes it seems as if all the words and signs that make up our conceptual framework and provide us with our basic system of distinctions are dissolving before our eyes, as if all the barriers between opposing concepts are gradually being torn down. There is no longer any clear distinction, in political life, between war and peace, sovereignty and servitude, invasion and liberation, equality and despotism. Nor is there a clear-cut dividing line between executioner and victim, between man and woman, between the generations, between crime and heroism, law and arbitrary violence, victory and defeat, right and left, reason and madness, doctor and patient, teacher and pupil, art and buffoonery, knowledge and ignorance. From a world in which all these words picked out and identified certain objects, certain well-defined qualities and situations, arranged in opposing pairs, we have entered another world, in which our system of opposition and classification, even its most vital and most basic elements, has ceased to apply. It is not difficult to provide specific examples of this peculiar collapse of our concepts. There are plenty of them, and they are well known. One might mention, as random examples, the grotesque attempt, in certain trends of psychiatry, to portray the very idea of mental illness as an instrument of horrific repression, practiced by doctors on alleged patients, the attempt to question the idea of the medical profession itself as the expression of an intolerable hierarchy, the desperate attempts, observed in teenage fashions and certain trends among feminists, to suppress the differences between men and women, the ideologies which, while trumpeting educational reform, aim to abolish education entirely, since the difference between teacher and pupil is nothing more than a form of deception invented by an oppressive society, or the movements which claim to be Marxist while preaching common thuggery and robbery as a remedy for social inequalities. Finally, there are those who claim to be Marxist only to conclude that, since war is merely a continuation of politics, the difference between a politics of war and a politics of peace is no more than a difference between two techniques, to which it would be absurd to attribute additional moral values, and there are those who pursue this line of argument by saying that, since the law is nothing more than an instrument of class oppression, there is no real difference, except in technique, between the rule of law and brute force. I do not wish to maintain that the political domain is the main source of this conceptual collapse. There is good reason to suppose that the trend expressed in political ideologies is a more general one. The obsession with destroying forms and blurring divisions has been visible in art, music, and literature, without betraying any distinct political inspiration or any links with analogous tendencies that are making themselves felt in philosophy, sexual behavior, the church, theology, and fashions of dress. I would not, of course, want to exaggerate the importance of these movements. Some of them were no more than fleeting outbursts of extravagance. Nevertheless, they deserve our attention, owing not so much to their size as to their number, their convergent tendencies, and the feeble resistance with which they are met. To say all this is, I admit, to speak in defense of the conservative spirit. However, it is a conditional conservative spirit, conscious not only of its own necessity but also of the necessity of the spirit that opposes it. As a result, it can see that the tension between rigidity and structure and the forces of change, between tradition and criticism, is a condition of human life, a thing its enemies are seldom prepared to admit. And this in no way implies that we now possess, or shall ever possess, a scale that would permit us to weigh and measure out opposing forces so that we might, in the end, bring about harmony and dissipate the tension between them. These forces can only act in opposition to each other, in conflict, not in complement. The conservative spirit would be a vain and empty satisfaction were it not constantly wary of itself and mindful of the extent to which it was, is, and may continue to be used in defense of irrational privilege, and that it may be used in this way is the result, not of contingent circumstances, nor of occasional abuse, but of the very nature of the conservative spirit. This conservative spirit knows the difference between the conservatism of great bureaucrats and that of peasants, just as it knows the difference between the revolt of a people who are starving or enslaved and the purely cerebral revolutionism that reflects an emotional void. But the function of the sacred is not confined to making fast the fundamental distinctions of culture by endowing them with an additional sense that may be drawn only from the authority of tradition. To distinguish between the sacred and the profane is already to deny total autonomy to the profane order and to admit that there are limits to the degree of perfection it can attain. Since the profane is defined in opposition to the sacred, its imperfection must be intrinsic and in some measure incurable. Culture, when it loses its sacred sense, loses all sense. With the disappearance of the sacred, which imposed limits to the perfection that could be attained by the profane, arises one of the most dangerous illusions of our civilization, the illusion that there are no limits to the changes that human life can undergo, that society is in principle an endlessly flexible thing, and that to deny this flexibility and this perfectibility is to deny man's total autonomy and thus to deny man himself. Not only is this illusion demented, but it sows a disastrous despair. The omnipresent Nietzschean or Sartrean chimera which proclaims that man can liberate himself totally, from everything, can free himself of tradition and of all pre-existing sense, and that all sense can be decreed by arbitrary whim, far from unfurling before us the prospect of divine self-creation, leaves us suspended in darkness. And in this darkness, where all things are equally good, all things are also equally indifferent. Once I believe that I am the all-powerful creator of all possible sense, I also believe that I have no reason to create anything whatsoever. But this is a belief that cannot be accepted in good faith and can only give rise to a desperate flight from nothingness to nothingness. To be totally free with respect to sense, free of all pressure from tradition, is to situate oneself in a void and thus, quite simply, to disintegrate. And sense can come only from the sacred, it cannot be produced by empirical research. The utopia of man's perfect autonomy and the hope of unlimited perfection may be the most efficient instruments of suicide ever to have been invented by human culture. To reject the sacred is to reject our own limits. It is also to reject the idea of evil, for the sacred reveals itself through sin, imperfection, and evil, in turn, can be identified only through the sacred. To say that evil is contingent is to say that there is no evil, and therefore that we have no need of a sense that is already there, fixed and imposed on us whether we will it or not. But to say this is also to say that our only means of decreeing sense is our innate impulse, and this means that we must either share the childlike faith of old anarchists in our natural goodness or admit that we can affirm our identity only when we revert to our pre-cultural state, in other words, that we can affirm it only as undomesticated animals. Thus the bottom line, as it were, of the ideal of total liberation is the sanctioning of force and violence and thereby, finally, of despotism and the destruction of culture. If it is true that in order to make society more tolerable, we must believe that it can be improved. It is also true that there must always be people who think of the price paid for every step of what we call progress. The order of the sacred is also a sensitivity to evil, the only system of reference that allows us to contemplate that price and forces us to ask whether it is not exorbitant. Religion is man's way of accepting life as an inevitable defeat. That it is not an inevitable defeat is a claim that cannot be defended in good faith. One can, of course, disperse one's life over the contingencies of every day, but even then it is only a ceaseless and desperate desire to live, and finally a regret that one has not lived. One can accept life, and accept it, at the same time, as a defeat only if one accepts that there is sense beyond that which is inherent in human history, if, in other words, one accepts the order of the sacred. A hypothetical world from which the sacred had been swept away would admit of only two possibilities: vain fantasy that recognizes itself as such, or immediate satisfaction which exhausts itself. It would leave only the choice proposed by Baudelaire, between lovers of prostitutes and lovers of clouds, those who know only the satisfactions of the moment and are therefore contemptible, and those who lose themselves in otiose imaginings, and are therefore contemptible. Everything is then contemptible, and there is no more to be said. The conscience liberated from the sacred knows this, even if it conceals it from itself. Chapter 7. Can the devil be saved? My purpose in taking up this theme, which I have borrowed from Giovanni Papini's book on the devil, is to use it as the symbol of a fundamental question, one that has recurred throughout the religious and philosophical history of our culture. Can the cosmic and historical drama be interpreted as a movement towards the ultimate reconciliation of all things? Will the evils of the human condition, our sufferings and our failures, reveal their redemptive meaning when seen from the vantage point of ultimate salvation? Posing the question in such a general form immediately reveals that it is neither a specifically Christian nor even a specifically religious problem, but is useful in distinguishing different trends both in Christianity and in secular theories of salvation. The question is more formidable than the traditional theodicies would have it. We ask not only whether evil, envisaged in the broadest soteriological perspective, will turn out to form part of the necessarily good providential blueprint, i.e., have an instrumental role as a portion of the raw material of the divine construction of history, but we must also ask whether it will prove not to be evil at all, whether at the end nothing will be omitted from universal salvation, nothing rejected, nothing extraneous. Certainly, early Christian teaching was articulated partially in the struggle against Manichaeism and its derivative Christological heresies such as Monophysitism, though the struggle against the Pelagian heresy was probably far more important in shaping the doctrinal corpus of Christianity. What Christianity attacked in the Manichaean theology was the eternal, unavoidable dilemma put forward by the Epicureans: since evil exists in the world, then God himself must be evil, or impotent, or both. The basic question here was, of course, the limitation of divine omnipotence, a consequence which seemed inescapable once evil was admitted as a positive reality. The Augustinian theory of the privative character of evil had to cope with this difficulty and come up with a salutary formula which would retain untouched the essential goodness of being, the idea of God as the unique creator. In denying its ontological foundation, this formula did not, of course, affect the reality of evil, the fact that there is a diabolical will directed towards it. Saint Augustine stressed most emphatically that each act that emanates from human will alone is turned against God and is by definition evil and diabolic. Certain consequences of this theory of evil privatio are difficult to understand, and in particular the idea that even Satan must be good, in so far as he exists, and if one takes being and goodness to be coextensive. Thus, the conventional Christian philosophy of evil avoids the dangers of limiting divine omnipotence. Certain Christian writers stretch this interpretation so far that they seem to imply that, although human will naturally tends towards the good, because of ignorance, people perceive good where it does not in fact exist, which would seem to run counter to both the idea of original sin and the principle which states that grace is a necessary condition of good will. The rejection of Pelagianism seems to me to have been crucial in molding Christian teaching. Perhaps I could speak not of Pelagianism in the strict historical sense but rather of a larger tendency which reinforces, implies, renders plausible, or furnishes arguments for the claim that evil is in principle irreducible, that evil is contingent, not inherent in the nature of the world. In Christian thought, the damnation of the devil and the concept of original sin are the most precise forms in which the contingent character of evil is denied. I believe that this denial is of the utmost importance to our culture, but that one can also discern in the Christian world a strong temptation to abandon this position and yield to that optimistic Enlightenment tradition which believed in the final reconciliation of all things in ultimate universal harmony. Whether it is expressed in Teilhard de Chardin's pantheist teachings or in Bishop John Robinson's denial of a difference between the sacred and the profane, whether based on certain of Paul Tillich's ideas or on an attempt to assimilate Feuerbach's anthropology to Christianity, this belief in universal reconciliation is not only contrary to the Christian tradition but runs counter to what we gather from the scientists to be the enduring patterns of human life. Eventually it endangers important values in our culture. I do not, however, deny the justness of much of the criticism of the Church for its harmful use of the doctrine of original sin. The two complementary ideas at the very core of Christian culture, that humanity was basically saved by Christ's coming, and that since the exile from paradise, every human being is basically condemned if we consider his natural status alone and set grace aside, should be considered jointly solely in order to counteract the jaunty optimism or the despair that could result if they were dealt with separately. Certainly the Church has specifically declared that many people had been saved and has never specifically declared that anyone was condemned. There is nothing in the Church's teaching that clearly excludes the possibility that hell is empty, but there is nothing to permit the assumption that hell does not exist. The devil's presence confirms unambiguously that evil is an everlasting part of the world that can never be completely eradicated, and that universal reconciliation cannot be hoped for. One of the basic principles of the Catholic Church is that Christ died for everyone, not merely for the elect, but that man is free only to accept grace or to reject it, without thereby positively reinforcing its energy. This was a basic idea of the Council of Trent and seems to follow naturally from the doctrine of original sin. The belief in the eventual synthesis of all values and energies in the universe, which will prove to be differentiated outflowings or ramifications of the same divine root of being, reappears in the Neoplatonic peripheries of Christian history. It can be found in Scotus Eriogenes de Divisione Naturae and in Teilhard's Phenomena Humane, and a Christian must view Hegel's phenomenology of mind as a bastard offspring of the same theodicy. The implication of this belief is that cosmic history leaves no rubbish behind, everything is finally digested, everything incorporated, in the triumphal progress of the Spirit. In the ultimate balance, all is justified, each element and event, struggle and contradiction will appear as an individual contribution to the same work of salvation. This belief in a universal synthesis to be consummated in the omega point is rooted in the very concept of a unique creator. Once we know that essence, existence, and love perfectly converge in the primordial divine being, how can we escape the conclusion that whatever occurs in the world is ultimately reducible to that same unique source of energy and conveys the same message of original love? How could this energy be diverted from its natural channel and turned against God Himself? How could any damage be irreparable, any corruption eternal? In fact, how can one believe in the devil? The traditional answer was that evil is pure negativity, karantia, absence of good, that it is simply a hole in the compact mass of being. But this is hardly satisfactory, since a negative energy is still needed to drill this hole. Where does this energy come from? The only answer suggested by the idea of the unique creator is that this energy must spring from the same source, that an eye which spies on the world from the viewpoint of totality can discover the all-encompassing divine love even in apparent monstrosities, can perceive charity in cruelty, harmony in struggle, hope in despair, order in corruption, ascent in descent. But another danger awaits those who hope to discover a salutary quibble in their denial of the reality of evil. They have to reveal a meaning in this self-abolishing movement of evil, and this meaning must obviously be related to God Himself, since only in God may a reason be found for the creation of the world and all its miseries. This leads them easily to the suggestion typical of all Neoplatonic theodicies that God brought the universe into being so that he might grow in its body, that he needs his alienated creatures to complete his perfection. The growth of the universe, and in particular the development of the human spirit which leads all things toward perfection, involves God himself in the historical process. Consequently, God himself becomes historical. At the culmination of cosmic evolution, he is not what he was in the beginning. He creates the world and in reabsorbing it enriches himself. And so long as the Odyssey of the Spirit is not consummated, God cannot be considered a self-sufficient and timeless perfection. What was supposed to be a theodicy is transformed into a theogony, a history of the growing God. This is what happened to Eriugena and Teilhard, for in attempting to avoid the trap of abolishing God's omnipotence, they abolish his perfection, his timelessness, his self-sufficiency. Needless to say, I am in no position to clarify these difficulties or to propose any new solution to questions that have tormented the most eminent philosophical and religious thinkers for centuries. I am merely trying to say that there is a cultural danger inherent in any utopia of perfect reconciliation, and what is another facet of the same problem, that the concept of original sin gives us a penetrating insight into human destiny. It is hardly surprising that the optimistic philosophy of universal reconciliation should tempt contemporary Christianity so strongly. After the many failures it suffered through its inability to cope with a secular civilization and its mistrust of intellectual and social changes beyond its control, after its spurious success in overcoming the modernist crisis at the beginning of this century, a great fear seems to have pervaded the Christian world, the fear of being trapped in an alien enclave within a basically unchristian society. This great fear of being outdistanced and isolated now impels Christian thinking towards the idea that the most important task of Christianity is not only to be within the world, not only to participate in the efforts of secular culture, not only to modify the language of its teachings so that they are intelligible to all men, but to sanctify in advance almost any movement that arises spontaneously from natural human impulses. Universal suspicion seems to have been supplanted by universal approval. The dread of a forced retreat to the Christian culture of the syllabus seems to inspire a push forward to the Christian culture of Munster, and the threat of being scratched from the competition appears to be stronger than that of losing one's identity. Not surprisingly, this fear finds expression in the shifts of Christian teaching, from which the concepts of the devil and of original sin seem almost to have vanished. Belief in our unlimited natural perfectibility in the parousia that we will ourselves prepare, is gradually prevailing in the minds of Christians. Even non-Christians are entitled to speculate anxiously about the form of Christianity and about its fate. Christianity is part of our common spiritual heritage, and to be entirely non-Christian would mean exclusion from this culture. Clearly, Christianity is an important factor in moral education. Spiritual changes in Christianity correspond to changes that occur outside it, and both must be interpreted together. The world needs Christianity, not only in the subjective sense, but also because it is probable that certain important tasks cannot be undertaken without it, and Christianity must assume its responsibility for the world that it has helped for centuries to shape. No one can deny that the idea of original sin and the incurable corruption of human nature may be used as an effective ideological instrument of conservative resistance to social change and attempts to undermine existing systems of privilege. It is tempting to vindicate any kind of injustice simply by saying, our destiny is to suffer, our sins are great, no essential improvement of the human condition can be expected on earth. In both the 19th and the 20th centuries, many more or less official pronouncements and much of the Catholic literature on social problems run true to the typical patterns of conservative Catholic mentality and justify even the crude, traditional criticisms by socialist writers. It would, however, be too easy to shrug off this question simply by saying that the notion of original sin does not entail this type of conclusion, that it was abused for an improper purpose, or misinterpreted. The connection between an awareness of original sin and an attitude of passive resignation in the face of human misery cannot be reduced to a trivial error in logic, it is both stronger and more important. To say that we are infected with original corruption and that the devil cannot be converted does in fact mean that there is a great deal of evil that cannot be eradicated, and that there is something incurable in our misery. It does not mean that all kinds of evil are eternal, all forms of misery unavoidable. But in our human condition we have no means of discovering beyond any doubt what does and what does not depend on us. We are unable to draw the line between the temporary and the lasting aspects of our spiritual and physical poverty. We do not even know how to define these aspects. Many specific misfortunes are reversible, and many burdens can be alleviated, but we can never know in advance what price we must pay for our achievements, since the values we gain are paid for in a coin that is non-convertible. Each fragment of what we call progress has to be paid for, and we can make no comparisons between the expenditure and the rewards. Our inability to balance the books is itself part of our incurable disablement. Since an increase in our satisfactions is always accompanied by a multiplication of our needs, we cannot know whether the gap between what we subjectively need and what we are capable of satisfying is decreasing or, if it is, how to measure that decrease. We feel it our duty to struggle against all sources of affliction, but we do so without hope of ever being certain that there is fruit on the tree of progress. The possible disastrous effects of the concept of original sin on our psychological condition and our cultural life are undeniable, and so are the disastrous effects of the opposing doctrine, with its implication that our perfectibility is limitless, and that our predictions of ultimate synthesis or total reconciliation can be realized. However, the fact that both affirmation and rejection of the concept of original sin have emerged as powerful destructive forces in our history is one of many that testify in favor of the reality of original sin. In other words, we face a peculiar situation in which the disastrous consequences of assenting to either of two incompatible theories confirm one of them and testify against its rival. This rival theory, the denial of the ontological meaning of evil, or at least the denial of our inherent inability to dispose of evil completely, is disastrous for other reasons. If everything is ultimately to be justified, everything to receive a meaning in the definitive salvation, then not only will past history be judged innocent, but contemporary history as well, and contemporary history is precisely what we are doing here and now. Thus we will necessarily be acquitted when the last judgment is delivered, either because our motives were good or because we were merely unconscious agents of the wisdom of providence. Hope for the full eradication of evil in the future carries with it the testimony of present innocence. Let us rejoice. After Armageddon even the vanquished army will arise from death to glory. The prospect of that final unity, which thanks to human efforts will benignly absorb and ennoble the painful march of past history, is present both in the Christian world and in the history of socialist movements. The words "thanks to human efforts" should be emphasized. Even the hope of an individual paradise, attainable on earth as with the mystics, can be disastrous as if it is based on the idea that the mystical annihilation can occur as a result of, or as a reward for, the individual's contemplative training. Indifference to others' needs and sufferings and neglect of one's own moral standards easily follow such hopes, since a single undifferentiated act of faith is supposed to absorb all partial and more modest merits. But even in those mystics who awaited the union of love with God as a gratuitous gift of grace, the frontier between exclusive absorption with God and indifference to others is dangerously blurred, not unlike the frontier between contempt for the flesh and idolatry of the physical world as an emanation from the Creator. The dangers are still more patent if we nourish the hope for a collective paradise, as in the chiliastic movements. This explosive hope is strongly rooted in the tradition of socialist thought. We find it in Marx in the shape of a belief that the communist future will encompass the perfect reconciliation of man's empirical existence with his genuine essence and with great nature as well. This return of man to himself, the complete reappropriation of all human forces and faculties, is exactly what the paradisiac state is supposed to be, the perfect unity of human beings on both an individual and a social scale. The spectacle of man perfectly united with himself and with his social and natural environments is as incomprehensible as the concept of heaven. The inconsistency is basically the same. An earthly paradise must combine satisfaction with creativity, a heavenly paradise must combine satisfaction with love. Both combinations are inconceivable, since without dissatisfaction, without some form of suffering, there can be no creativity, no love. Complete satisfaction is death, partial dissatisfaction entails pain. This seems a most trivial platitude, but somehow in the promise of paradise and the perfect unity of man it goes unnoticed. The inconsistency is perhaps most flagrant in the case of earthly paradise, since the confrontation of empirical realities is in this case possible, whereas no one claims to know the laws by which heaven is ruled. That the very idea of the unity of man is inconceivable again bears witness to the reality of original sin. And there is further testimony, so extensive and so powerful that it seems unpardonable to ignore it. Our corruptibility is not contingent. We pretend to know this but rarely examine the relevance of this knowledge to our hopes. We pretend to know that nothing is evergreen, that each source of life is eventually exhausted and each concentration of energy eventually dispersed. We pretend to know that the biological process of life itself is the source of anxiety, conflict, aggression, uncertainty, concern. We pretend to know that no consistent system of values is possible and that at every step values that we consider important become mutually exclusive when we attempt their practical application to individual cases. Tragedy, the moral victory of evil, is always possible. We pretend to know that reason often hampers our ability to liberate our energies, that moments of joy are more often than not wrested from intellectual lucidity. We pretend to know that creation is a struggle of man against himself and, more often than not, against others also, that the bliss of love lies in hopeful dissatisfaction, that in our world, death is the only total unity. We pretend to know why our noble motives slide into evil results, why our will toward good emerges from pride, hatred, vanity, envy, personal ambition. We pretend to know that most of life consists in taking flight from reality and concealing this reality from ourselves. We pretend to know that our efforts to improve the world are constrained by the narrow limits defined by our biological structure and by the pressures of the past which have molded us and which we cannot leave very far behind. All these things, which we pretend to be aware of, compose the reality of original sin, and yet it is this reality that we attempt to deny. Certainly, our denial is not without grounds, and arguments can be put forward to justify it. One can argue that sometimes the truth can poison, and a lie may well be a blessing. One can argue that the truth about original sin entails the conclusion that this truth must not be revealed, since we may be so utterly discouraged by the awareness of the narrow limits within which our efforts are successful that paralysis prevents us from achieving even the modest successes of which we are capable. One can argue that only an infinite hope can set in motion the energy needed to achieve finite results, that although we can never get rid of suffering, we can alleviate or limit it, and in order to do so efficiently we must accept the erroneous belief that eventually suffering will be totally abolished. In short, it is arguable that we can do what we can only because we believe that we can do something we cannot. There is a good deal of truth in such arguments. It seems probable that we could not endure life if we knew from the beginning all that we have learned from decades of experience. An ingenious device exists in our inability to convince young people of the deceptiveness of their great hopes. If these hopes do result in anything of value, it can only be because they were deceptive. Probably little improvement would have been achieved in human life had people known in advance the price they would have to pay. Perhaps the most usual form in which one perceives the concept of original sin is the conviction that every individual is eventually defeated in his struggle with life, that we have lost before we begin the battle. In most cases, to hold this conviction would deprive us of the will to fight. There is good reason why we prefer to reject the ontological meaning of evil. But there is also good reason for stating that we ought to face up to its reality, and not only because we admit the primacy of truth over efficiency, since this primacy cannot rationally be demonstrated. The promise of total salvation, the hope of a beneficent apocalypse which will restore man to his innocence, flies in the face of reason and our right to remain individuals. The connection is obvious. Our imperfection is revealed by, among other things, our ability to doubt, but this very ability maintains the precarious equilibrium of our social and individual life. Doubt has played an essential role in our attainment of the status of rational beings. We must protect our ability and our right to doubt in order to preserve our intellectual and moral balance. The fact of our imperfection is not alone a sufficient basis to enable us to doubt, we need an awareness of that imperfection. Doubt may be considered one of the consequences of original sin, but it also protects us against its more deleterious effects. It is important for us to be uncertain about the deep motives for our own deeds and the grounds of our convictions, since this is the only device that protects us against an all-justifying fanaticism and intolerance. We should remember that the perfect unity of man is impossible, otherwise we would try to impose this unity by any means available, and our foolish visions of perfection would evaporate in violence and end in a theocratic or totalitarian caricature of unity which claimed to make the great impossible an actuality. The greater our hopes for humanity, the more we are ready to sacrifice, and this too seems very rational. As Anatole France once remarked, never have so many been murdered in the name of a doctrine as in the name of the principle that human beings are naturally good. Nobody wants to doubt, but to destroy doubt is to subvert reason. According to the ancient Persian mythology, which was the main source of the Manichaean philosophy, the god of evil and the god of goodness were twin brothers, both were born, and not just one, because a doubt had slipped into the mind of the primordial god. Consequently, doubt is the original source of evil, and not its result. Not surprisingly, since to the divine mind, doubt is destruction. To our minds, doubt bears witness to our imperfection rather than producing it, but at the same time prevents the evil in us from realizing its full potential. That which makes us painfully imperfect helps us to be less imperfect than we might have been, and this again attests to the reality of original sin. Having abandoned the myth of Prometheus, perhaps we need not portray our condition in terms of the static myth of Sisyphus, despite Albert Camus's pessimism. The biblical legend of Nebuchadnezzar, who was degraded to the condition of a beast when he tried to exalt himself to the dignity of God, would perhaps serve us better. We know all too well that there is no achievement of mind, no act of human genius, that cannot be turned against man or in some way used as an instrument of the devil. Our inventiveness will never be sufficiently powerful to outwit the devil and prevent him from turning our noblest creations against us. Doubt is one of the natural resources we can employ against him, since doubt may weaken our Promethean self-confidence and mediate between the incompatible demands that life imposes on us. Needless to say, the devil can also harness doubt to his service and make it the pretext for inaction and immobility when we need resolution and a readiness to dare the uncertainties of struggle. Our natural forces can find no safe shelter against evil, all we can do is practice the art of balancing opposing dangers. And this is precisely what the Christian tradition affirms in its statement that certain results of original sin are inescapable, and that if salvation is possible, it can only be through grace. There are reasons why we need Christianity, but not just any kind of Christianity. We do not need a Christianity that makes political revolution, that rushes to cooperate with so-called sexual liberation, that approves our concupiscence or praises our violence. There are enough forces in the world to do all these things without the aid of Christianity. We need a Christianity that will help us to move beyond the immediate pressures of life, that gives us insight into the basic limits of the human condition and the capacity to accept them, a Christianity that teaches us the simple truth that there is not only a tomorrow but a day after tomorrow as well, and that the difference between success and failure is rarely distinguishable. We need a Christianity that is not gold, or purple, or red, but gray. Yet we need more than Christianity, not for the sake of an abstract pleasure in variety, but because the truth of Christianity is as one-sided as any other truth. We need the living tradition of socialist thought, which appeals to human forces solely by promoting the traditional values of social justice and freedom. And here again we need not just any kind of socialist idea. We do not need foolish fantasies about a society from which any temptation to evil has been removed, or about a total revolution that will secure for us at one stroke the blessings of ultimate salvation and a world without strife. We need a socialism that helps us to understand the complexity of the brutal forces acting in human history and reinforces our readiness to fight against social oppression and human misery. We need a socialist tradition that is aware of its own limitations, since the dream of ultimate salvation on earth is despair disguised as hope, the will to power disguised as a craving for justice. We cannot, however, expect a grand synthesis of the different and incompatible traditions that we need. We may attempt to reconcile in an abstract generality the values that we really need, but in the majority of actual cases we will find them in opposition to each other. The Eden of human universality is a paradise lost. Chapter 8. On the so-called crisis of Christianity. The word crisis has become one of the most fashionable of the last few decades. It is used in the most varied senses, often only very distantly related to the original. Sometimes it means little more than shortage. At other times, in speaking of crises, we mean to say that some form of social life is weakening or losing vitality. At still other times, we mean that something has changed suddenly or even gradually. Demographic crisis can mean that in some country the population is growing rapidly or, on the contrary, that it is declining. Crisis in science can mean that in some branch of knowledge there are insoluble problems or, on the contrary, that there are no interesting problems. The economic crises of the 19th and first half of the 20th centuries had mechanisms and appearances so different from the upheavals and catastrophes of the contemporary economy that using the same word for both of them can be justified only by the word's vagueness. Crisis loosely means all forms of negativity, collapse, decline, shortage, pathology. The very word krino, as can easily be discovered from any dictionary, primarily meant to separate or, derivatively, to differentiate, hence also to judge, whence crisis subsequently meant not any kind of negative change, but a sudden breach of continuity. In this sense, events such as religious conversion, political revolution, war, divorce, or death can be termed crises. However, the universalization of the word is not perhaps the result of our linguistic carelessness, but betrays a vague feeling that all forms of life, social organization, thought, and feeling, all components of our civilization, are afflicted with a sickness for which nobody knows the cure, a feeling that uncertainty about the fate of humanity has become universal, although masked by aggressive platitudes. When we talk about the crisis of Christianity, we usually have in mind, first and foremost, that during the last few decades, an ever-increasing percentage of people in traditionally Christian countries either do not think of themselves as Christian anymore, or hardly ever take part in church services, or simply do not show that beliefs and moral norms deriving from Christian traditions have any perceptible influence on their behavior. However, the extent to which these known phenomena, normally associated with the growth of urbanization, are symptoms of a crisis of Christianity depends, obviously, on the meaning with which we endow not only the word crisis but also the word Christianity, and here, as is generally recognized, there has never been agreement. In the 16th and 17th centuries, when dozens of greater and lesser sects multiplied in Europe, each of which had a monopoly on the uniquely correct interpretation of the content of Christianity and condemned all the others for their misconceptions about the Holy Trinity, the Eucharist, the divinity of Jesus, irresistible grace, the role of the Church, and so on, many writers, tired and despairing of the sectarian squabbles, suggested an ironic program. Let us at least agree, they said, on a common minimum about which all Christians must definitely agree, and in fact do agree, and let us accept that anyone who holds to this minimum is a Christian, but in all other questions unnecessary for salvation, let us proclaim reciprocal tolerance. Such suggestions could not, it is clear, lead to the hoped for religious peace, first, because there was complete disagreement about the content of the minimum and the criteria by which it should be determined, second, because the minimum could never be unambiguous, and every attempt at a more detailed interpretation immediately revived all the disputes that they hoped to avoid, and third, because if all questions lying beyond the projected minimum were acknowledged to be unimportant, no existing church or sect would have a raison d'être as a separate Christian grouping, and this was obviously the crucial point. These ecumenical programs were inspired to a significant extent by the ideas of evangelical Christianity that originated before the Great Reformation, of which Erasmus and his followers were the most ardent proponents. These programs could not in fact disturb the rigid exclusivity of the quarreling communities or lead to reconciliation. Despite this, they were not entirely ineffective. They brought certain ideas into play which did not die out in Christianity and are revived on various occasions. They created a model of Christianity not defined by detailed theological doctrines, nor by organizational criteria, but by faith in the original sense of the word, that is, trust in divine mercy and in the effectiveness of the act of redemption and of moral observance. In one sense, however, the Catholic Church and the major Protestant congregations had in practice to accept a minimum as well as a maximum definition of their faith, a limited as well as a complete model. They all had to assume that salvation does not depend on theological erudition, that the faith of simpletons is in no way worse than the faith of doctors and bishops, that a simple, illiterate peasant is by no means a worse Christian or any less deserving of God's attention because he is illiterate, for how many Catholics know all the decrees of all the councils by heart and can expound without error the entire dogma which is theoretically binding for them. On the other hand, even the simple catechism, knowledge of which was demanded of all believers, has for all sects always included not only such a minimal dogma, such as the Nicene Creed, and a minimum of morality, but also a certain number of shibboleths that satisfactorily distinguished a given sect or church from all the remainder and worked against the temptation of ecumenicism. Rituals, even hymns and carols, also included these shibboleths. So even the factually recognized minimum was not an instrument of unity, but rather consolidated organizational fragmentation. In any case, if we assume that the Church is, as it were, on the boundary of heaven and earth, that it is the depository of grace and also the guardian of the law, and that it dispenses invisible goods in a visible world, then it could not have been otherwise. Some radicals of the Reformation wanted to cleanse Christianity of all earthly forms, to make it independent of all connections with the profane. They asserted that everything that Christianity is about takes place in the soul of each individual Christian, that there alone the drama of the fall and reconciliation is played out, there the old man struggles with the new, Satan with God, that to place Christian values outside conscience and thus in the Church, in dogmas, in rituals is simply to throw them away, that these values are attached solely to the individual subject and do not add up to any objective whole. They believed that they had restored the real content to Christ's message when they stripped connections with visible earthly realities from it. This purified Christianity, however, was ceasing to be a message at all. And yet Christianity was meant to be the gospel, good news proclaimed to the world. It was meant to be the transmitter of grace on earth and accordingly had to have earthly means of communication, congregations, catechisms, and rituals. Reduced to the invisible individual conscience, it would transmit nothing to anyone. Should the apostles have wandered the earth to no purpose, or should they have escaped to the desert and awaited the second coming outside the world? Jesus said that his kingdom is not of this world, but at the same time he sent his disciples to proclaim his teachings to the people of the world. But teachings proclaimed to the world must be expressed and codified in words, and the apostles needed to know that they were teaching with one voice, and that they were therefore a church, not individual believers who communicated separately with God. Thus Christianity cannot free itself from the tensions that arise from the very nature of its tasks, from the fact that it has to disseminate unworldly values in the visible world and by worldly means. It can abolish this tension only by arbitrarily removing one of its components. This is precisely what the radicals of the Reformation tried to do when they stripped Christianity of its links with the material, the body, the temporal and social life, just as many contemporary progressives do in reducing Christianity to a political program and simply chopping off its religious roots. Christianity, though, is the belief that God became man, not sometime, somewhere, in the indefinable darkness of a prehistoric age, but at a time and place that are precisely designated. Thereby it was established that corporality could not simply be evil, that invisible values may take on a visible form, that secular history may be a medium through which sacred history, the history of salvation, can express itself. Let us then attempt on our own account to follow the example of the Irenists of old and determine a certain minimum of Christianity, not, however, simply to extract the common elements of the various quarreling Christian sects known to history, but to extract the constitutive points from the content of the original message, even if this can be done only with a certain arbitrariness. There should nevertheless be no dispute that the belief that God became flesh for the redemption of mankind is such a constitutive point, without which the word Christianity loses all perceptible sense. The story of the redemption was always most susceptible to the derision of rationalists and freethinkers. It can, in fact, be described in a version that makes it seem absurd and contradictory to elementary moral feeling. Thus the people offended God, after which God agreed to forgive them, but only on condition that his own beloved and entirely innocent son should be tortured to death by these same people. The history of Christianity is a greater miracle in this grotesque version, however, than that which results from its own self-interpretation, since millions of people over hundreds of years have believed in this absurdity, which is quite obviously contrary to the principles that they have otherwise professed. There is no explaining this success by natural circumstances. In reality, the story of the redemption appears in a different light if it is treated as an expression of two independent beliefs, deeply rooted in people's consciousness, though obviously not amenable to scientific discussion. One of these is the belief in the law of a cosmic clearance of accounts, that is, the belief that there is no absolute unpunishability, that every moral evil must be redeemed by an appropriate amount of suffering. The punishment of the innocent for the crimes of others is contradictory to universal moral feeling. It is not, however, contradictory to it that people by their own free will take on suffering in order to spare others. If the Son of God took on himself this burden and the Son of God could suffer only in the body, then people are free to believe that the chain of evil had been broken and cosmic justice followed by the fact of external intervention. Thereby, however, and this is the second branch of belief in the story of redemption, people recognize that they are too weak to break the chain themselves, that salvation cannot be entirely their own doing, that God himself had to make himself a part of earthly history in order to complete the act of redemption there. Faith in Jesus the Redeemer thus attests that we do not have enough strength to liberate ourselves from evil, that the mark of original sin weighs on us inescapably, that we cannot deliver ourselves from it without external help. Christianity is thus the awareness of our weakness and misery, and it is useless to argue that there exists or could exist a Promethean Christianity, that is, that Christian faith could be reconciled with hope for self-salvation. Two great ideas of the 19th century which, despite all that separates them, perfectly embodied this Promethean expectation, those of Marx and of Nietzsche, were anti-Christian in their roots, and not as a result of accidental historical circumstances. Nietzsche's hatred of Christianity and of Jesus was a natural consequence of his belief in the unlimited possibility of mankind's self-creation. Nietzsche knew that Christianity is the awareness of our weakness, and he was right. Marx knew this too, and from the young Hegelians, he took over and transformed the philosophy of self-creation and futuristic orientation. He came to believe that the collective Prometheus of the future would reach a state in which his thought and action would be indistinguishable, and in which even atheism would lose its reason for existence, since people's self-affirmation would be entirely positive, not negatively dependent on the negation of God. The vitality of the Christian idea has certainly weakened in proportion to the universalization of the Promethean hope and in proportion to the growth of people's belief that their ability to perfect themselves and society knows no limit, and that they will produce ever more splendid monuments to the greatness of mankind, or even that in the end they will bring about a life from which evil, suffering, aggression, conflict, poverty, anxiety, and sadness have been eliminated once and for all. We have witnessed the gradual growth of this hope, and the two versions of it mentioned, Nietzsche's and Marx's, produced the ideological cover that served to justify the two most malignant tyrannies that our century has seen. Are we witnessing the further growth of this same hope? We may doubt it. It seems rather that it has passed its zenith. We cannot be at all certain that its weakening will mean the renewed growth of Christianity in its traditional forms, but it will mean the renewed fertilization of the soil from which Christianity has always grown. But the same visible phenomena in which we discern a crisis or even the collapse of Christianity are by no means unequivocal. Christianity has been unsuccessfully condemned to death so many times and has so often regenerated itself from unexpected sources that, at the very least, considerable caution is necessary in prophesying its fall, since the prophecies are based mainly on extrapolations from statistics concerning the frequency of participation in church ceremonies. Was Europe more Christian in the 11th century than today? The answer again depends on the interpretation of the word. If the triumph of Christianity depends on all aspects of culture having a Christian form, then the crisis of Christianity has lasted at least since the 14th century. Europe in fact went through a period in which Christianity simply had a monopoly on providing the form for all areas of people's lives. It was not only philosophy, painting, architecture, the calendar, and the family that were organized in Christian forms, but wars, invasions, torture, courts, and the organization of government were also all Christian. All conflicting human interests and all aspirations were expressed in Christian symbols. According to the interpretation being suggested here, the strength of Christianity does not reveal itself in a theocracy or in a monopoly on the creation of rules for all areas of civilization. Its strength in this interpretation is manifested in its ability to build a barrier against hatred in the consciousness of individuals. Indeed, the very belief in Jesus the Redeemer would be empty and lifeless if it did not entail the renunciation of hatred as a motive, independently of the circumstances. If, after the words "forgive us our trespasses," Christians did not have to repeat the words "as we forgive those who trespass against us." The requirement of the renunciation of hatred was a challenge thrown down by Christianity to human nature, and it has remained so. If Christians are to be found only among those who know how to meet this challenge, who are disciples of Jesus in the sense that they do not escape from the struggle, but are free from hatred, how many have there been, and how many are there now in the world? I do not know. I do not know whether there were more in the Middle Ages than there are now. However many there are, they are the salt of the earth, and European civilization would be a desert without them. If we reduce Christianity to the following minimum: the belief that Jesus the Redeemer appeared on earth in historic time in order to free us from evil, from which we could not free ourselves, and the ability to remove hatred which follows from this belief, we notice that, strictly speaking, there is no such thing as a Christian political program or a Christian system of government. In this matter, as in all others, the history of Christianity is full of disputes in which extremely opposed positions were expressed. Communist sects of the Middle Ages, revolutionary Anabaptists, and various 19th-century socialists extracted everything from the New Testament that could be turned against the rich, tyrants, and usurers. They argued that a society constructed on Christian principles will proclaim equality as its main slogan, that it is the duty of a Christian, as such, to fight actively against social injustice, and that Jesus was a prophet of revolutionary communism. On the other hand, the Catholic hierarchy repeated for centuries, until the end of the 19th century, that the obligation of a Christian is humbly to bear poverty and suffering on earth, that rebellion is against the law of God, and that social inequality was instituted by God. It seems, however, that both these interpretations were, and are, remnants of medieval culture, in which Christianity was treated as a universal source of norms and standards that were obligatory in all areas of life. In its original form, Christianity did not have, and cannot have, such aspirations. Jesus threw the money changers out of the temple not because he opposed trade but because the traders profaned the holy sanctuary. Jesus condemned the greedy and the oppressors, not because he proclaimed a better social order, but because it is morally evil to be oppressive and greedy. Christianity is about moral evil, malum culpae, and moral evil inheres only in individuals, because only the individual is responsible. It is wrong to inflict suffering on others with hatred, which means that a torturer who inflicts it is evil. Suffering itself, however, is not evil in this sense. It is a moral evil to be an owner of slaves, but it is not a moral evil to be a slave. The very idea of a morally evil or morally good social system makes no sense in the world of Christian belief. It does not follow from this at all that Christians, because they are Christians, have no right to rebel against social injustice, to struggle against oppressors and tyranny, or that it would be contrary to Christian doctrine to want to correct what can be corrected in society. To be motivated by hatred, vindictiveness, greed, or lust for power is to be opposed to Christianity. We cannot calculate what kind of social relations result in greater or lesser moral evil, that is, in the Christian sense, whether they create greater or lesser reasons for hatred and greed. For Christianity, greed is as evil in a rich man as in a poor man, hatred is as evil in the oppressor as in the oppressed. It is in this that the difficulty of being a Christian consists. Vengeance from this point of view cannot break the chain of evil. Even states which oppress and persecute Christianity can be called anti-Christian only in a figurative sense, namely, that those who govern in them are tyrants and thus not Christians, but tyrants are also not Christians when they do not persecute organized Christianity, but oppress others in its name. In Christianity, however, the principle always remains in force that evil, in its original and proper sense, is in us, not in social relationships. There are rules of Christian life that cover all situations, and are clearly equally obligatory in all political situations and conflicts. There are, however, no Christian politics, that is, specifically Christian political goals. For the same reason, there is no universally obligatory way of life or way of participating in earthly matters that would be specifically Christian if separated from purely moral motivations. There is also, unfortunately, no indication of how we can entirely avoid evil acts while living in the world. Christianity itself cannot resolve the sorry dilemmas that arise at every step of life and make it impossible to avoid evil. Absolute pacifists, referring to Christian principles, should learn unhypocritically to consider whether they do not simply prefer that other people take their part if war should break out. Volunteers in a revolutionary war would be wise unhypocritically to answer the question of why their indignation at social injustice is so outstandingly selective and on what principle they claim that specifically Christian values have a better chance of flourishing in one system than in another. In reality, however, Christian justifications are of extremely doubtful value in both cases. Jesus' message is not about a just social system or any social system at all. He instructed us to destroy evil starting with ourselves, not with the murder of others whom we consider rightly or not to be evil. To be a Christian, therefore, is and always has been a difficult task, for Christianity demands the ability radically to expose our own evil to ourselves. Great teachers of Christianity have not concealed that in this sense there are not many Christians and never have been many. That there are few of them, however, is not a symptom of any crisis of Christianity, but confirmation of something it says about itself, that it is difficult to measure up to its demands. If there is a crisis, it is a permanent one, it is an indispensable way of being for Christianity, or perhaps an expression of the more general and universal crisis in which we all find ourselves, having been driven out of paradise. Those for whom the question of Christianity is unequivocally connected with the question of some political interest must obviously assess its situation as favorable or unfavorable, depending on how they assess the perspectives of their political interest. Those who take Christianity seriously have no reason to forecast its fall. Chapter 9. The illusion of demythologization. It is not credible that the erosion of the mythological legacy in the traditionally or nominally Christian civilization and the decline of religious sensibility can be explained by the progress of science, by the popularization of scientific achievements, and by the growth of the so-called scientific spirit, the latter being coextensive or even identical with the increasing level of general education. This belief is widespread, to be sure. Most people who consider themselves irreligious are ready to explain their disbelief in those terms, incompatibility of religious tradition with what science teaches. Such assertions, however, need not be taken at their face value. Certainly, it would be foolish to deny that the two phenomena, the apparent erosion of the ability to live within and experience the noumenosum on one hand, and the trust in science as a means of understanding the world on the other are linked up with each other. This does not imply that the former is causally determined by the latter. Both phenomena rather appear to be fruits of the centuries-long process of so-called modernization. This process, we may assume, started in the 11th century with the increasingly powerful advance of the distinction between secular reason and faith. The need for this distinction was growing pari passu with the emergence of cities and urban civilization, including its inevitable result, the emancipation of intellectuals. Saint Thomas Aquinas himself participated in this development, unintentionally of course, and unaware of its future effects. He reacted to the Averroists' attempts at the total separation of faith and reason, and to do that successfully, he had to make the distinction clear and precise. He established fairly exact rules that were to assure to revealed truth the right to control and supervise profane knowledge, so that the former was not supposed to replace the latter but only to censure it in case of a conflict and to provide it with the ultimate criteria of meaning. He used the same rules to define the relationships between secular authorities and the Church. The Church's task was not to replace civil authorities but to control their activities and laws as to their conformity with the divine commandments. Making no claims to theocracy either in the realm of politics or in the realm of knowledge, he opposed the idea of separating the sacred from the profane, such a separation amounting, of course, to giving to the profane life, both intellectual and political, the right to disregard the norms that God and the Church infallibly fixed. The next step was made by the 14th century nominalists who, while separating these two areas, deprived secular reasons of any right to venture into theological speculation, to examine not only deep divine mysteries but the very question of God's existence. All the ultimate questions were to be left to the authority of revelation. The Occams opposed the realm of faith, which was by definition irrational, to the kingdom of reason, which was governed by empirical and logical norms. They in fact established the principles of modern empiricism in exactly the same spirit as Hume was to do 4 centuries later. It might have appeared that this separation amounted to the degradation of secular reason by limiting its scope of legitimate interest and robbing it of access to the entire area of metaphysical and theological inquiry. In some instances this was indeed the case. Christian mystics who often used similar formulae were indifferent, if not hostile, to any use of reason in divine matters, so, for the most part, were the great thinkers of the Reformation. Their attacks on the profanation of Christianity by the curiosity of mundane scholars often coincided, in their form of expression, with the nominalist strictures, yet the latter's intention was in fact the opposite. The point was to separate the realms of reason and faith in order to proclaim reason's autonomy and to state that it does not need the support of faith or of revelation. This implicitly entailed that, to our understanding of the physical world, not only faith but the very presence of God is irrelevant, in other words, that physical reality for all practical purposes is self-sufficient, and so is our knowledge of this reality. To say this, one did not need to deny either God or revelation, it was enough to push them both into a corner where they were soon to become useless for secular life and secular science. This process culminated in the philosophy of Descartes. In the world he depicted, God became an element in the universal machinery, a source of energy that was, no doubt, logically necessary for the ultimate explanation of nature but dispensable in the interpretation of any particular event. It might be argued that Descartes was not a deist in the strict sense since, according to his physics, the same amount of force is needed to keep the world in existence as to create it, and thus God keeps providing a permanently necessary support for the continuing being of the universe. However, in understanding the created world, his presence became indifferent. This world is ruled by the infallibly working laws of mechanics, and when we investigate it, we do not need to remember God at all. In this sense, what Pascal said about Descartes' chicanaude is true, and it is undoubtedly true that modern deism has emerged and developed from the Cartesian legacy. The fact that there is an immaterial soul has hardly any significance in the examination of the human body, which is a complicated mechanism, not unlike animal bodies, and is governed entirely by the same laws that operate in the movement of inert matter. The path from bet machine to Elong machine was easy. In the deists' world, God, even if verbally admitted, was signally useless, since there are no miracles and no revelation, therefore, and this is the main point, God is imperceptible in nature. This process was certainly a necessary condition of the advancement of modern science. This science could not have arisen if God and miracles had not been previously removed from nature, if the rules of the scientific method, as they were codified in the 17th century by Bacon, Descartes, Gassendi, and others, had not ruled out any traces of religious beliefs, if science had not been freed from any attachment to tradition, to authority, to the church, and to anything that had been declared incurably mysterious and inaccessible to the human intellect. This does not imply that science as such was the efficient cause of the erosion of faith. What contributed to this erosion was not science but scientism or scientistic rationalism. In contrast to science itself, rationalism is a philosophical doctrine or an ideology which includes a normative definition of knowledge. What may be properly called knowledge is what can be efficiently employed in predicting and controlling natural phenomena. The cognitive content of a religious faith is in this respect demonstrably useless or dubiously useful, therefore religion cannot be knowledge in any recognizable sense. The drive to dominate nature which Descartes and the Enlightenment provided with a philosophical foundation was in itself neither rational nor irrational, it reflected human passions, not human knowledge. Once this domination, including its obvious beneficial results, became the supreme value, it naturally made the entire religious legacy of mankind dubious and eventually pointless. The perception of religious sensibility as meaningless resulted neither from science nor from the possible conflict between scientific truth and the content of revelation, but from human preferences and from the priority given, on our scale of values, to those kinds of mental activities that were likely to increase the scope of our domination of nature. Science was something to be trusted in terms of verifiable effects, religion could not be trusted in the same sense. Certainly, the idea itself of the domination of nature is of biblical origin, but it turned against the Bible and against the revelation once it ceased to function within a divinely established moral and cosmic order and became a supreme and unconditionally valid objective. Christianity itself was by no means innocent in sharpening the conflict and thus in turning the growth of the Enlightenment against itself. First, it asserted and supported the scholastic rationality of its doctrine longer than was culturally possible, and therefore it put itself in a defenseless position, by claiming that the basic beliefs of Christian tradition could be presented as rationally justifiable in the same sense as scientific truths are. It inevitably displayed the gap between both, but a gap on the same scale of cognitive values, and so instead of being what it had always been, a divine message translated into the human tongue, it tried to be a second-class knowledge of basically the same sort as profane science. Second, Christian education often supported the magical elements or magical expectations attached to religious rites and sacraments by suggesting, or least not opposing, the notion that rituals and prayers, even though they involve the operation of divine energy, have a kind of technical efficiency, as if, for instance, a prayer were a sort of manipulation which, if only it is correctly carried out, will infallibly bring the desired results. If it fails to do that, then either the operation has not been properly executed, or there is something fundamentally wrong with the very idea of prayer. The machinery does not work according to the expectation, consequently there are no good reasons to believe that God exists at all. It was soon to become clear that, if this is how religious worship is interpreted, it could never win in the competition with technology. The latter, if properly applied, does indeed deliver the goods it promises. The confusion of faith with knowledge, a confusion for which Christianity to some extent is to blame, inevitably reduced faith to a poor relative of science. The confusion of worship with technique inevitably reduced worship to an inefficient or dubiously efficient technique. Insofar as both kinds of confusion were encouraged by Christian churches, Christianity itself contributed to the spread of atheism. The main reason, however, for the erosion of faith lay in moral rather than intellectual changes in the preference given to those areas of activity which deliver measurable goods. The conflict of theology with science in the Middle Ages affected only a few. Even later, in the 17th and 18th centuries, the path from scientific research to technical applications, at least to applications affecting the daily lives of many people, was long and slow, indeed almost unnoticeable to most people. This path was becoming shorter and shorter in the 19th century, and in our time it is almost instantaneous. It has become obvious to everybody that science can efficiently change daily life and make it more comfortable. Briefly, the real conflict is not between science, on the one side, conceived of in each of its particular phases as an absolute standard whereby all spiritual life is to be measured, and, on the other side, religion as a set of statements about God, providence, immortality, the devil, and so forth, statements whose truth must be assessed by scientific criteria. The conflict is cultural, and it is about our hierarchy of preferences, our libido dominandi against our need to find meaning in the universe and in our lives. Both desires, libido dominandi, and the search for meaning, are rooted inalienably in the very act of being human, but they limit each other instead of coexisting peacefully. It is against this background that the question of the so-called demythologization is to be examined. In the broadest sense, the demythologization trend has lasted as long as the entire process of modernity, including 17th-century deism. In its early version, this was only an attempt to leave for religious life an enclave from which it would not interfere with our intellectual and political affairs. The deeper movement aiming at the complete restructuring of the meaning of religion developed at the end of the 19th century, and Catholic modernism was at its most salient expression. Without actually using the word demythologization, it anticipated all the major tenets of Bultmann. Bultmann stressed that his idea of demythologization made up a part of his hermeneutic work on the New Testament, and that it owed a lot to difficulties he had had to cope with in his pastoral work. Since a historian or an exegete is unable to eliminate from his analysis of texts the existential relationships between himself and the author as well as with the persons spoken of in the text, he necessarily interprets the text through his own experiences, emotions, and aspirations, in the context of his life and historical milieu. Therefore, both the questions asked and comprehension of the answers change with our accumulation not only of historical but also of personal experience. In the sources we investigate, like the New Testament, we often find unexpected answers to personal questions and grasp the word as if it was addressed personally to ourselves. Up to this point, Bultmann remains within the traditional German philosophy of Verstehen, even though, as a Heideggerian, he does not talk about empathy or imitative reproduction but about the existential exchange between the text and the reader, this exchange being referred to the reader's actual experience. As a theologian, Bultmann goes beyond Dilthey and Heidegger, of course. In order to understand what it means that a text conveys a divine message, we must previously have had an experience in the form of a concern, rather than a notion of God and His Word. And we have it, indeed, even if we deny it conceptually. This knowledge makes up an aspect of existential concern we all share, therefore the real understanding, going beyond a philological and historical exegesis, includes the reader's will to face his or her own existence. This is why no definitive understanding is possible. Existence is only hic et nunc, and so is the understanding. The impossibility of an immutable sense of revelation was one of the important topics of the modernists. Since the perception of a text changes with transformations in our sensibility and knowledge, the meaning of the text, they argued, evolves as well. Should we, on this assumption, say that the truth changes as well, that something can be true in one historical period and cease being true in the next? That the scriptures are inexhaustible and can reveal new aspects, any orthodox theologian will admit. This may be true of all texts, not necessarily those which are supposed to be of divine inspiration. This, however, does not prevent one from believing that there is a persistent core in the divine word. And if there is nothing immutable, can Christianity survive? Is it more than a temporary expression of a historically relative sensibility, with no privileged position, no better than any other religion or non-religion or anti-religion? On the assumption that the majority of our society has no need of Christianity any longer, should we admit that Christianity has become false after having been true in a past epoch? And by saying so, would we not destroy the very concept of truth? The modernists replied that what is fundamentally true in Christianity remains true, but this truth never arrives at a definitive formulation. Formulae, dogmas, and symbols are historically relative, they can lose their vitality and become obsolete. The core of faith, which is revealed to each of us in personal experience, does not perish, but the way it is articulated is incurably provisional and as contingent as the tongue in which it is expressed, it cannot be grasped in eternally valid propositions. Bultmann's standpoint is the same. We should ask how far this evolution can go. Why should it be impossible that the genuine Christianity be expressed one day in statements like, God does not exist, there is no salvation, no redemption, no forgiveness, no original sin, no eternal life, no love? This seems quite possible on the premise that nothing in the Christian message resists cultural changes. New formulae would be equally provisional and as true as the old ones, to be sure, but their provisional character can be perceived only when they are culturally dead. The language of theology changes, of course, so do the categories people use to reforge the Bible into a metaphysical system. New human problems and new forms of sensibility can reveal new meanings in the text, but is the text in all its aspects at the mercy of a reader? Bultmann does not say so in so many words. He wants to make the Christian message accessible to the contemporary mentality by purifying it from the mythology, that is, from the habit of expressing the divine things and divine acts in empirical categories that we borrow from earthly realities and human actions. Modern man, according to Bultmann, cannot, for example, think in terms of the spatial structure of the universe that ancient people accepted, the abode of angels and God above in the sky and hell under the surface of earth. And, above all, he cannot imagine that natural causality might be interrupted or cancelled by miraculous interventions from the other world, by God, the devil, or the angels, nor can he expect the breaks in causality that our prayers or magical performances produce. He cannot believe that a divine being has sacrificed himself for human sins, that sacramental acts like baptism or Eucharist communicate a spiritual power to the faithful, that God is a father in an intelligible sense, that he created the world ex nihilo, and that Jesus was a man and God simultaneously. While those beliefs are inadmissible to people educated in modern science, the objective or existential meaning of Christianity is not lost. Modern man can believe that the world he lives in is not a definitive reality and that God encompasses the empirical universe. Faith is an encounter of an existence with the Word and not the acceptance of a number of propositions, and faith, conformably to Lutheran doctrine, cannot be produced by exegetic work. It is an experience, and thus it has no reified essence in the form of dogmas. The divine word is open to me, but its meaning is an aspect of my experience here and now. No proofs of Jesus' divinity are conceivable, but in the way he changes my life, he reveals himself as God's word. I find God in Jesus by making a decision to follow his appeal, and by taking it I no longer fear the future because the meaning of the future is defined in the actual presence of Jesus. What remains of Christianity after this cleaning? Faith in the Lutheran sense, Bultmann says, trust in God revealed in Jesus. It is, so it seems, fiducia, which has no intellectual foundation and of which it would probably be improper to say that it includes the truth God exists, as such a truth has no meaning apart from being a possible aspect of personal experience. The famous discussion on demythologization between Bultmann and Jaspers took place over 30 years ago. According to Jaspers, philosophy can never encompass religion, the latter resists all conceptual explanation. Bultmann's attempt to make religion scientifically respectable is doomed to failure at the outset. First, what he assumes to be a modern worldview is not modern at all. The resurrection was as impossible to Jesus' contemporaries as it is to us. On the other hand, contemporary people believe in absurdities no less than ancient people did. Modern science does not pretend to offer a global understanding of reality, nor is Heideggerian ontology capable of doing that. It is, according to Jaspers, preposterous to think that myths are theories in disguise and that they can be translated into a metaphysical idiom. They are untranslatable in a non-mythical language and we try in vain to interpret them rationally. Although the code of myth is sui generis, we should know that there is no devil, no magic causality, and no sorcery. Individuals may deny myth for themselves, but not for other people. Through life in a myth people become aware of transcendence, and in this encounter the objective and the subjective are inseparable. Thus it is as impossible to find scientific truth in a myth as to reduce a myth to its personal, existential content. Faith does not arise from the exegetic work, it is conveyed by priests, and it is efficacious to the extent that the priests themselves live in faith. While he tries to assimilate the critique of the Enlightenment in order to save faith, Bultmann takes the Enlightenment in its false and dogmatic version. The liberal attitude does not fight against a simple and naive devotion, but it wants to free God from the objectified form. It accepts the idea of a hidden God. The transcendence can be accessible only through ciphers, and it becomes real only for a human existence, thus not necessarily in historical Christianity, not necessarily codified in a credo. Bultmann, however, when he tries to save a non-mythological minimum of Christianity, finds it in the Lutheran dogma of justification by faith, thus falling again into a rigid orthodoxy. Bultmann's rejoinder to this criticism shows, perhaps better than his theory, the practical problem he had to cope with as a Protestant priest. He denies that he simply tried to save what could be saved from faith after the attacks of science, rather, he wanted to clarify to modern man what Christian faith really is. He does admit, like Jasper, that a corpse cannot rise from a tomb and that there are no devils or magic, but he challenges Jaspers to explain to believers the meaning of St. Paul's letter to the Romans on original sin and the redemption. Mythical thinking is as reified as scientific thinking when it tries to explain the divine transcendence in empirical categories or to personify evil as Satan. Jaspers, however, says nothing about how the biblical myth can be expressed in a way that would be acceptable to modern man. To be sure, one cannot prove the reality of revelation without previously accepting it as revelation. After this acceptance I listen to its voice as a word directly addressed to myself. After demythologization, the doctrine of the Incarnation says that God reveals himself not only as an idea, but as my God who speaks to me here and now. The doctrine of Jesus as an eschatological phenomenon says that Jesus is God's Word, always present. Briefly, Jaspers believes that it would be disastrous to destroy mythological language and that this language has no objectified meaning, no reference to empirical realities. It provides us only with ciphers that help us to grasp transcendence and existence, both inseparably tied to each other and both eternally inscrutable. We ought to renounce dogmas, fixed truth, given in a historically identifiable revelation, but we must not reduce myth to an abstract doctrine. Bultmann, on the other hand, wants to save from traditional objective faith only what is acceptable to the modern man, which means in effect the historically reliable information, having no religious content, and to retain the living faith in form of an existential encounter, a realm of a personal decision. Here we have the difference between the interests and the worries of a philosopher and of a predicant. Jaspers wants to save the myth in its original expression, both because no better expression is available and because myth is an indispensable part of culture. Yet he refuses to endow it with any empirical significance. There is no resurrection in a real sense, no devils or angels, no revelation in the biblical sense, that is, no God who really speaks to Moses or to Abraham. Still, Jaspers knows that to believers, unlike philosophers, the resurrection and the devils are real things, not ciphers. The final result of his defense of myth does not differ ultimately from the doctrine of the 17th-century French libertines: let the vulgus live in its superstitions. The simpletons need myths as stories they take literally. As for the enlightened, they can accept myth only as a set of ciphers that vaguely connect us with the inexpressible ultimate reality. Thus we seem to go back to the same division into two cultures that we know from Spinoza and, most explicitly, from Machiavelli's Discorsi. Philosophers who allow simple people to believe in legends they cannot take seriously seem to commit the same pia fraus as Numa Pompilius or the Roman generals described by Machiavelli. Boltman rejects this solution because he has to speak either to the ministers of the church or to simple believers who, without being philosophers, have breathed the omnipresent air of science, who are modern men and think it impermissible to accept the resurrection or the devil in a literal sense. Jaspers, I believe, is quite right in saying that it is vain to translate myth into philosophical categories and that an attempt to adjust Christianity to what is permissible or digestible to contemporary science is hopeless. He is right as well when he casts doubt on Boltman's idea of modern man, as if millions of modern men who believed or believe, say, in the doctrine of Nazism or of communism proved thereby that they are rational beings immune to superstition. Boltman's concern cannot be lightly dismissed. To be sure, as a priest he must have often been asked by people how Christian beliefs can coexist with the modern scientific world outlook and, unable to cope with the task, he escaped into his existential solution. Many priests, no doubt, have to face similar questions. I remember having a talk with a Catholic priest to whom I said that I was very happy about Pope Paul VI's statement confirming the Church's traditional teaching on the devil, to which this priest replied somewhat bitterly, "Oh, yes, for you it is easy to talk like that because you do not need to go to people and explain this." He was certainly a good believing Christian, and still he seemed to be unable to reconcile himself to the traditional notion of the devil. Why, in our educated classes, does the belief in God still enjoy a kind of respectability, whereas to believe in the devil or the angels passes for a medieval superstition? Why should the latter belief be more irrational than the belief in God? It appears that the opposite should be the case. Devils and angels are disincarnated but finite intelligent creatures, in many ways not unlike ourselves, and it is easier to describe their nature and to expect that we might meet them one day than it is to do the same with regard to God. The possible answer is this: to the extent that God is still respectable, it is not a Christian God but a deist's or pantheist's God, a vague notion of a great mind, or a giant computer, that is responsible for the complicated equations according to which our universe moves. The Christian God, providential wisdom, a God who is a person in a recognizable sense, who cares about human creatures and intervenes in their lives, is not respectable at all. Is this because he is unacceptable to science? I do not think so. He is unacceptable to scientistic rationalism, which, I should repeat, is a philosophical doctrine and not science itself. This ideology banned from our lives everything that is beyond science, not because of the irrationality of such beliefs, but because they do not deliver the goods as science does. And our worship of science, as Jaspers rightly says, does not make us rational in any other sense. We are not less superstitious than our ancestors of 2 millennia ago. There is one more reason why Boltman's project is hopeless. Whatever he wishes to save from Christianity in order to please the modern man is as mythological as the ingredients he is ready to do away with. Why should it be less mythological to say that Jesus is God's Word than to say he is God's Son? No, there is no way for Christianity to demythologize itself and save anything of its meaning. It is either or. Demythologized Christianity is not Christianity. Of course, one does not need to be a Christian to accept that there was a man called Jesus who preached love, forgiveness, and the coming kingdom of God and who was crucified in Jerusalem. Few people doubt that this is historically true, and any sworn foe of Christianity can believe that. Such historical descriptions simply have no specifically religious content. But to say that Jesus was God's Word is entirely mythological in Boltman's own sense. And even a purely personal encounter with God, an experience that is in principle inexpressible in a rational discourse, if it is considered real by the believer, must be mythological as well. There is no escape from the dilemma, either mythological acceptance of the Christian God, or the scientistic rationalism that dispenses with God altogether. And even if we, conforming to Boltman's recipe, retain a Christianity that has been reduced to the personal acts of every Christian separately, Christianity cannot be saved as a common faith, a community, a place of encounter for the believers and worshippers. If we have only a historical Jesus who is not specifically Christian and, next to him, a Jesus who is the purely personal property of a believer and cannot be the focus of a Christian community. These two entities have nothing in common. We are left with a combination of two areas completely closed to each other, objective historic knowledge and a monadic experience that people cannot convey to each other. If it is true, as Jaspers says, that the language of myth is untranslatable into metaphysical categories, and to say so is to make all theologians unemployed, this does not mean that it is unintelligible to believers. For centuries, Christians have believed in the meaning of Jesus Christ's sacrifice as it was explained by St. Paul, and they seem to have understood it. Should we say that the same meaning has become unintelligible to us? And would that mean that we have become stupid? No. What we mean is rather that St. Paul's story is unacceptable according to criteria of contemporary rationality. And why should we accept those criteria as an absolute standard? Because it is according to those criteria that science operates, and science is efficient. We thus come back to the starting point. And yet Jaspers's strictures, however justified, leave us, as I have just said, with the two cultures doctrine, which Christianity has always tried to avoid, myth in its literal sense for the simpletons, and inexpressible ciphers for the enlightened. Jaspers knows that philosophy cannot take up the tasks of faith and that mankind cannot survive without myth, but his distinction between revealed and philosophical faith sanctions a split that Christian civilization has as little chance of surviving as it would have of surviving Boltzmann's reduction of Christianity to an incommunicable or Leibniz. Christianity as we know it cannot live after having lost all vitality in the higher culture, and the question we are left with after Jaspers's critique is the faith of the enlightened possible at all? It is possible psychologically, no doubt, as there are still many real Christians among the enlightened. It is possible logically as well. There is no contradiction between the tenets of science and the Christian myth, unless science means rationalist philosophy. Historical information about Jesus does not contradict the belief that Jesus was God's Son, even though, of course, it cannot support this belief. We are incapable of proving immortality in accordance with the scientific standard of proof, but we have no reason to think that this belief is logically irreconcilable with our knowledge. Whether the faith of the enlightened will remain possible in terms of the cultural developments of the future we do not know. After centuries of the growth of the Enlightenment, we suddenly woke up in a mental and cultural disarray. We are more and more frightened in the face of a world that is losing its religious legacy, and our fear is well justified. The lost myths seem to be replaced less by enlightened rationality and more by terrifying secular caricatures or substitutes. We notice with a kind of relief various symptoms of religious renaissance, and the return of the sacred has become a fashionable topic. And yet we, and by we I mean philosophers, sociologists, psychologists, anthropologists, or historians, cannot contribute to this process. We can describe it with hope or with dread, but we are not priests, and only through priesthood, prophecy, and acts of living faith can human participation in the sacred be maintained or reinforced. Intellectuals are helpless, and least of all can they contribute to the vitality of myth by explaining that myths are indispensable for such or another cultural, moral, psychological, or social reason. And the attempt to endear oneself to the rationalist ideology by demythologizing Christianity is the least reliable prescription. Let us leave it at that. Chapter 10. Philosophical Faith in the Face of Revelation. In the English-speaking world, Karl Jaspers is a recognized name, certainly, but scarcely more. Several of his works have been translated into English, and there are some works analyzing his philosophy as well, but it is fair to say that he is considered only a marginal phenomenon. Imperceptible in university curricula, absent in philosophical discussions, Jaspers has not entered or, perhaps, not yet entered the circulation of ideas in the Anglo-Saxon world. This is especially striking if we compare his position to Heidegger's. And yet, even though they are not easy and popular reading, Jaspers's works are more digestible and on first sight much more lucid than Heidegger's, whose work remained at the farthest distance imaginable from the language and tradition of British philosophy. Why that is, I do not know. Perhaps, and this is only an impression, the reason for it rests less in the content of his philosophy than in his style and manner of self-representation. Heidegger's lexical aggressiveness and prophetic inflexibility made him a highly successful ravisher of minds, irritating and fascinating at the same time. Like Nietzsche, he appeared to be a true pioneer, a bearer of the great promise, with whose help we might expect to open by force the door to lost being. Compared to him, Jaspers appeared to be cautious, moralizing, and much more bound to the conventional language of European philosophy, in spite of his easily recognizable, characteristic, and very personal style and vocabulary fitting better into the mainstream of Western thinking and thus less visible in his uniqueness. Ultimately, the difference between them was perhaps that between a prophet and a teacher. Jaspers was not the only outstanding philosopher who adapted the entire tradition of philosophy to his own personal manner and translated the thoughts of others into his own language. This assimilation was accomplished conspicuously modo recipientis. The entire philosophical past was Jaspersized, so to say. Occasionally he was accused of having tailored the philosophical heritage arbitrarily to his own philosophical needs. But Jaspers was not a historian in a strict sense, despite his immense historical knowledge. His historical reflections were intentionally conceived as a never-ending dialogue with the great minds of the past rather than a pursuit of historical facts. His historical studies ought to be considered as expressions of his philosophy, not as textbooks. He did not practice the history of ideas. Instead, he sought instances where the continuity of culture was broken by the unpredicatable invasion of a great mind, and where the absolutely new, the unexplainable emerged. Jaspers believed in capitalizing the indestructible wealth of the mind. Hence, historicism, a doctrine that qualifies all cultural phenomena as results of accidental historic circumstances and considers them dependent on their times, was bound to be foreign to him. In Weltgeschichte der Philosophie, edited by Hans Sauer from Jaspers's manuscript, we read, "Higher rank is not only what is more valuable, it is what is essentially more real. It represents a reaching beyond biological, existence-bound humanity to a higher reality. Greatness itself is the final measure, and it does not become valuable through historic relation, effect, locality, or origin, or particular and accountable accuracies. Thus, greatness in history ought to be something like an everlasting repository of the mind, where its growing resources will be deposited eternally." Hence it is apparent that Jaspers's notion of the history of philosophy is connected inseparably with this doctrine of transcendence. Yet, how is transcendence conceivable? On first sight, it may appear that for a philosopher, whose orientation of thinking is defined by the unattainable whole, the question of God is inevitable and that he must feel obliged to give it an unambiguous answer. But it is remarkable that a number of great philosophers did remain ambiguous, at least in the sense that they appeared as plain atheists at times, and at times, as believers, and they suggested such extremely contrary ways of understanding to their readers. This was the case with Spinoza, Hegel, Giordano Bruno, and even Descartes. It was the case with Jaspers, too. As ambiguous and variously interpreted as philosophers may be, this key question one would presume they should not leave in suspense. But perhaps Jaspers's thinking in particular may acquaint us with the insight that the question, "Do you believe in God or not?" posed as a philosophical question, or within what Jaspers calls philosophical faith, is put incorrectly and thus cannot be answered clearly. Since the point in time when the God of Christians, loving Father and Lord, blended with the Neoplatonic absolute, the question of God had to be recast significantly, for we have no reliable conceptual tools at our disposal with which to compose a coherent whole from the characteristics of a person and the attributes of an absolute. The mystics were aware of that and repeatedly emphasized that God, revealed to them as a fact of experience, cannot be caught in our conceptual net. Therefore, they remained largely indifferent to natural theology. Jaspers, of course, was no mystic, at least, he does not refer to any particular personal experience that had raised him in a privileged manner to transcendence. He intends to remain within the everyday experience in which everybody participates, and he does not wish to be counted among those chosen by God. In one important sense, however, his literary work is similar to the message of the mystics. He does not attempt to prove what cannot be proven within the conceptual frame of thinking that he described as the elucidation of existence. He leaves no room for the question, why should I suppose that? Rather, he wants to appeal to what we all are carrying within ourselves semi-consciously, covertly, or inarticulately, as he believes. He means to touch a string that firmly belongs to our existential constitution. Nothing can be done if the string is dead or motionless. Like the mystic writings, his message is also indisputable and hence must appear meaningless to philosophers of the rationalist cast of mind. He seems to expect, however, that his words may evoke spontaneous understanding, since they are aimed at clarifying the meaning of what is within universal experience and daily perception. But how to clarify it? Clarification as brought about by scientific thinking is, of course, out of the question. The ultimum is unspeakable, the word is captured within our empirical existence. We are related to transcendence, Jaspers repeats. That is not a historical, psychological, social, or biological fact. We do not have to be conscious of this relation, either. Transcendence is not an object, it cannot be objectified, says Jaspers. What does that actually mean? Is there more involved than the fact that we are incapable of expressing it in concepts and words? How is transcendence accessible to us? Jaspers confesses to St. Augustine's De Amiti Animam Circupio. In his interpretation, however, the soul is not the soul, and God is not God in a recognizable sense. Existence and transcendence, which replace the two ultimate realities of soul and God, respectively, are extra-worldly aspects of the encompassing, which we never encounter in a reflection on the world or an experience of the world. They become present to us by a leap that hurls us out of this world, out of our empirical thinking, yes, even out of our spirit. They are entities taken from Christian tradition, yet deprived of all substantiality. Those two ultimate realities, however, between which our life and that of the world extends, are by no means to be considered as symmetrically ascertained poles or as, in the same sense, incomprehensible alia, both similarly located beyond the borders of knowledge. To be sure, existence cannot be objectified, because it is, as Jaspers says, not being such, but possibly being, or because it is der je Einzelne. This means, I am not an existence but a possible existence too. Existence is what I am, if I succeed in considering myself no longer as an object present in the world and determined by this belonging, but if I succeed in placing myself into the negativity of my freedom. It would probably be foreign to Jaspers's language to say that I was a free being, but acceptable to say that I was the movement of freedom itself, and this movement essentially cannot be observed from the outside. For each observation and each analysis, freedom may count only as wanting knowledge of determination in the world, as a cognitive lacuna, but not as reality. By its nature, every objective insight, even a psychological one, must deny freedom, since it aims at explanation, and therefore it must reject in advance anything that is in principle inexplicable. But although freedom is not tangible or imaginable as an object, and although it can never be expressed in universally valid language, it is yet part of the subjective side of the all-encompassing. Since it is what I am, and since it reveals itself to me as myself, the leap toward it must signify something entirely different from the leap toward the border of the all-encompassing, that is, toward transcendence. To be sure, in this sense it is possible to affirm the negativity of freedom, and to deny transcendence. Nietzsche and Sartre already confirmed this. How, then, is the second leap possible? No existence without transcendence, Jaspers maintained. One may conclude therefrom that those individuals who experience irreducible freedom actually do not experience it, or that they lie mala fide by remaining insensitive to the attractive power of transcendence. Believers are in a different position. God is accessible to them in two ways: first, through mystic or quasi-mystic experience, which of course cannot be made manifest, but which confers unshakable certainty upon those who experience it; second, through preservation and continuous mediation of the original revelation, through habituated tradition. In both ways, God reveals himself at least in the spiritual space of Christianity as love and thus as a person. Both ways, however, remain outside of philosophical faith as Jaspers conceives of it. Transcendence does not reveal itself as love. This is not exactly what Christian theologians used to call via negationis. Via negationis is certainly an admission of the weakness of human reason and language in the face of infinity, which can only be described as a negation of finite attributes known to us in the world. To say that God is accessible to us only in a negative way does not exclude our grasping him as love or as a person. Even the biblical expression Deus absconditus, used by Jaspers, is perhaps not quite adequate, because in the Christian understanding of faith, God's concealment invalidates neither revelation nor mystical approach. Naturally, the same expression in Jaspers's use can be understood just as little in a skeptical sense, whereupon God's complete inaccessibility leaves us declaring his possible presence to be of no relevance to us. The passage in Der Philosophische Glaube, in which Jaspers considers the leap from immanence to transcendence, is surprisingly short, and the meaning of the leap is hardly explained. But it appears to confirm the necessary two-sided connection of existence to transcendence. If transcendence subsists, however, only for existence, that is, if it is only the objective side of which the subjective side is called existence, then transcendence is not valid for consciousness in general, nor does it subsist as a real object in existence. 3. That transcendence subsists only for existence is a disturbing statement. It certainly does not mean that transcendence is only imagination, let alone an illusion. It suggests, however, that whatever we discover as transcendence, however precarious and indescribable our approach may be, creates itself within this discovery, as it were. It appears as if being and consciousness coincide on both sides of the final and ultimate reality, as if the question of the precedence of the being or a being appropriated in mind were meaningless. Jaspers, however, does not state that, it is a mere suspicion, which is certainly difficult to avoid. Is God a God for us, and, if yes, in what sense? Since existence is never complete, perhaps transcendence is never completed, either. Certainly Jaspers left us his doctrine of ciphers. Ciphers indeed represent the language of transcendence. Yet this language is neither discursive nor aesthetic. Yes, the word is somewhat misleading, since we normally use it under the presupposition that deciphering is possible or that the deciphered meaning is known to somebody. At any rate, we suppose that something like a genuine text exists, even if it is hidden. But there is no genuine text behind Jaspers's ciphers. They are allusions to something that never reveals itself in a deciphered presence. Neither are they signs of God in a religious sense, which open a path from the sign to the source, however clouded it may be, though it is of course impossible that God reveals himself completely in his signs. The language of ciphers replaces for the revelation of transcendence, Jaspers says, and this language is audible only in the freedom of existence. The ciphers are never the incarnation of transcendence itself. 5. In other words, if we may speak of ciphers as symbols, then we can do it only in a sense singular to Jaspers. In ordinary linguistic usage, symbols are substitutes for texts, and as such they may be translated or they are images through which the original can be recognized. In religious meaning, on the other hand, symbols are not images but real channels that provide a way to establish energetic contact with the divinity. Jaspers's ciphers are neither, they can neither be retranslated into the original, nor are they instruments to give us access to another reality. Rather, they are intimations of the hidden and desired as well as evidence of the invincibility of its being hidden. In the presence of ciphers we ascertain our irresistible striving for transcendence but also our fateful incapacity to satisfy this endeavor. In this sense, the ciphers reveal our fate as failure, they are signs of failure par excellence. We run our heads against the eternally closed door and, at the same time, we are aware that we can never resist the compulsion to repeat this futile attempt, for this attempt is part of being human, and in this sense, it is not futile. The unique in each one of us is confirmed by the effort. The truth of the cipher elucidating, but not forcing, the decision of existence at an instance is measured by the circumstance of this instance, whether its decision will be forever recognized and adopted as one's own decision, whether I am identical with it and originally renew myself in repetition. The truth of ciphers proves itself not by any cognition or discernment, but only through the elucidating force in the existential history of each individual. 6. It seems as if philosophical faith was nothing else but the will to face the presence of ciphers and never to let our situation in the presence of the indecipherable fall into oblivion. Thereby it becomes apparent that philosophical faith is irreconcilable with the faith of revelation, and with positive theology as well. The faith of revelation is realized in obedience, which blocks our access to existence and thus to transcendence, and it freezes inevitably within the ecclesiastical institution. The faith of revelation cannot avoid the temptation of bringing about obedience by force, and it cannot escape a notorious circle: I ought to believe because I possess revelation, and because of my faith, I know that the revelation is truly God's word. In the final analysis, positive theology is a crystallization of the deceptive certainty of the faith of revelation. The faith of revelation interferes with communication among human beings, and deceptive certainty kills the creative restlessness of existence. Jaspers's critique of the faith of revelation and positive theology is basically that of the Enlightenment. Its inspiration should be sought in Kant's notion of human dignity as well as in the humanistic concept of the human beings as incomplete, open beings. Jaspers called himself a Christian, and by that he meant perhaps more than an accidental cultural affiliation determined by birth. He believed in the uniqueness of the Bible, yes, in its truth. But it is not truth in the ordinary sense. Truth in philosophy as well as in any thinking related to transcendence is defined by the source or by the original will to illuminate one's own existence, not by any adequatio. In that sense, it seems as if all great philosophers and prophets were revealing a truth to us, even if their words are altogether incompatible when we confront them with each other as abstract ideas. In Jaspers we find analogues to many fundamental symbols of Christian belief, yet they are recast in such a manner that hardly any Christian may recognize himself in them. A list of such symbols can easily be assembled. God transcendence. Soul existence. Revelation ciphers. The satanic passion for night. Mystical experience moments of eternity in time. Christian charity existential communication. Salvation acceptance of one's own failure. Missing from this list are symbols and terms without which it makes little sense to talk of Christianity in a historic sense or in conformity with its self-interpretation. There is no distinction between sacrum and profanum, no grace, no love of God for human beings, no mediator or savior, no final reconciliation. Certainly, all these symbols are important to Jaspers. They ought to be taken seriously as the attempts of human beings to express their relationship to transcendence. But their truth is not the one that people themselves have attributed to these symbols. They are ciphers, just as anything can be a cipher. For Jaspers, however, reading a cipher does not produce knowledge, whereas they are accepted as a universally obligatory truth within the mythical perception. Within the boundaries of our understanding, the interpretation of symbols given by believers, though explicable, is positively inadmissible and mythic, ecclesiastical, or theological in the pejorative sense. We may positively state that there is no revelation, no grace, no redemption, no incarnation of God, no Savior in the mode in which people ordinarily believe in these symbols. Philosophical faith excludes revelation. Jaspers is not a Christian. Some relationship may perhaps connect him with Catholic modernists of the beginning of the century, but, to my knowledge, he makes no reference to them. It is a distant relationship, however. To the modernists, who similarly separated knowledge from religious experience and intended to rescue Christianity from confinement in dogmatism and rigid institutional law, the encounter with God was real. But it is worthwhile to mention this kinship insofar as it may help us to locate Jaspers's thoughts within a broad stream as a cultural phenomenon. Philosophical faith may be considered a draft for the religion of the enlightened. It is not only a philosophical faith but also a faith of philosophers claiming to be able to replace the religious. Often one has the impression that, for Jaspers, being human is defined by an accomplishment accessible only to a few, which gives rise to the suspicion that only a few philosophers reach the state of being human. It was one of the great accomplishments of Christianity to determine the meaning of its doctrine in such a way that no space remained for a distinction between the faith of the common man and that of the learned or enlightened. From this point of view, Jaspers's philosophical faith must be viewed as a proof of hubris or as unbelief. Certainly, Jaspers considers the ability to comprehend oneself as existence by reading ciphers to be universally human, and access to transcendence is opened up by events which he calls borderline situations and which all of us experience: suffering, death, failure. Whether these situations necessarily show a way to transcendence is psychologically by no means certain, but if they do, the way rather leads to the personal God of the religion revealed, a way that Jaspers overall and in the spirit of the Enlightenment ought to denounce as a lapse into myth and a renunciation of existence. In this point, I believe, Karl Barth was right in attacking Jaspers's unspeakable and actually insubstantial transcendence as being foreign to Christian tradition. Point 7. Nevertheless, Jaspers's faith and the religion of revelation meet in a fundamentally human anxiety, namely, in the awareness of the self-insufficiency of the world and of the human existence within it. This is somewhat more than a simple negative self-demarcation from naturalism and scientism, since Jaspers believes that the insurmountable barriers of knowledge render those matters beyond by no means trivial or insignificant. Just the opposite, only by attempting to leap to the other side do we reach our existence, even though this attempt cannot be described in the language of universally valid categories. The meaning of ciphers, to be sure, is captured in the very uniqueness of existence. The objective side of cipher is only significant if it has existential import. As a mere state of affairs, it becomes a bare concept. The subjective side concerns the existential origin, which becomes transparent to itself in the objective side of cipher. Merely being subjective, it becomes the subject of a psychology. 8. It is remarkable that Jaspers, who, in contrast to many other philosophers, did not think against others, but, like Hegel, intended to adopt in a positive way the entire Western philosophical heritage, himself intentionally obstructed the way of such assimilation of the faith of revelation and felt compelled simply to deny it. Nevertheless, he considered the vitality of the biblical legacy as an indispensable requirement for the survival of Western culture. Did he really believe that the Bible, if its content was reduced to a collection of unspeakable ciphers so that it could no longer serve as the crystallization point of a religious community, could still maintain its spiritual force as the inspirational source of a culture? In his struggle against the faith of revelation and institutional religion, it appears on occasion as if the face of an obtuse school catechist, who stifled the mind of the talented boy, appeared continually before Jaspers. But let us leave aside pedantic snappishness. The point is not to reproach Jaspers for ambiguities, but to understand them within a larger cultural process. Obviously, Jaspers participated in the modernistic revolt against positivism and scientism. He directed his questions toward the whole and aspired to understand the whole. However, the whole is, as he knew, not an empirical or empirically constructible concept. It is not an object of reason. Still, without mastering the whole, the meaning of each detail remains doubtful. He rejected Kantian criticism in order to assume a truly Hegelian point of view, according to which reason, in order to comprehend the whole, must grasp the very process of understanding as a moment of the whole, otherwise, reason's position as an observer remains inexplicable. Positivism, however, is incapable of grasping the fact that reality, which it wants to grasp in cognitive acts, is precisely an object of cognitive acts, as Jaspers put it in his criticism. Consequently, the whole in positivism is not genuine. Point 9. But Jaspers was willing to accept some important results of the positivist approach as irrevocable, for instance, the impossibility of objectifying the ultimate reality. Indeed, we cannot talk about existence, since it remains conceptually inexpressible. On the other hand, we are forced to attempt discussing it because without such an attempt, genuine communication is unthinkable. By trying to comprehend the conditions of each objectification, we encounter freedom and thus leave the boundaries of knowledge. Knowledge cannot justify itself. Thus it sounds tautological to say that the substantiation of knowledge is no longer knowledge, but it is indispensable for a life of dignity to become clearly conscious of this tautology. Jaspers's message on this point perhaps may thus be paraphrased. But we never leave the boundaries of knowledge, objectivity, and the world in the sense of finding ourselves in a new country, having forgotten the old. Incessantly we remain within empirical existence when we seek access to existence and to the all-encompassing. To freedom, the natural world is a place of resistance as well as a condition of its own existence, just as water is to the swimmer. I cannot comprehend myself directly, but only through the mediation of what I am not. That does not mean that my existence is sheer negativity, Sartre's void, but that it may never appear as substance. In addition, as we can read in a beautiful passage of Vom Ursprung und die Ziel der Geschichte, all our attempts to leap out of the frame of historic reference and reach a base outside of history are not only indispensable but also unsuccessful, in the sense that they all must remain within history. Point 10. We ought to remain faithful, however, to the earth as well as to ourselves, and both obligations do not join on the same level of language. Jaspers, if one may say so, brought to light the darkness of a cultural situation which had developed at the end of the 19th century and whose heirs we remain. It is defined by simultaneous awareness of the crisis between two enemies competing for domination of our spiritual and intellectual life, the Enlightenment and Christianity. On the one hand, Christianity felt increasingly insecure about its claims on scholastic rationality, and the criticism of the Enlightenment forced it more and more to seek other means of expression for its wisdom. On the other hand, the self-complacency of omniscient, optimistic rationalism collapsed, too. Christians were more and more prepared to accept, albeit reluctantly, that Deus et anima were absent from the world of knowledge. And rationalism increasingly proved its inability to find a foundation for itself and come to terms with questions which share in the determination of human existence and which cannot be banished through exorcisms and excommunications by the advocates of scientism. Jaspers excellently expressed both sides of this consciousness of crisis. He not only reacted to naturalistic anthropology, but he also noticed that human existence cannot be rationally understood beyond naturalism and psychologism. Furthermore, he aimed at describing this realization under the presupposition that the will to understand the unintelligible in myself is my human task par excellence. Hence, neither philosophical nor religious inquiry provides truth in the same sense as we speak of truth in the area of science. Since philosophical and religious truth are defined by their origin, their genesis, but not by their contents, there are no obstacles to simultaneously affirming ideas that collide with each other in content. The act of actual choice, and not the substance of choice, constitutes truth. In other words, once we have crossed the borders of knowledge, truth is related to the uniqueness of existence and cannot be considered compelling to all human beings. Neither can the historically unique be generalized. Revelation, a unique and unrepeatable fact, cannot bestow meaning on history. God's word is preached exclusively to me, and it appears that religious life as a common good is conceivable only mala fide. God realizes himself only in my incurable desolation, and this is probably the reason why my encounter with him inevitably culminates in failure. Only in communication with others can I illuminate myself as existence, but transcendence, which is the necessary pendant to existence, never becomes real as a field of communication. Ricoeur was right when he pointed out that for Jaspers guilt becomes the ontological state of human beings instead of a result of avoidable human offense. I shape my being human through free choice, and through free choice I become guilty. It even seems as if human misfortune and even human evil have their basis in the fact that we exist as separate persons, as if my limitation, my separate existence were a disease of being, as some trends of Buddhism and Schopenhauer affirm. Since there is no universally accessible God and consequently no salvation, I am faced with a dilemma: either I slip into the ungenuine, by voluntarily submitting to authority, and thus lose my existence, or I accept my freedom and consequently accept failure as my ineluctable fate and affirm my dignity in the destruction of myself. In one particular sense, nobody is condemned, since the way suggested by Jaspers is always open to everybody. In another sense, everybody is condemned, since the best possible way ends in defeat. In the final analysis it appears that the third way between rationalism and the faith of revelation may perhaps save us from self-delusion, but at the price of self-destruction in a state of reclaimed dignity. To repeat, Jaspers excellently expressed the simultaneous paralysis of the Enlightenment and Christianity. Against the Enlightenment he stressed the inexplicability and unintelligibility of the empirically accessible world from within itself. Against Christianity, he intended to show that this unintelligibility of the world can never be established as a common good of humanity, a universally valid achievement, or a field of communication. The result of his thinking had to remain ambiguous, and the ambiguity is not in the personality of our philosopher but of our civilization, whose double blockade was reflected in Jaspers's philosophy. While superbly expressing this ambiguity and paralysis, Jaspers offered no remedy for its elimination. But perhaps it is the call of philosophers to reveal crises instead of curing them. Chapter 11. From Truth to Truth. Once I had a wonderful commercial idea. I would found an agency, a business nobody to my knowledge had ever thought of, a conversion agency. Its advertising slogan would be, "We convert from anything to anything, whether you want to become a pious Jew, a Maoist, or Adventist, we arrange anything on demand, for a corresponding fee, of course." The fees naturally would be determined according to the degree of difficulty for a given conversion. Following this plan, the most expensive conversions would be those to Albanian communism and Khomeini's variety of Islam. The most inexpensive would be those to belief systems that are relatively comfortable and do not demand very much from their confessors, perhaps Anglicanism or liberal Reform Judaism. Satanism would be located in the middle. Whether the schedule of fees should also account for the state of mind of the client, and whether the amount of payment should be adjusted for the degree of difficulty involved in freeing the person from the existing belief would remain an open question. Provided that people who called on my agency were mentally prepared to leave their belief or disbelief, such complications of the fee schedule could be dispensed with. Psychologists and other experts of indoctrination shall then be entrusted with the actual work, which will in no way violate the freedom of the individual. The agency itself must remain strictly neutral religiously and ideologically. It could be named veritas, truth, or certitudo, certitude. It is difficult to estimate in advance how large the demand would be for this service. Since everywhere so many people are searching for intellectual and spiritual certitude, and since so many religious and ideological sects are being founded everywhere in the world, astonishingly absurd and grotesque ones among them, one could count on considerable success, I believe. It is also likely that in democratic countries such an agency could operate on an entirely legal basis and would be able to pay its taxes legitimately. In ideological countries the business of the agency would probably be viewed as subversive and be punished with death, jail, or a concentration camp. My laziness and lack of an enterprising spirit have prevented me from translating this inventive project into reality, but I am willing to license this idea for a small sum to more industrious people. So much for self-advertisement. Is such an agency even imaginable? Yes, why not? In principle it is only a technique of indoctrination, which can be effective regardless of whether or not the technicians believe in the dogma to which they convert other people. One could argue against it that it would not be true conversion, but only indoctrination. But what is true conversion? Certainly, in a Christian sense, true conversion is a gift of God, but even a priest who converts somebody to truth has no reliable signs of whether or not the conversion was genuine, that is, inspired by God's grace. For our purpose it suffices if the conversion is psychologically true, that is, if the converts believe in what they are made to believe. And that can be achieved by technical means. Otherwise my agency would not claim to be in God's hands. No detailed technique has been drawn up for my agency so far. In this point, however, we are able to rely on century-old traditions. There are many possible procedures to make people follow a belief. At one end of the scale there is purely physical pressure. It is possible to make people sign or confess to a profession of faith. At the other end are the rational and irrefutable arguments with which one can convince people of truth. And there are many indirect and mixed techniques. Neither of the two techniques already mentioned would be used in our agency. Torture would be avoided, not necessarily because it would be unsuccessful, but because not enough volunteers would submit to the procedure. Rational persuasion would not be used because it is only applicable to a few truths, and it could not achieve total conversion regardless of what was involved. Certainly, one does occasionally speak of conversions in very specific terms. It is possible to say that a scientist who resisted a certain theory for a long time finally came to acknowledge it, or that somebody has turned to smoking a particular brand of cigarettes. But these are derivative and not quite correct uses of the word. The kind of conversion we are talking about, as it is usually understood, is something different. Above all, it includes an imperturbable certitude, inured to all possible argumentation, which never can be obtained in a rational manner. But that is not enough, because imperturbable certitude also may be related to very specific convictions. Conversion in the proper sense leads to a belief operating as a universal ideology, which supplies conclusive answers not only to all important questions of human existence, society, and the universe, but it also gives practical direction for distinguishing right from wrong, and good from evil. In addition, belief provides more than abstract knowledge, namely, genuine energy and practical proficiency in translating all these truths and directions into the living reality. These three aspects of belief, knowledge, energy, and proficiency, can only be distinguished externally: theoretical truth, practical direction, and actual commitment in the mind of the believer are one and the same. Through conversion one gains not simply truth, but total truth, at least in respect to all questions that are important, interesting, and significant to life. One gains not only criteria to distinguish right and wrong, but criteria that are beyond any doubt, that are not afflicted by any argument, that grant moral certitude to the convert. Thus, conversion is a radical intellectual or spiritual turning point leading to comprehensive understanding of the world, free of uncertainty, resolving all theoretical and practical questions, and eliminating all doubts. Considering conversion psychologically in this sense, it may apply, of course, to both religious faith and secular ideologies, as long as these ideologies claim to be all-inclusive and demand adherence to a certain lifestyle. Not to follow this lifestyle means not to have converted completely to the ideology. We do not call people true Christians who have adopted intellectually a Christian view of life but do not demonstrate that their belief influences their existence. For that reason we also talk about conversion in the case of Christians who have never actually left the church, but whose lukewarm loyalty suddenly changes to passionate faith permeating all of their lives. The biographies of many great figures in the history of Christianity testify to such conversions, including those of Saint Catherine of Siena, Saint Ignatius of Loyola, and Pascal. They did not turn from unbelief to belief as, for instance, did Saint Augustine, Saint Justin, or, to mention the most paradigmatic case, Saint Paul. Instead, they turned from an inherited affiliation, which they had never questioned, to an ardent and all-consuming act of self-sacrifice, to an absorption in final certitude. A loss of faith, however, if it ends in indifference, ought not to be described as a conversion. Sociology understands a conversion as an admission of an adult person into a religious congregation. As a psychological event, however, it must be related to its authenticity and effect, and it must not involve just any belief system, but only those that place absolute demands in intellectual as well as practical matters on the convert. Whether we can talk about conversion to a purely philosophical belief is uncertain. It is conceivable, though, that certain philosophical doctrines may qualify as requiring genuine conversion. In the 4th and 5th decades of the 19th century, it appears that various individuals converted to Hegelianism. If only temporarily, the young Russian intellectuals Belinsky and M. Bakunin, for instance, found in the Hegelian philosophy of history, however correctly or incorrectly it was interpreted, an intellectual expression of their despair. This they had realized for themselves. If we can adopt the idea of historic inevitability, it is possible to accept what is necessary and discontinue the futile struggle against the fateful course of events. Thus, by living into destiny they could cloak their helplessness and despair in pathos and forge it into a quasi-religion. To be sure, both of these thinkers soon reached a turning point and gave up their melancholic historic masochism to proceed to an ideology of radical revolt. Whether or not their reading of Hegel was correct is irrelevant in the present context. Only the fact that an abstract philosophical construction may operate in special cases as a universal ideology and be the occasion of conversion is important here. I can also imagine that some people have converted, in the same sense, to Spinoza's philosophy, although I am not aware of any example that undoubtedly bears witness to that. Any philosophy promising both to solve metaphysical enigmas or to eradicate them as well as to answer the question, how to live, may assume such a function, for instance, Stoicism, Nietzsche's doctrine, or perhaps even Heidegger's. Its attraction depends, of course, on the cultural circumstances at the time, the necessities of human beings, their willingness to be converted, and the authenticity of the philosophy. It is difficult to imagine, in contrast, a conversion to Cartesianism. The doctrine was intended to deal with metaphysical and cosmological questions, but it did not supply sufficient guidance to guarantee intellectual security, and did not bestow inspirational power to answer life's problems. So far we have spoken only about conversions to beliefs that already exist. A conversion, however, may also consist of an illumination constituting an absolute beginning, a purely personal encounter with truth, a private revelation. An individual beholds the light, and nobody is able to convince him or her that it is an error or that he or she has been deceived. Mystical experiences in a strict sense of the word, as well as the revelations that some Buddhists experience at the end of their spiritual pursuits, belong to this category. Such cases do not involve an understanding and adoption of a certain wisdom, but rather an act of personal and not transferable spiritual initiation into a new world, where truth is not just known but lived in, or, better, where one becomes truth. Something similar, though not identical, occurs perhaps in philosophical reflection as well, when a long struggle with metaphysical questions suddenly culminates in a single enlightenment, clearing away all doubts and leading the convert into a state of absolute certainty. Some great philosophers certainly have experienced such illuminations at some point, and there was no need to interpret them as a God-sent light. Reason, in such cases, could serve as a substitute for God, yet the feeling of possessing ultimate truth, one may suspect, was similar to a religious illumination. In our times, a typical, yet not religious, conversion is of course related to secular universal political ideologies. They are often compared with religious movements or considered their surrogates in a largely secularized society. Such comparisons are partly, but not entirely, true. Political ideologies with global pretensions, such as communism, operate or rather, operated psychologically in a manner analogous to religious belief in many respects. In this sense, conversion, too, is similar to religious conversion. The converts, first, gain complete certitude and, second, their belief is invulnerable against all argumentation and discussion. In religious belief, rational arguments are used essentially as weapons against followers of other religions, against heretics, and against skeptics. A rigorous belief remains invulnerable. Also, such political belief normally is constructed so vaguely that it is able to absorb all factual circumstances. As long as communism and Marxism existed as living beliefs, which is hardly the case anymore in Europe, not to mention Eastern Europe, one was converted to it, not convinced. A short credo was sufficient enough to become omniscient, to know human history perfectly, and to interpret it, to understand all circumstances of the present beyond doubt, and to predict the future infallibly. The difference between religious belief and political ideology, and thus between the two forms of conversion, is that the former presents itself as what it is, a belief consenting to a divine revelation. A universal political ideology, however, desires to be both belief and rational knowledge. For that reason, it is always accompanied by a bad conscience. One ought to believe in it blindly, but at the same time one ought to be convinced of possessing a rational higher wisdom and call one's own blindness science. In the event that an ideology includes elements that are formulated as empirical truths and may be critically examined, yet simply turn out to be false, one may say, as Lukács and Bloch did, all the worse for the facts, and continue to adhere steadfastly to one's belief. We are all striving for a comprehensive explanation of life, and we need certainty that we are living in reality. To live in never-ending insecurity, in fluctuation, and be unable to answer the basic questions with which the universe and the human world encircle us is hardly tolerable. Psychologically conceived, conversion, leaving aside grace, originates in the desire for security, not in reason. This desire is human, all too human, and therefore any conversion, regardless of how it would be categorized theologically or socially, is an answer to a genuine, that is, anthropologically based, necessity. By giving us the ability to question, to be dissatisfied with the limited knowledge of direct experience, to be curious, and by inoculating us with the determination to understand the world, nature also gave us a desire for spiritual certitude, and only a belief that obtrudes upon the facts, instead of being derived from them, can satisfy this desire. Knowledge alone, no matter how far it extends, does not fulfill it. The desire for spiritual certitude, and thus for belief, is natural, and it is not to be expected that it will ever be eliminated. Consequently, the phenomenon of conversion is a constant part of human life as well. That individuals can live without satisfying this desire, that is, can live with frustration, does not speak against it. It is possible to live without satisfying sexual needs, which are also natural. If cultural or psychological factors prevent us from satisfying the desire for belief in religious form, a large number of non-religious, and even anti-religious, substitutes emerge to supply the same satisfaction. Actual intellectual domination of the world is not important to conversion. What matters is the certainty that, generally speaking, the world in principle already has been mastered intellectually. Thus, it is a question of loyalty to an existing view of the world. In order to be converted, it is necessary to know only a little, only the most fundamental aspects of this view. At any rate, this is what happens most of the time. Naturally, it is different in the case of prophets who ex nihilo or apparently ex nihilo discover a new, hitherto unknown truth. Since conversion resembles taking an oath of loyalty to a truth that explains the world, and the conquest of a certitude, it is understandable that it is not easily realized in isolation. Normally, though not necessarily, taking such an oath requires a community in which the truth crystallizes, or which is the proprietor or guardian of the truth. Thus, certitude usually also necessitates association with those who serve or guard the truth, or with those initiated into the truth, a sect, church, or ideological party. That is, I must repeat, not completely indispensable, yet natural. Phenomena of mass conversion as they are known in history, when a sect or ideological movement suddenly and for inexplicable reasons begins to spread like wildfire, are by no means spurious. On the other hand, a collective conquest of absolute certitude, psychologically seen, is quite comprehensible, and one often has the impression that the desire for certitude is significantly more important than the content of the belief. That becomes evident in cases of some sects that are intellectually miserable and almost altogether without substance, and yet have significant successes in the marketplace of ideas. Gore Vidal's novel Messiah presents a satirical example, in which a sect whose belief is nearly bare of substance nevertheless conquers an unexpectedly large part of humanity. In today's world, where the desire for spiritual certitude is felt so painfully, and where the revival of the traditional churches and confessions especially among the young of various countries may be observed despite progressive secularization, it cannot be ruled out that, for instance, a presently unknown sect, which today perhaps counts 50 members in Oklahoma, will not one day abruptly and inexplicably expand and change the situation of the world within a few years. From this characterization it follows that a conversion achieved by force is not inconceivable, and it is quite possible that the application of pressure could produce a psychologically genuine conversion. The distinction between persuasion by pure force and indoctrination is one of degree, not of substance. And indoctrination, for instance, in the case of children, hardly differs from socialization. That does not necessarily concern religious education. In all matters of psychological development, moral as well as intellectual, the socialization of children, that is, their adjustment to a society, consists of indoctrination, forcing something upon a defenseless person that must be accepted as valid. The validity, however, derives from the fact of the older generation's conviction. It cannot be any different. To give children complete freedom in their own development, that is, to leave them without any indoctrination, would mean to raise them without any socialization, thus, they would remain on a brutish level. Indoctrination is not only present in religious education, and it does not simply consist of children's instruction in distinguishing good from evil, moral from immoral, and correct and incorrect thinking. It is included in the acquisition of language itself. Language offers a fundamental view of the world, a mode of dividing and classifying the world and that which is conceivable or unthinkable. Language already carries value-charged forms and distinctions. Hence, education without indoctrination is non-education. It amounts to withholding humanity from young humans, and preventing their development as human. It does not follow, however, that every form of indoctrination is commendable and just as good as any other. The potential evil consists not in the act of indoctrination but in the fact that the indoctrinated person is deprived of the opportunity to compare various points of view, or is artificially isolated from a world that believes something different, or is not permitted to think critically. Indoctrination in this sense is characteristic of totalitarian education. But even with adults, one can hardly maintain that a forced conversion was necessarily spurious. The border between an imposed way of acting and a true belief is not clearly defined, and behavior may lead to belief. The proof lies simply in the fact that forced conversions on a large scale were quite successful in the end. Various parts of Europe were once converted to Christianity by force, and if it did not happen in the first generation, the second included mostly true believers. Even Pascal, wishing to help those people willing to convert, but not finding the spiritual power, gave simple advice: you should begin with external matters, and conduct yourself as if you were believing, do what believers do, yes, stultify yourself. And, not without reason, he hoped that true belief would grow out of purely external behavior. So far I have talked about conversion on an entirely neutral level without expressing value judgments about the content of conversion. That is of course not my approach. It could not be farther from my mind to assume that every belief is equally valuable, or equally worthless. According to our historic experience, it seems undeniable that there are misanthropic beliefs, and others that include a force with which the good rather than the evil in human nature may be encouraged and brought to light. On the other hand, I am not in a position to appear as priest or proselytizer of a specific confession. And to compare with each other all possible beliefs to which people may be converted is naturally an impossible task. I will make only a few remarks on possible methods of comparison. There are forms of belief that reinforce hatred and others that strengthen love in humans. Naturally, we all carry the potential for hatred and love in us, and insofar as a belief is able to stimulate in us the energy of love and to weaken or destroy the store of hatred, to such an extent a belief is good. This is the most general and most essential criterion with which we may compare and judge various forms of conversion. According to this criterion, it will probably become apparent that universal political ideologies, those to which humans have to be converted in the true sense of the word by their nature, are more suited to release in us evil and not love, the diabolical and not the divine. Such ideologies subordinate the entire philosophy of life to political goals, thus good and evil are distinguished according to criteria of political usefulness, that is, the distinction is simply abolished. When a political goal thus, domination becomes the universal guideline, and when the focus of an ideology becomes the annihilation of an opponent, it appears obvious that the mobilization of hatred has become a natural means within such a philosophy. In a Christian sense, such ideologies must be labeled idolatry, or an absolutism and idolizing of relative goods which, through the fact of idolization itself, turn into tools of slavery. Even if it is true that similar psychological mechanisms and certain social necessities may be observed in all conversions, and that the spiritual values gained by the convert also appear to be similar, such an analogy does not invalidate the distinction between a conversion to the diabolical and one to the divine. A conversion that furthers love in us and eradicates hatred must have part in truth, no matter what the content of the belief may be. Part 3. On Liberals, Revolutionaries, and Utopians. Chapter 12. The Death of Utopia Reconsidered. When I am asked where I would like to live, my standard answer is, deep in the virgin mountain forest on a lakeshore at the corner of Madison Avenue in Manhattan and Champs-Élysées, in a small tidy town. Thus I am a utopian, and not because the place of my dreams happens not to exist but because it is self-contradictory. Are all utopias self-contradictory? This depends, of course, on the way we define the word, and there is no compelling reason why we should narrow its meaning down to those ideas of which either logical inconsistency or empirical impossibility are patent. In talking about utopia, we ought to stay reasonably close to the current usage of the word, even though we realize that this usage is to a certain extent shaky and imprecise. It is an interesting cultural process whereby a word of which the history is well known and which emerged as an artificially concocted proper name has acquired, in the last 2 centuries, a sense so extended that it refers not only to a literary genre but to a way of thinking, to a mentality, to a philosophical attitude, and is being employed in depicting cultural phenomena going back into antiquity, far beyond the historical moment of its invention. This fact suggested to some historians and philosophers that we had to do with an everlasting form of human sensitivity, with a permanent anthropological datum for which an English thinker in the 16th century simply invented an apt name. This may sound plausible on the assumption that we inflate the concept to such a size as to pack into it all human projections of something better than what is and, on the other hand, all the religious images of paradisiacal happiness. Thus enlarged, however, the notion is of little use, since everything people have ever done in improving their collective or even individual lives, as well as all their eschatological expectations, would have to be counted among utopian projections, whereby the concept would not be applicable any longer as a tool in any historical or philosophical inquiry. On the other hand, the adjective utopian has been given a pejorative sense in everyday speech and is applied to all projects, however trivial, which for any reason are impracticable, and such a concept, again, is of no value in studying human culture. Considering, therefore, that an amount of arbitrariness is unavoidable in trying to restrict the concept and that it is commendable to remain roughly within its current use rather than to employ an existing word for entirely foreign purposes, I suggest that we proceed with a double limitation. First, we shall talk about utopias having in mind not ideas of making any side of human life better but only beliefs that a definitive and unsurpassable condition is attainable, one where there is nothing to correct any more. Second, we shall apply the word to projections that are supposed to be implemented by human effort, thus excluding both images of an otherworldly paradise and apocalyptic hopes for an earthly paradise to be arranged by sheer divine decree. Consequently, conforming to the second criterion, the revolutionary Anabaptism of the 16th century may be included in the history of utopia so conceived, but not various chiliastic or Adventist movements, nor ideas that expect the kingdom on earth as a result of parousia. On the other hand, according to the first criterion, I would not describe as utopian various futuristic technological fantasies if they do not suggest the idea of an ultimate solution of mankind's predicament, a perfect satisfaction of human needs, a final state. Being thus restricted on two sides, the concept is widened insofar as it may be applied not only to global visions of a definitively saved society but to some specific areas of human creativity as well. We may speak, for example, of epistemological utopias, meaning the search for either a perfect certainty or an ultimate source of cognitive values. Neither can anything prevent us from labeling as scientific utopia a hope for a definitive foundation of any science, in particular of physics or mathematics or of all empirical sciences, a hope which, once fulfilled, would close the path to future progress except for applications of the ultimate equation in specific cases. It would be difficult instead to look for architectural or artistic utopias, as one may hardly find in the history of human thought, much as it teems with wild expectations of an Eschaton, the idea of an ultimate building or an ultimate poem.